All right, all right. Welcome everybody to another beatboxing podcast, broadcasting to you live from the true north. This is your good friend Mr. BDA, and I sure am glad. Sure am glad that everybody could be on board for this one, fellas. In this episode, we've got a fantastic one for you. I don't usually say that, but this one is a peculiar one. We are going to be ranking, or providing rather, boxing's ultimate category rankings. Now, that doesn't mean the top 10 best guys per division. We're talking attributes here. We're talking punches, such as the jab, the right hand, or rear hand, as I like to call it, the lead hook, uppercut, combinations, footwork, stamina, the whole packages. We're going to be looking at all of those things. We're going to be offering up some of the best guys in those categories. And then at the end, we got to figure out who is the best in that category. And we're going to be needing your help. We're going to be looking at the chat to see what people say. Your input is much appreciated. I think I'm also going to be opening up the phone lines here so that every two categories we check back with some of the callers and with you guys in the chat to really determine whether we made the right choice or whether we left somebody out, or I don't know. It's gonna be an interesting one because I suspect there might be some disagreement with the whole thing, or well, not the whole thing, but some of it. So it's gonna be interesting, fellas. It's gonna be an interesting one. I'm gonna invite the panelists very, very soon here. But before we do that, don't forget to hit the like. It really helps us out with the algorithm. Don't forget to subscribe if you've yet to do so already. If you want to donate a couple of shekels our way, you're certainly welcome to do so with the super chat feature. But it's always more important that you join the membership program, because that way you get special emojis, badges, the whole shebang. All right? So make sure you get on that. And don't forget you can check us out on Spotify, iTunes, and Spreaker at your leisure. All right, fellas? I want to give a big shout out to everybody in the chat. I'm talking about Mars, Eparokua, Fluffy Toasters 89. Who else we got here? We got Team Batman Boxing, Rapex Trucking Company in the house. Shout out to Rapex 10-4. Shout out to Joe, Real Talk Boxing, Quentin Lassiter, Knockout Ned, Frags, Phil Miles, Harp Jenda. Who else we got here? Grim Reaper in the house as well. Who else? Was Trooper 5131. Shout out to him. And if I forgot anybody, fellas, because we got to move on here, but we'll be getting back to you. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. All right. Enough stalling here. Let's get down to the main business here, all right? Now, as you can see, this is what it's going to be. We're going to have, in some categories, there's way too many nominees. So we really had to narrow it down to the bare minimum, and that is 12. Sometimes it's going to be less than 12, but the maximum would be 12, is what I'm trying to get at here. All right, fellas. So just showing you that right off the bat. Now I'm going to call a couple of people here, if I can. How do I call people on this mother? Oh, here we go. Yes, indeed. I think it's going to be an interesting one here, fellas. A very interesting one. Now let me call Buchu as well. Yeah, full disclosure, this might take a while. We're going to try to power through it. I'm going to tell the guys, listen, if you stall too much, this shit ain't going to work out. You got to be ready. You got to be on point is what I'm getting at here. All right. We got Chief jumping in. Chief, I thought you were going to go trunk and treating or whatever it is that you told me last evening.
No, I said that you asked why I would be celebrating Halloween as a Christian. I said there's also other programs like trunk or treat and stuff like that. 1 second.
Yeah, and let me just say, we are not celebrating Halloween. This is just a decoration that we got here. But we are not celebrating Halloween. It is against the true path of the Crimson Cross. It is an occult, satanic holiday, and we don't like it. That's why we got decorations plastered all over the place, because we're trying to reappropriate it and make it into something more spiritual, if you will, on the positive side. What are people in the chat saying, meanwhile? Trooper says, many people believe Canelo sleeps Beterbiev. I mean, geez, Luis. I don't know. Beterbiev is an old guy, or getting old, getting up there in age. So I understand why people would say that, but I think Canelo has got his plate full super middleweight. So that's all I'm saying about that. All right, so now I'm going to show you, Chief, I'm sharing the screen here.
Okay, so let me go back. Oh, I see it. Yeah, I got it.
There you go. Okay. Now I'm going to be taking snapshots too, because then we move on to what the fuck? We move on to another page where we put in the main guy that we are going to decide who is the best. So that's the way we're gonna work it. So without further ado, let's get started. All right, now
All right.
the first category that we've got here is jab, the mainstay of boxing. Some say the most important punch in boxing. Now,
I
who are
agree.
the best jabbers in boxing? Well, let's get down to it. The first man that we can nominate, one of the best jabbers in boxing, is Naoya Inoue. You see him there in the third spot on the lower row. Now, let me just briefly tell you why I think he's one of the best jabbers. Not the best, we haven't gotten there yet, but one of the best. If you watch some of the times he hasn't really had the chance to jab too much because he takes guys out of there in less than 3 rounds. But when it has gone the distance, like against Carmona, or specifically against Nonito Donaire, he showed us that he could jab. Nice straight jab. And then, of course, in his last bout against Stephen Fulton, I thought Stephen Fulton's best chance of winning this fight was going to be with his jab. I thought that was his ace in the hole, and color me surprised when Naoya Inoue ended up out jabbing him.
Correct.
So that is one of the guys that we've nominated here for the jab. Chief, what do you think about Inoue's jab? Do you think he deserves to be on the list as one of the best jabbers?
Well, he definitely deserves to be on the list. I definitely don't think he's the best.
Hmm.
But he has such solid fundamentals all the way around, especially some of his reflexes to be able to counter even taller opponents, their own jab with the overhand right or the straight right, which is the best counter for a jabber outside of your own jab. And he can do these things better than most. That he doesn't always have to jab. He can draw you in to throw your own, and then counter with the right hand, and followed by a left hook or a check hook. So that's probably why his jab is a part of his arsenal that he uses as a fundamental, but not a main staple to build off of.
I got you. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, it's not the. When a guy doesn't have that as his main punch, I suppose you could say that it's true. It's not the. It's not what it really ought to be or what it could be. But you're right on the money there, man. Now,
well, if I may, real quick, it's also not necessarily what it needs to be. Needs to be based off of the other tool. Roy Jones, perfect example. Didn't use the jab a lot. He didn't need to when he was younger, not just because of his reflexes, because he was so I don't know the word I'm looking for. He's so adept to be able to throw other punches without having to use the jab to establish distance. He wanted you to come closer so he could throw his shorter shots that he was really competent at throwing. This isn't the same thing with Inoue, but Inoue's got these reactions to where he can throw check hooks and other punches, so he doesn't have to, and he uses them as counters when you leave an opening, so he doesn't need the jab to set these up. And that's why I'm saying that his jab's bad, and as he gets older, he may use it more. But at the moment, it's not a staple because he doesn't need it as a mainstay of his arsenal.
Good point right there. Recognize jumping in here. Thank you for jumping by. We're in the jab category right now. We just got started. Well, I'm sharing the screen with you here so you can see what's going on and how many fighters we've nominated so far. What do you think about Naoya Inoue's jab? Do you think he deserves to be on the list as one of the best jabbers right now in boxing?
I think so. I wouldn't put him the best right now, but I think that his jab is very effective. I mean, again, like Chief said, he doesn't really need it because of everything else, but he does use it to set up big punches. Sometimes he won't even. Sometimes he kind of like throws that jab away just to land his rear hand, the bigger shot. But he does it so perfect that's why I consider him a good jabber, because he knows how to deceive it. But he's just like the total package to me, man. He might be like the most skilled fighter I've seen in, I don't know, probably ever. I'm not saying the best fighter, but one of the most skilled fighters ever.
Yeah, it's a little unfair how good how many tools he has, but that's one thing people are going to start noticing as we go through this list, that some of these guys appear in almost all of the categories, and that's what you got to be if you want to be one of the best in boxing. Real quick here, let me just read a super chat coming in. Shout out to Chris K, aka Undercover Asian, for his contribution to the super chat. He says Wilder has the best jab by far. Well, there you go. We can end the show right there, man. Let's just give Wilder all the wins in every category. Shout out to Chris K for his contribution to the super chat. All right, I got a full disclosure, guys. This is gonna probably take a while, especially if we just start prevaricating, installing, and finagling. We got to get to this right off the bat. We got to power through it. So let's get down to it, man. Let's go to the next guy in the category of the best jab. Who are the best jabbers in boxing, and then who is the best jabber? That's what we're gonna try to determine here in this episode. Let's go to the next guy in this category, and it is a guy that people already mentioned in the chat, and that is Dmitry Bivol. You watch his fights against tough contenders and journeymen like Felix Valera or Jean Pascal, how Bivol was sticking his jab in his face all night long. How he did it to Canelo too. Sometimes he had to work to get that jab across there, had to throw 4-punch combinations to get the jab in. But the fact that, Canelo's so hard to hit and Bivol managed to catch him all night. Who else did he outbox? Sullivan Barrera, he outboxed him. The jab had a lot to do with it. And maybe I'm missing somebody else here, but you guys want to jump in here on Bivol?
Typical book. I don't know. Emmanuel Stewart said one time, like, it's textbook. That's the word I'm looking for. Thank you, sir. And what it is just these basics. What people say basic is usually a negative. For him, it's the ultimate compliment, because everything he uses, from his straight punches to his jab to his footwork, it enhances his style. It makes him extremely difficult to beat. It makes opponents have to work hard to overcome these things. And specifically with the jab, he's relatively tall and long-limbed. And so he establishes distance where he wants you outside, does not want you close. And it's an excellent jab. I think in a way, it being shorter doesn't have the same type of jab, because he's not trying to establish that distance. He wants his opponents to come in. Bivol, even though he can throw some short shots inside, prefers his opponents on the outside. So his jab is perfect. It's long. It's what people look for when they're looking for, saying, when the stereotypical, best jab. It's long. It's accurate. It establishes distance. It keeps his opponents honest. It keeps them at bay. And when he really sits down on it, it whips their heads back. So I don't know where I put him. I definitely put him on the top level, and maybe we can rearrange later. But definitely a staple to his offense. And sometimes he uses the jabs at range, knowing it won't land, to keep his opponents at bay in that distance, like I was referring to.
Yeah, let me just emphasize that the way we're putting them here and placing them, it has nothing to do with order or ranking. It is just a random order, and then in the end we'll decide who has the best jab. But I'm not saying Ino's jab is inferior to Bivol's or vice versa. I'm just throwing guys into the list here. I recognize if you want to chime in, you let me know. Who else was I gonna?
Yeah, I enjoy his jab, man. His jab is like a fucking. His jab could control the fight. It could control distance. He could change levels on it. I like the work that he did against Canelo. He kept it very simple, kept it very basic. He had Canelo thinking where that jab was going to land. It was mainly upstairs, but it got him to to keep Canelo right where he needed the smaller guy to be. And I thought that display, plus his other performances, where Sullivan Barrera, I think you brought that up, where he fucking destroyed him at the end. But most of that came from the jab, and that was a guy who was actually bigger than him, taller, longer.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess usually a lot of the guys he's boxing are bigger than him, like Castillo and Gilberto Ramirez, yep. Sulimov. And he's just out jabbing these guys. I mean, the jab is a big reason why he's
good footwork.
Winning these fights.
Well, I think a lot of that comes from good footwork too.
Well, that too.
Elusive footwork, I want to say.
And you know what? It's not the hardest jab in the world. Certainly not heavier than Inu's, but it gets the job done. Now, this also reminds me of a little something here. How are we judging some of these punches? Well, it has to do with consistency, technique, power, speed, and variety. A combination of all those things, and sometimes those things are missing, and that's what we're going to be using to determine whether one guy has the best jab or not. Because what I mean by consistency is Does this guy use that punch throughout most of his fights, and is it effective throughout most of those fights? So that's what I mean by consistency. Technique, how well does he throw it? Some guys, they telegraph it before they throw it, and that tends to make it less effective, or makes it ineffective, rather. Some guys throw jabs like Bivol, but they don't really have that much power on it. Some guys throw a hard jab, but doesn't have speed on it. And there's also the variety. Can you throw an up jab? Can you throw it from a different angle? Can you jab at the short range, at the mid range, and so on and so forth? So that's what we're getting at with that here.
If I may add something in real quick about the jab, I don't remember who said it. It might have been Al Bernstein, but it was a Mikey Garcia fight, and I believe it was against Robert Easter, I think it was, the tall, skinny guy that he fought. And they said the jab is a timing punch. And just as he said that, he stepped inside because he had a much shorter guy, much shorter reach, stepped in and just threw a power jab right in and whipped Easter's head back. And it's as much of a weapon as it is with footwork and range as it is timing. And Mikey Garcia was a good example of that in that fight. And Bivol's also good with how he uses it. If he's fighting guys taller than him, his timing on when he throws it and to step in with his footwork also, like Rick and I said, is a perfect example of the fact that he knows how to time that jab and throw it and land it inside someone else's reach without them knowing it's going to land.
Absolutely, it's the quickest jab punch in boxing when you can the jab. So most people should use it. As you see here, we're gonna get to that later. Let's get to another fighter here. Who is the next guy who we can? Oh, well, one of the guys, you're going to see this guy a lot too, by the way, across many of these categories. Let's go to Kenshiro Teraji, the junior flyweight champion, who just last year had a sensational performance against Kiraguchi. And if you watch most of his fights, he doesn't have that many. He's got about 20-something fights. That jab it's not the longest jab, but it's a hard jab, it's an accurate jab, and it's a quick jab. Sometimes it looks like he's not even, like I said, it seems like it's not long. It seems like he's not snapping it out there, but he gets the job done. It seems to snap guys' head back. And so to me, he's one of the best jabbers. And also you got to give him points for the other thing that I talked about, consistency. Throughout most of his fights, he is throwing that jab. So that's what gets him on this list here. Now, if we go to another fighter here, who else we've got? Oh, we go to I think he's still a champion. I don't think he has vacated his championship yet. Devin Haney, the lightweight champion. He has, well, if you look at the Santiago fight, if you look at the Gamboa fight, he's jabbing those guys' heads off. Now, some of you say, okay, but those guys really aren't that good. Okay, how about Jorge Linares? A guy that, the only one who'd ever outboxed him was Vasyl Lomachenko. Everyone else had only really caught him with one shot or a series of shots and stopped him. So most of those guys were losing the fight to Linares before they stopped him. Haney was able to outbox him with that jab. And say what you want about Linares' lack of a chin, but his technique is certainly not in question here. So the fact that Haney was able to out-jab him, even if he was an older version of Linares, I think it earns him points. And if you look at the Kambosos fight too, I mean, that jab was just snapping his head back. It's like his jab, I would describe it like a cobra. He uncoils it. It's like a whip. It's got a lot of snap. It's long. You know, we're talking about what makes a good punch. We're talking technique. We're talking consistency because he uses it quite often, except against southpaws. And it's a quick jab. So, guys, what do you think?
Recognize you want to go first?
I think he's busy, man.
Okay, I'll go first. I'll go first. Everybody knows I'm not the biggest Haney fan that's out there. So, but this isn't about critiquing him as his career. It's about the skill he has specifically with his jab. It's long. It's accurate. It's not powerful, but it keeps people at range. He controlled Kambosos completely, and Kambosos pretty much did what he wanted to. Now, he didn't own Teofimo, but he was able to move in and out as they wanted to and kind of overpower Teofimo at times. That's why he won the fight. Well, he wasn't able to do that against Haney because Haney's jab kept him at bay. So even though I don't think Haney's a big puncher, I think his punch is overrated. I don't think his chin's that great. He still is able, especially against the lesser fighters, able to establish distance with that jab, and he sticks to it. He really doesn't vary from it, and he can hook off of it. Not he doesn't choose to very often because it's not part of his style. He prefers the right hand, but he can hook off of that jab to the body and the head. And so his left hand is extremely educated. He uses it well against the opponents he's faced so far. I thought he lost to Loma, but even then, at the rounds that he won it because he established a jab against a southpaw, which is not an easy thing to do. I didn't think he did it consistently. I didn't think he did enough to win. But when he was controlling range with the jab against a lefty, even though it was a much shorter, smaller lefty, it's still, we're talking about his lead punch, and he uses it well, and he uses most of his offense based off of it. He's not really one to throw the lead right hand a lot. The jab sets everything up for him.
Absolutely. It's against southpaws, he doesn't really work that jab. But against everybody else, it's a good long jab. It's like I said, the quickest punch in boxing, and like Chief said, it allows the rest of his offense to flow. It's a great advantage. So Haney definitely fits into that category.
Quick, it's long. Pause.
Wait a minute. Yeah, what's going on here?
No, it's a long jab, right? It's pretty quick too. He could mix it up here and there, like Chief said. He said that sometimes he'll hook off that jab. He doesn't do it enough. He lacks power. Okay, he gets a mention, but he's not better than the other guys we brought up when it comes to the jab. He still has a lot to learn.
Well, I'll say one last thing about last thing about his jab is during 2021, when Lopez still had the titles, the lightweight titles, and he was on top of the world, and he was stalling for the no Lomachenko fight, and I'll rematch him. Then now I'm going to trial, blah blah blah. During that time, Haney was outboxing Linares with the jab, like I mentioned, and I said, and I made a video, and I said this during those podcasts too as well, that if Lopez and Haney ever fought, I would give the edge to Haney based off that jab. And you saw what happened when Lopez fought Kambosos. There was no jabs from Teofimo Lopez. So how would he would have to try to take away that jab with overhand rights or counter left hooks, or he would have to do something. He ain't going to work with the jab. So I still maintain that if they ever fought at 140, I would give Haney the edge with the jab. Now, could he take Lopez's punches? That remains to be seen. But anyway, that's a discussion for another time.
If he's stronger, he could beat. If he gets stronger, because remember he's young too. So if he goes up and he's getting stronger, I would take him to beat Teofimo too. If he's still struggling with, he looks like he fades in the later rounds. He doesn't do much in the later half of the fight. His punches are real stagnant. They're not doing anything. Yeah, Teofimo will fuck him up in the excuse my language, in the later rounds.
Yeah, what's going on with the
whether he'll survive or not, I don't know. Maybe he can win. It'll be a fight of like first half versus second half between them two.
I believe so. I believe it would be. By the way, shout out to Chris K for his contribution with the super chat. He says, first minute, round one, Bivol interrupted Canelo's punch with a jab. Yeah, I don't remember that. I have to realize the first round, but I believe you, man, because that jab was keeping Canelo busy. Like I said, Canelo was dodging a lot of that, but the fact that Bivol still managed to connect a healthy amount of jabs means that it's a good one. Now let's go to another guy here. Who's the next guy? Let me just check the list here. We've got, okay, well, again, we're going to be pointing out the good aspects of this person's jab, and then every once in a while we'll talk about when it didn't work. With Stephen Fulton, didn't work against Inoue, but that doesn't mean he lacks a jab. When he fought Angelo Leo and sometimes kept the fight on the outside, he was able to land with that jab. Same thing against Miguel Roman. That jab was that was jab city that night. Also, when he fought Adam Lopez or Kegai, that jab is something that he likes to work off. It's similar to Haney's, by the way. Although I would say not as good as Haney's. I might have overrated Stephen Fulton's jab a little bit, but nevertheless, it's one of the best jabs in the lower weight divisions, and whoever wants to beat him is going to have to figure out how to get past that jab. All right. If you guys chime in when you want to. Otherwise, we move on. And yeah, like I said,
Fulton is Fulton is a shoe shine kind of fighter at times. He does have a good jab. I agree with that. But, there's not much to fear after that. Sort of like Devin Haney. Devin Haney is better. You're right about that. Devin Haney he has a better jab. But you saw, right? I mean, look, maybe a guy like Inui is the extreme example, so it's not really a good example. But it goes to show you when you have a fighter that could jab too and got power behind his jab. Again, I'll say this, that Inui is probably the extreme case. The chances that, you're going to find somebody who brings the complete package like that is pretty rare. But he was able to expose that there's nothing, when you don't have any power, bro, and I mean that, I don't mean that in the literal sense, like, listen, these guys could crack. They'll hurt you if you like fucking just, you're just an open target, and they can tee off on you all day. But when you're fighting a guy that can't back it up outside of his jab with some power shots that can make you think long term, they're gonna have all the time in the world to think about setting you up with big shots, and that's why I say his jab is decent, but it falls into that lower category when we're talking about the guys we already talked about.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't help him at all against Inoue, but then again, that's no shame in that. But it is a good jab. It's a good jab. It's accurate. It's quick.
Guys that you mentioned, he'll beat those guys. You know what I'm saying? Because he's
right.
He could do a lot of other things to offset them. They're not as good as Inui. But when you fight somebody who's really good with the jab, really good with everything else, power punches, that's what's going to happen.
All right, let's keep going here because we still got to get to a bunch of other categories. Another guy that has a good jab, and I just posted him there in the second spot on the top row, and that is Vasyl Lomachenko. You don't become a two-time gold medalist and multiple division champion in the professional ranks if you don't have a good jab. Now, this is interesting, though, because he falls in the category, he's a southpaw. Now, most southpaws, for some reason, when they fight as an orthodox fighter, they tend to avoid jabbing for some reason. And that's the same thing with Lomachenko. However, when he does box other southpaws, that jab is there. He out-jabbed Gary Russell Jr. all those years ago. Who else did he out-jab? Rigondeaux, he was getting him with some shotgun jabs, and Rigondeaux ain't easy to touch. But even against righties, like when he started pressing Teofimo Lopez in the later rounds, he was snapping his head back with a shotgun jab. And also, in the few times when him and Haney got into a fencing match, he was out-jabbing Haney. So when you're the shorter guy and the slower guy and the older guy, and you're able to out-jab another guy who's faster than you, has some other attributes, it usually means you get a good jab. Guys, what do you think?
Totally agree with everything except for the faster guy when it comes to Haney, because the Loma's fast. He was older, smaller, 100%. Let me rephrase. Maybe he was just quicker. And you and I have talked about this before on the air, the difference between speed and quickness. Speed is like being able to throw a 10-punch combination in 2 seconds, and quickness is how quickly you can snap a person's head back before they can react. So maybe you're right on speed, but he was definitely quick enough.
I know I'm right.
He's a southpaw. I know you're right. It's your show, and even if it wasn't your show, you'd still be right because you know your stuff. So he does use his jab a lot for some southpaws, like Camacho, just like to use it to throw punches away till they got close enough to where he could throw some combinations. Loma really uses it, and he's very accurate with it. It's not a weapon, though. His main weapon to set things up is his feet. So it's an excellent jab, and he knows how to use it. And at featherweight, he used it a lot, not just against Gary Russell, against everybody. But he's also one of those southpaws that went like what Bud did to Spence. When he sees the fact he's not seeing mirror image anymore, he can use his jab amply because he just sees the opening. Even though he's not used to facing that style against another southpaw, it's just easier for him because he knows he doesn't have to lead with his left, watch out for his head, for headbutts or clashes of heads. So his offense just springs that much more because it's just easier for him. He just sees all the openings. But again, he's more with footwork to set things up than his jab. Even though his jab is educated, accurate, it's a great weapon, but he uses his feet movement more.
Great points, great points. All right, now we got Jimmy jumping in. Jimmy, thank you for dropping by. I'm sharing the screen here so that you can see the category. We just started a couple of, like about 30 minutes ago. Jeez, and we're still only on one category. So we're going to have to move this fast, relatively fast. I'm not going to rush you, but let's not go into diatribes here. But Jimmy, we're out. So far, here's what we got. We've got, in terms of jabbers, we got Kenshiro Taraji, Dimitri Bivol, Naoya Inoue, Devin Haney, Stephen Fulton, Vasil Lomachenko. Now, I don't want to flood you with too much info, but let me just tell you what we're judging jabs on, and any other punch for the most part here. We're taking into consideration consistency, meaning how often does a guy use the punch throughout his career? Does he just use it once? Has he only shown it twice? Or is it usually apparent in most of his fights? How about his technique? We got to take that into consideration. How powerful is the punch? Is it quick? Is it accurate? And is there variety involved with the punch? Can he up jab? Can he jab at mid-range, long range, change angles on it, and so on and so forth? So right now, like I said, Jimmy, we're at Vasil Lomachenko. What do you think about his jab?
It's good. It's an excellent jab. Is that the person, the only one we're talking about, or should we, the person in that group right there, do I think has the best overall?
Not yet, not yet. We were still at just Lomachenko here.
Oh, okay. All right. So Lomachenko, yeah, it's good. It's not as probing as other guys. He uses it. It's accurate, but it's not so much an offensive weapon. It's to set up everything with him. You know what I mean? It's not like it's like certain fighters like Shakur Steven uses it almost exclusively as his number one weapon. With Loma, I feel it's everything he does, his angles, but it's all predicated off the jab for his distance. But because he also fights a lot bigger guys, it's, sometimes not as prevalent as other times. But yeah, no, I would rate him definitely a great jabber, but not the best.
All right. We still get recognized.
What makes Lomachenko a good puncher with all punches, but we're talking about his jab, is the ability of his footwork. Okay, there's nothing like, when you see his technique is pretty basic. It's basic technique. It's the angle that it's coming from. So for instance, when he's setting up the jab, like you said, he has more success against other southpaws, and we've seen him have success against Devin Haney, who's a orthodox fighter. I think what it is that when he gets all your information down, he knows what to do exactly. He knows when to use those angles, and so his jab becomes timing, like everything else, his footwork. So it's all about timing, right? You can say the same thing about everybody else, but he emphasizes on timing, and that's why his jab could be very effective. I don't think it's a number one weapon of his, as the way it is when it comes to his footwork, his angles, how elusive he is with his feet. I think that's what makes him more effective. So maybe these guys are better natural jabbers than him, but because of the footwork, and you got to add that into the equation of effectiveness, that's what makes him a good jabber, a good puncher to the body, and all that. It's the ability of his to get into position because of his footwork.
Now, I want to give a shout out to Chris K for his contribution with the super chat. He says, Triple G #1 uses the jab to reach for pretzels and beers. The way he's looking now, he's reaching for everything he's reaching for everything in the pantry, that's for sure. Shout out to Chris K.
Well, he's not active, right? He's not active.
They just took him off the rankings. The Ring Magazine took him off the rankings because I think he's retired. Now, I want to say something
put him as the best jabber in the game.
I was going to say, I was going to put him as the best jabber, but he's pretty much retired, so I took him off the list. Now, the next guy in the list here, going to the heavyweight division now, as you can see there in the before last spot in the lower row, in the low row there, in the bottom row, and that is Anthony Joshua. Now, Anthony Joshua, let me tell you, fellas, without that jab, or without a jab, he doesn't make it past Ruiz in the rematch. When he fought Joseph Parker, who at the time was undefeated and had very good speed, that was Joseph Parker at his fastest, Joshua was able to pile up points with that jab. Against Pulev, that jab allowed him to pour the rest of his offense. And against Jermaine Franklin, that jab was snapping heads back. Now, I don't like the fact that he's trying to become Vladimir Klitschko now and omitting his size and his firepower and trying to just do more with less. I mean, that's smart, but it ain't working out. But nevertheless, whatever I think of that jab is hard. He can throw it as an up jab. He can throw it from the orthodox position. Guys, what do you think about Anthony Joshua's jab?
When he's fighting with confidence, he uses that as a main weapon, and he sets a lot of stuff up off of it. When he was a little younger and at his peak athletically, he could lead with rights and do check hooks and still do things with power, and he loved the knockout. But that jab's always been a good weapon of his. It's a snapping telephone style jab. It's big, it's long, it's hard. It sounds weird now that I say it out loud, but
hey, it is what it is.
But anyway, it's very it's definitely a staple of his weapons when he's on his game. Like you said, he's trying to rely on mainly that and just 1-2s. That's not his game, but he's also not at his physical peak. Like he's maybe still on the lower end of his prime, but he's not at his physical peak like he was about 4 years ago. So he's going to have to rely on that jab a lot more because he's not going to be able to get away with lead rights and check hooks like he used to.
Great point. Great points. Like I said, that jab is hard, man. He busts up people with. I mean, listen, I'm not being dirty. If I wanted to, I could.
Nigga, what?
No. I'm not saying anything. I'm not going there today.
What did you say, nigga?
All right, listen. The point is, it's a hard jab. It's busts people up. It bloodies noses. Now again, when he fought a superior jabber in Klitschko, all of a sudden his jab disappeared. But against anybody else, even against Usyk, sometimes he got that jab through, and Usyk's a southpaw, so that is a good weapon that Joshua has. Before we move on to the next guy, anybody else want to chime in?
No, I don't want to have to keep saying pause, but yeah, his jab it's pretty good because it's a heavy jab. You know what I mean? It's heavy.
You're looking for a synonym for hard there. I got you. All right.
It could be a heavy jab, man. So it's he's a good jabber. I've always liked his jab, but yeah, it disappears against certain fighters. I mean, credit to those fighters that he's fighting.
Well, one of those guys who took away his jab for the most part is another heavyweight, and it's the first guy in the bottom row there, Alexander Usyk. Now, again,
that's the best jabber right there in heavyweight.
I mean, listen, most southpaws, like I said, they're not good jabbers. I mean, you get the exceptions that prove the rule, like Whitaker and Winky Wright, but for the most part, they tend to omit the jab. Not with Usyk. Now, it's not the hardest jab, but it's quick, it gets the job done, and when you're out jabbing bigger, taller, longer guys, like he did with Joshua throughout 24 rounds, I'd say that's a pretty good jab. What say ye?
Yeah, especially that up jab. You know how he throws it like up? Oh man, he kind of like fucking mastered that shit. We've seen other guys do that before. I can't think off the top of my head, but I don't think quite like this. Again, another guy, southpaw, but a pretty elusive fighter, quick on his feet. Just obviously because he's a bigger guy, so it doesn't look as flashy. But when you're watching it, you're pretty impressed knowing that this is a guy who's 6'3", 220 pounds, and he can move like that. This is why he can beat guys that outweigh him by 30 pounds and, got about 2 or 3 inches in height over him, 4 to 5 inches in reach, all that stuff, right? So the reason why he could beat these guys is because he's a quick southpaw who has a very deceptive good jab. And I say deceptive because not many people throw that jab in. Maybe he has to because of the guys he's fighting. That up jab and they're that effective. On top of that. So I think at the heavyweight division, I'm not going to say definitively. I don't know what's going on with me today,
Thinking
but
about hard
you
jabs.
get what I'm saying. Yeah, I think he has the best jab or one of the best jabs. But I think he has a more effective jab than even
Interesting.
Anthony Joshua. Yeah.
Interesting. Now, you brought up the good point about the versatility of his jab. That's why I give him points. That's one of the categories we're ranking punches on. And yeah, you're right. He really works well with that lead hand to get the jab across.
Yep.
And then, of course, for the rest of the punches to flow. Anybody else want to chime in on Usyk? You guys agree with his placement in this as a nominee for one of the best jabs in boxing?
Well, yeah, absolutely. That right jab is good. It's on point. It's accurate. He uses it to set other stuff up. He and Lomachenko come from the same background. He works with or has worked with Lomachenko's dad. I would argue that many southpaws have a jab. It's the effectiveness of how they try to use it. Because you look at Mark Johnson, Camacho, Michael Moore, even a young Spence, they'll use the jab, but is it a rangefinder or are they really trying to use it like Usyk does? Mm-hmm. And there's the gauge where I would agree with you on the effectiveness of most southpaw jabs, and Usyk's is definitely effective.
Excellent point. Jimmy, you were going to chime in as well?
Well, I was just going to say, yeah, he's really good at his up jab, like you guys said, and he uses it for range. He doesn't put a lot on it. It's not a devastating jab, although he fucking popped up. The last kid he fought there pretty good with a jab.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah.
But, you know what I mean? So I think he finished him with jabs. But, yeah, no, Usyk's an excellent jab. He's a well-trained, fundamentally sound, Ukrainian fighter, trained by Papachenko. So
I don't think he's still trained by Papachenko, is he?
He's got a lot of that Papachenko in him, man.
Yeah, that's true.
They worked together before. I don't know if they're still together now, but he did train Usyk for a while. I don't know if it's amateur or pros. I don't know the background on that, but he has been his trainer and cornerman before.
There you go. By the way, shout out to Chris K for his contribution to Super Chat. He says, Dalsim has a good jab. Hit you from 5 feet away. Well, listen, he also has that Indian mystical magic that allowed him to stretch his arm out that far away. Some of us can stretch other things as well that far away. Let's just put it that way. We're not going to get into that, or more into that, rather. But yeah. Anyway, listen, the point is this. You guys got to calm down.
You better pause.
It's a fucking boxing show today, all right? I'm not going to have this type of stuff. All right, but shout out to Chris K for his contribution. All right, let's go to another fighter here. We're almost done with this list here, by the way. Best jabbers. We're ranking who has the best jab in boxing. We're getting through the nominees here at the moment. The next guy, a future junior middleweight. His promoters say that he's returning, so we'll consider him active for the moment, and that is the undefeated Virgil Ortiz. That jab, we're talking about power, is one of the considerations for a good punch, a good jab. His jab is the definition of a shotgun jab. Straight, powerful, you can hear it on TV. Guys, what do you think about Virgil Ortiz's jab? I mean, he dropped Kavalyuskas with it, remember, to the body and upstairs, I believe.
I'm not saying it's the best jab in boxing, but I enjoy watching his jab the most out of all the guys we're talking about. I like his jab the most. It's a shotgun. Yeah, it's a shotgun jab. It's powerful. It's straight down the middle. It's a very effective shot. Guys can't. It's like he throws that jab. It's coming, and you can't stop that shit.
That's a good way of putting it. I mean, in terms of strength, again, we're not saying it's the best jab, but in terms of strength, I think the strongest jabs so far that really look like they hurt, Joshua's, Taraji's maybe, Inoue, and
I gotta watch
Ortiz.
Taraji. I gotta watch him. BDA, can't lie, I haven't seen him.
I sent you the links yesterday. What's the matter with you?
I know. It's just I couldn't get to him, man. I apologize. Maybe I did. I just don't remember.
You were eating waffles and ice cream again. I know you.
Oh man, that's exactly. How did you know that? What the?
Because I know you. Because I know you.
Okay.
That's the thing. Don't ever try to get one past me, man, because I know you. All right, we got to get to these lists, by the way, man, because we're almost done with Jab, and we still got a long way to go here. Jimmy and Chief, you guys want to chime in on Virgil Ortiz's jab?
Reminds me of Trinidad. Everything he throws is with power.
Nice yeah, nice.
So he doesn't double up with it as much when he throws it, like Rick and I said. He doesn't need to double up with it because he's not trying to establish range with it. He's trying to knock your head back. He's trying to knock you off balance with it, not set up other punches. Whatever punch he throws is a power punch. It's meant to hurt. It's meant to do damage. It's meant to daze you. It's meant to throw you off. And it reminds me a lot of Felix Trinidad. So
interesting.
That's the kind of jab it is.
That's a great comparison, Chief.
Yeah, I mean, it's two welterweights. The hard-hitting welterweights, that's for sure.
Same height, right? Around the same height, same length. Yeah.
I think Ortiz might be. I have to double check. I'm not sure.
Ortiz might be a little bit bigger than him. You're right. Yeah.
Well, Trinidad was 5'11" and a half, I think, almost 6 feet tall. He was taller than De La Hoya, from what I remember. Okay, another nominee for one of the best jabs, and that is Caleb Plant. Now, some of you might be. I know some people were probably gonna say Caleb Plant. Well, he sucks. First of all, again, this ain't about pound for pound, guys. This is about the best specific categories here, attributes. And when it comes to a jab, say what you want about him. He has a good up jab. It's quick. Like I said, it's long. It gets the job done. He was snapping Canelo's head back during their fight. He also
I remember that.
You're right. It also allowed him to outbox Uzcategui, Dirrell, and not for nothing. But that jab was causing a lot of problems for David Benavidez in the first 6 rounds, the first half of the fight. So, guys, what do you think?
Say that. Thank you for saying that for me.
Well, you guys chime in. You guys tell me.
No, sir, I wasn't trying to interrupt you. You brought up a point before I could, is all I was getting at. It's a point that I was going to make. So I was just saying, excellent point, and thank you for mentioning that. His jab is what was throwing Benavidez off. And Benavidez is, by many fans' opinion, is the heir apparent to beat Canelo. So that tells you how good the jab is. If Benavidez is as good as advertised and people believe, and that jab was throwing him off that much, that speaks to the level of the jab.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, no, his jab is decent, man. It's good. It's a good jab. Like you said, he had moments against Canelo, a shorter guy. I'm trying to think of who else. What was the guy he fucking knocked out and he kind of like did the little burial thing?
Dirrell.
Yeah, if you look at that fight, he set that shit up with the jab.
Oh, yeah, that's true, huh?
Yeah, I mean, at the end, Dirrell was stupid, right? Dirrell was being stupid with him, but, throughout most of the fight, a lot of Plant's success came from the jab,
Right.
I don't think necessarily when he knocked him out, it was because of the jab. I think they were just going at it, and Dirrell played a stupid game and won a stupid prize, but, yeah, his jab is decent. I don't think it's as good as the guys we mentioned, though. It might be on the level of Fulton, in between Fulton and Devin Haney.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Well, now I gotta tell you, fellas. First of all, I want to remind people in the chat anybody who's listening to hit the like. It really helps us out. Right now we're at 56. Let's get it to 75, at least 75. And then we'll see about 100. But get us to 75. Otherwise, guess what? We're wrapping things up right now. We're going to jab you. We're going to jab your evening up. And we're going to get the fuck out of here. We're going to go trick-or-treating, despite the fact that we're all grown men here. All right, let's get to the next guy in the category of jabbers. And let me tell you, again, I got to preface or actually explain why I got this guy up here every time I put somebody up. The next guy is, I'm putting here in the last spot here in the bottom row, and that is Tony Harrison. That's right, Tony Harrison. Let me tell you something. Let me go back to the criteria for a specific punch. We're talking about the consistency. How much did this guy use his jab throughout his career? Well, that with Harrison, it's almost every fight. He outboxed Charlo from the outside with that jab in the first fight. from the outside. Then in the rematch, he was walking Charlo down, still sticking that jab in there. He was outboxing Jared Hurd with the jab before Jared Hurd stopped him. He was also out jabbing that dude, that Sergio Garcia, the Spaniard that gave Fundora so much trouble. Meanwhile, Harrison just outboxed him, darted around him with that jab. So say what you want about his chin. Oh, and I guess Tim Tszyu, he was snapping his head back all night long as well. That jab is he doesn't telegraph it. It's straight as an arrow, just like me. It's quick. It's versatile too. He chooses from multiple angles, and like I said, consistent with it. The only thing that I take points away from in terms of the criteria is power. But other than that, guys, I'm not going to say it just quite yet, but what do you think about Tony Harris's jab? Do you think he deserves to be on this list, or am I completely nuts?
Based off criteria, yeah, there's an argument because of how much he used it, and he is a former world champion. So on those criteria, yes. I mean, the level of fighter is not what we're reviewing. It's each punch that we're mentioning, and it is a staple of his arsenal. So from that standpoint, I don't argue that, but I wouldn't put him on a list with most of these other fighters as a whole. But since we're rating just that punch, then yeah, we can mention it. Because I mean, his world title contention is PBC might bail him out of, hey, we need a title fight real quick. Who can we dig up from the grave? Oh, Tony Harrison. He's a former world champion, but that's the extent of what he is anymore. He'll be an opponent, or a journeyman, or a gatekeeper / But that doesn't take away from how he uses his jab and the criteria that you set. From that aspect, he belongs on the list, and he uses it well. And to be honest with you, he is a good boxer. He's a really good boxer, but he's at the Enrique Sanchez, Raul Marquez, Mark Breland. Mark Breland's a little more accomplished, but that level of guy that's just only so good to not be elite. He can give everybody else a tough fight. He might be able to win a vacant belt against a C-rate fighter, but he just is missing that last bit that he needs to be special. That doesn't mean that his jab is not effective and a good part of his arsenal, but that's what his problems he has with his career as a whole.
He lacks that dog.
You say he doesn't move different. That's what the Zoomers say nowadays.
You don't move different. Yeah.
I move different. I'm a different breed. That's the.
Nah, he's a common breed.
I'm moving different. This shit ain't nothing to me, man. I'm a dog.
That's right. That's me. That's
me
talking.
Right.
That's me talking shit to people on the internet. By the way. But listen.
After his ass whipping to Casa Tszyu, he was like Ace from Paid in Full. I breathe different. I act.
I'll tell you what, though, we got to get through this, man. Here, but I'm okay. First of all, shout out to Errol Stevens for his contribution with Super Chat. He says Dimitri Bivol has the best straight punches in boxing. Well, there you go. I agree with that. Shout out to Earl Stevens. All right, now, I got to tell you, man, we got to come up now, give some special consideration, or what's the word I'm looking for here? When you nominate, when somebody doesn't get nominated, but he gets what's the word I'm looking for here? The term, the phrase. You guys know what I'm talking about, right?
Special notice. I mean, special mention.
Yeah, special mention. Thank you, Jimmy.
Honorable mention.
Honorable mention. Yeah, thank you, Chief. All right, honorable mention. Somebody mentioned Dylan White. Yeah, he had a good jab as well. Julian Williams is a guy that I would have liked to put it here, but I think he's pretty much on the outs. But that, like Harrison, a Cheney junior middleweight, all the skill in the world, but just couldn't take a gosh darn punch. All right, now we got to decide who has the best jab here. Who wants to start? Who wants to give us their pick? Out of all the guys on this list, who has the best jab in boxing? Somebody better go. Otherwise, I'll go.
Well, okay. Personally, right now, the most effective jab, and when you look what he's done with it, because I went back and looked at a few of his fights too, was Inoue. He sets up everything off the jab, and he hides that devastating power behind it. Even with Fulton, that shot that he caught him with, you know what I mean? When he sent him spinning, and then he jumped through, flew through the air and hit him. But even that was behind a perfect jab. He drills a hard jab, gets your head up, gets you stinging, and then he hides his punch behind it. And he does unbelievable damage with it. And his accuracy with that jab is sick. Splits the guard. But yeah, out of the people there, for me, it's Inoue.
I think it's Usyk for me. It's tough. I get exactly where Jimmy's coming from. For all the reasons he mentioned. But Usyk's jab, man, it's a sneaky, effective jab. Go look at the way he ended the fight against Dubois. That punch, I think, because it happened so quick, so fast, people didn't realize what he did. It was like Dubois thought that was a jab. He kind of hooked it a little bit towards the end. It was coming in a straight line, and bing, it kind of hooks right like a little snapping jab punch. You know, like a little jab, a jab hook. Okay, but it's all at the end. Strong wrist, shit like that comes into play. So yeah, I think not just because what he did to Dubois, but also what he did against Anthony Joshua, and even when he was a cruiserweight. Right now, the fighters are not coming to me, but I've seen him do some good work with the jab as a cruiserweight. But I think especially at heavyweight, I'm gonna say he's the best jabber.
Now we got a bit of a problem here because we're talking about who has the best jab in boxing. Now, Jimmy said Inoue, recognized saying Usyk. I'm saying Harrison. Again, not just because he doesn't hit as hard with a jab as Inoue, so we need a tiebreaker here. Chief is busy right now, I think, so we're gonna have to go to the.
I'm free for a second. Where are we at with it?
Who has the best jab out of all the guys we put here on the list?
Let me go to YV again. I'm probably gonna have to go under the circumstances with Bivol. It's gotten him to his biggest victories. It's gotten him to his best wins.
We're all going with different guys here. Okay, we're gonna need people in the chat to pick. Okay, so the nominees that we have out of all these guys is Bivol, Harrison, Inoue, and Usyk. Guys in the chat, you gotta help us out, and you gotta tell us who has the best jab in boxing.
Can I change my vote to Usyk because I forgot we mentioned him. I don't know why I did. Yeah, of the ones everybody else has been voting for, Usyk definitely has the best jab. I think he should win.
All right, so there you have it. Tiebreaker from the Chief, and I'm looking at the chat, and some people are saying Usyk. Some people are saying Bivol, but most are going with Usyk. There we go. The best jab in boxing right now, based on the criteria that we offered before, which was consistency, technique.
BBA, what's right is right. What's right is right. Okay,
that's right. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely correct there. Recognize. What the fuck? That's not Alexander Usyk. There we go. So the best jab is Alexander Usyk, the best jab in boxing. So now let me just take a snapshot of this so I can save it for posterity.
By the way, I'm gonna cut my hair like that, BDA. I was thinking about cutting my hair just like that.
Recognize if you ever do that, you will be off the show. It's contractually you're forbidden from doing that type of stuff. It's in the contract. Check it out.
All right. I'll just cut it bald or let it grow gray, whatever. All right, fine.
By the way, some people are in the chat were mentioning Shakur Stevenson, and I thought about it. Shakur Stevenson, but like we were saying earlier, he has the same problem that a lot of southpaw have, which is when they're fighting orthodox fighters, all of a sudden that jab is non-existent. You didn't see him jabbing.
Nobody's jabs to the balls better than Shakur. I will give him that.
Wait a minute. What's going on here? No, but yeah, man. I mean, he's against Jermell Herring. He showed a good jab, and I suspect that if he ever fights Tank Davis, a fellow southpaw, you will see that jab snap out. But against Joed Gonzalez, against Pitufo Diaz, against Valdez, against Conceição, that jab is just isn't there. Which is a shame, because I think he could actually do good work. And he's going to be fighting Edwin de los Santos next. Edwin de los Santos is a dangerous guy. Dominican guy. He's got speed. He's got power. He's younger than Stevenson. He's about the same size, but with longer reach. That's going to be an interesting one in about 2 weeks from now. All right. So, guys, don't forget to hit the like. Let me check how many likes we're at right now. We're at 65 likes. No, 67. Let's get to 75, fellas, or 80. Let's get to 80. We can do 80. Otherwise, we pack it in right now. That's what. One thing we're good at here on this show is quitting. We'll quit. We'll quit the fucking show if you don't get us to 85 likes. All right, fellas. We're ranking fighters by category here. So we just got done through the jab. That's the last, the first one. Okay, we're gonna have to move a little faster through these, fellas. Now we're gonna go to lead hook. Now, what I mean by lead hook is if you're a southpaw, we're talking about the right hook, and if you're an orthodox, obviously the left hook. So that's what we're gonna be looking at here right now. Let's go to the lead hook category here. The first guy that's gonna be coming up here is an oldie but goldie. Saul Canelo Alvarez. Who wants to take this one first? Usually I'm starting off here telling you why this guy's got a good attribute. Who wants to go with that?
It's not a typical, stereotypical 70s, 80s Mexican left hook. He doesn't use it the same. He's not the same type of fighter as most of them. He's kind of a combination of Chavez when he needs to be, but definitely Salvador Sanchez, even though he's stockier, but he fights in a more boxing manner. But he still uses it to the body. He can lead with it, which is the categories. His lead left hook. It's not one set off other punches. Am I correct, sir?
Absolutely. And it's a little too straight.
Okay, so his lead hook. I view him more as a one that uses the hook off of other punches versus leading with the hook. Not that he never does. At super middleweight, he doesn't pot shot per se, but he has a lower punch output. So sometimes he throws one punch at a time, in which case the lead hook is presented in that manner. But he throws so many other punches in his arsenal, and he uses so many other punches to his repertoire. It's an excellent lead hook. It's not a knockout one like I know these are heavyweights, but Morrison and Tyson used to throw. But it's still a very solid lead hook. He knows how to use it, and he knows how to time it. And sometimes he does it by turning the jab sideways. He's stepping in, his shoulders right in range, and then he just turns it sideways and brings it in. Most fighters built like him can't do that.
That's very well said right there, man. Took a lot out of my mouth of what I was going to say. Anybody else want to chime in on Canelo's hook, left hook, that is, the lead hook? When I say lead hook, obviously I'm talking about the lead hand. So we're talking about just left hook overall, not necessarily whether he leads with it or not.
Okay, well, still, my comment stands, but now I understand what we're saying for everybody else.
I'll say this. Okay, go ahead, Jimmy.
Oh, well, I was going to say, no, Canelo, that left hook he has is nasty. One of the best in boxing. The lead one he throws, the one he caught Plant with. Yeah, no, he's got an excellent left hook. It's deceptive for a shorter guy, how much range he covers when he lets it go. So, yeah, there's really not much more to say.
Yeah, when he caught that left hook, that he caught Caleb Plant with, that leaping hook, just a heavy hook. Also, he got Golovkin a whole bunch of times. In the rematch, for example, he got him with a flush lead left hook on the chin. He got Charlo a couple of times with it. Charles got a good chin, so he was able to take it. He got Daniel Jacobs with it as well. So his hook is sometimes he doesn't. If you look at, somebody brought up Felix Trinidad earlier. He would close that hook in an L angle, the arm. So he would, split it as an L. That's how you're supposed to throw it. Canelo sometimes doesn't do that, but it's just he's so strong that he gets away with it. But it's still one of the best left hooks in boxing, and you really don't want a hook with him. Speaking of hooking with a hooker, shout out to Rapak Striking Company. Shout out to him for re-extending his membership program. Shout out to Rapax, and he says, don't hook with a hooker. There you go. Also, don't try to stiff a hooker, by the way, because usually they know people.
I always try to stiff them. I always try to stiff those suckers.
No, you don't want to do that, man. Believe me. They'll send people after you. It's a whole mess afterwards. All right, let's get down to this then. Shout out to Rapak Striking Company. Let's get to the next guy then. We're talking about the left hooks here. Who has a good left hook? Some of the best left hooks in boxing, and that is in that bottom rung here. You have Isaac Cruz. He's got little T-Rex arms, but stay away from his punching range when he starts winging hooks. Because just ask Gamboa, ask the bevy of guys that he's knocked the fuck out with that left hook. Fellas, what do you think about Isaac Cruz's lead hook? Or left
Can't
hook,
be in his little range, and I don't mean that in a disrespectful way. He'll fucking knock your head off. Yeah, that lead hook is dangerous, bro. I mean, you can stay away from it, you know. But as the fight goes along, he kind of makes you fall into his traps because of his constant pressure, him bringing the fight to you, right? So you could be successful in staying away from his range, but eventually he's going to catch up, and he's pretty fast too. So I like his lead hook, and yeah, I think I like him a little bit better than Canelo's.
Yeah, that the Isaac Cruz's left hook didn't really work out against the last guy he fought. For some reason, that dude had his chin up in the air and he still managed to take the left hooks. Who was it again? Cabron Cabrera. I don't know how he managed to take the left hooks, but he did. So that sort of threw cold water a little bit on Isaac Cruz's hooks. But everybody else, even Tank Davis, got stunned by that left hook when he was on the rope. So they got to watch out, man. He's got dynamite in that left hook. All right, so guys, we got to move through this. So if you guys want to jump in, you jump in and you let me know, all right? Just jump in whenever you want. Let's go to another guy then. We're talking about the left hooks here. Well, this guy's an orthodox guy, so you see him there in the before last position in the bottom row, and that is Anthony Joshua. Talk about left hooks. He dropped Carlos Takam with a good left hook. The way he dropped Andy Ruiz, by the way, too, who has an iron chin. He hooked with a hooker, and he got away with it that one time. Also against Pulev, he displayed good left hooks. Against Vladimir Klitschko. I mean, this guy, again, he's trying to be Vladimir Klitschko now, old Vladimir Klitschko, but just winning fights by throwing 5 jabs at a time. Fuck that, man. That left hook is dynamite, and I'd like to see more of it. Fellas, what do you say about Joshua's left hook?
I love his left hook. Yep, it's deadly. You know, this is some of the stuff that he's gone away from, man. You know, this is what makes him like sort of a timid fighter. Timid fighter, man. I mean, he's fighting good competition, so you know, you would expect that you're not going to be able to do all the stuff that you normally do with lesser fighters. But when he's throwing that lead left hook, man, that shit is. I'm surprised he didn't knock out like you said, man. I'm surprised he didn't knock out what's the dude that knocked him out again? Man, why am I drawing a blank today?
Ruiz?
Yeah.
Yeah, that he sent a sweat flying off of Ruiz's head in that one.
Ruiz got a good chin, man. He got a good fucking chin because
he's got a fat chin
and a thick neck, and that's what helped him take that punch so well.
Yeah.
That's right.
Ruiz has good
neck, yep.
He's got 3 good chins, man. He's got that triple chin thing
He's
going.
catching up to me.
Well, there you go. All right, anybody else, fellas? Because we got to move through this quickly, so don't be shy. Just jump in. Pretend it's open.
Joshua was a power puncher. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Joshua was a power puncher altogether. So his jab is hard. His right hand is a knockout punch. His left hook is a knockout punch. He's a big, strong, athletic man. I've already stated the fact he's on the other side of his athleticism, so he's probably going to have to put punches together more now. I know you're comparing him to Vladimir Klitschko, but he doesn't have the jab Klitschko has. Klitschko's jab, even though he had a boring
but
style,
we're not talking about jab here, Chief. We're not talking about the jab.
I know, but his jab was equivalent to most people's right hand. Joshua doesn't have that. Now, I know we're talking about the hook. His hook is much more powerful because he gets leverage on it, he turns into it, and his athleticism of turning the various muscles that go with a hook. It's a better punch than his jab. Even though he's a right-handed fighter, his hook is every bit as hard as his right.
That's a good point. That's the next. Yeah, that's that. Listen, somebody brought up Tyson Fury in the chat. Tyson Fury is a slapper with that left hook. He does not have a good left hook. Joshua has a dynamite left hook, and I want to see more of it. He needs to get rid of Derrick James and go back to a guy who's going to get him to be more offensive, not trying to box and win the fight, throwing 5 jabs per round. Not going to happen on my watch. I'll tell you that much. All right, now let's go to another guy here. Yeah, we're talking about the left hooks here. Well, another guy, because this guy's orthodox as well, and that is Oscar Valdez, super featherweight. Now, of course, that left hook did nothing to Navarrete, and against the southpaw Shakur Stevenson, he couldn't get it across as much as he wanted to. Nevertheless, even though he struggled against Mariaga, he hurt him with a left hook, I believe it was. Against Genesis Cervania, he dropped him with a left hook. Look, see what he did to Miguel Berchelt. That knockout of the year, I believe it was, in 2021. I mean, this guy, talk about dynamite. We're talking about what makes a good left hook. or a good punch rather, overall. We're talking consistency, technique, power, speed, and variety. Well, he checks most of those with that left hook. Consistency, he's consistent with it throughout most of his fights. Technique, it's a good left hook. It's tight. Power, I mean, come on, speaks for itself, and it's quick too. So, guys, what do you think about Oscar Valdez? You agree with that? Is he one of the best hookers in boxing?
Yeah, I like his hook, but it's like a double-edged sword. His whole style revolves around it. So without it, he can't do much else. But with it, he's made his whole career off it, basically. So it's a good hook, but I think like it's like I said, it's a double-edged sword. It's his weakness and his strength. I don't know if it'd make him the best hooker because all he does with it is throw it full blast every time.
You're absolutely right on the money there, man. He spams the left hook. That's one of his problems. Hooks overall. Right hook, left hook, right hook, left hook. That's all he does. It's like he's playing a video game. He'd be much better if he actually... I can't believe this guy was an Olympian, by the way. I guess the Mexican Olympic team was kind of thin, and he was able to make it on there because that type of technique just doesn't work. But overall, I mean, he's one of the top super featherweights in the world. Can't take that away from him. He's one of the best hookers in boxing, if not the best. We'll see if he is the best. All right, so let's move on to another guy here then. Next up on the list, another guy with a good left hook. We're talking about the lineal and undisputed, that's right, I said undisputed, junior welterweight champion. And that is Teofimo Lopez right there in the fourth spot in the top row. Teofimo Lopez. Now, what makes him a good hooker? Well, it's quick, it's powerful. I remember he was knocking out a bunch of people with left hooks early on in his career. Then I believe he knocked out Maldonado, something awful with that left hook. And against Josh Taylor, he was looking like Roy Jones in there with that leaping left hook, the gazelle hook, as they call it, the gazelle punch. Guys, what do you think? Does Teofimo Lopez have a good left hook? Does he deserve to be on this list?
To me, he's a question mark altogether based off of the fact he went from prospect to champion, prospect to contender to champion, similar to Kelly Pavlik, all at one time, and then his career stalled. And then at 140, he hasn't really shown this huge power that he showed explosively against the prospect level opponents he faced at lightweight. So even though he's a talented fighter, he has very good reflexes, coordination. I don't know what his power is like yet, especially at 140, because he hasn't really been able to display it like he did when he was a prospect. Remember the term prospect, not contender. As a contender, I think was Comey, because he the Asian fighter that Loma beat that gave Teo such problems, and he didn't knock out. He never really hurt, in my opinion. He outworked, but never really hurt Loma, a natural featherweight. Went the distance twice now at junior welterweight. So I haven't really seen him be as powerful with it yet. So his power at the world-class level at a weight class, he's not weight bullying people in. I'm on the fence. But what I saw from, like you said, the way he was leaping in with those Roy Jones type hooks as a prospect / contender, oh yeah, by all means, one punch knockouts. I'm waiting to see what he does the more he fights at the world-class level at these higher weights to see exactly how it is. But he's still, like some of the people we mentioned, he can hook off the jab with it, so he can jab and hook off with it. And he can also, he's very good at leading with it. He doesn't have to set it up because he's quick enough and he has the reflexes for it.
That's a good breakdown right there. Anyone else want to chime in on Teofimo Lopez's hook, left hook, to be more precise?
I agree with Chief, man. I agree with Chief, 100%.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. But I'll say right off the bat, I don't think it's the best left hook in boxing. Let's see if we can find who does have a better left hook. We go to the junior middleweight champion. I think he's still the junior middleweight champion, and that is Jermell Charlo. Right there in the before last spot in the top row. Jermell Charlo. Now, what makes him a good left hooker? Well, how about the fact that when he hurt Tony Harrison before stopping him was with a left hook. Oh, he also dropped him early on with a left hook. He hurt Castaño in the first bout with a counter left hook. Then he stopped him with a left hook in the rematch. Actually, that was the downfall of Castaño all night. He was eating left hooks, and the one that dropped him before the finish was a left hook. Who else? When he was fighting Austin Trout, he was mixing in good left hooks, which is the left hook after the right hand, by the way. It's the southpaw killer, and he was throwing that quickly as well. This guy has a good left hook. Now, yeah, he landed it a couple of times against Canelo, and he couldn't do anything to him. But I mean, that's to be expected. He was fighting a bulldog in there. But against everybody else, that left hook is deadly. Guys, what do you think about Jermell Charlo's left hook?
Yeah, it's better. I think his left hook is better than probably everybody on the list so far.
Whoa!
Outside of maybe Joshua. Outside of Joshua, it's probably the strongest out of all of them.
I forgot to say he also dropped and stunned Jason Rosario with a left hook. Banana Rosario, that is. So, yeah, man, that left hook. And I think he stopped Julian Jackson's son with a left hook too. So, yeah.
Well, between him and maybe Canelo's stronger because let's think about it. Canelo is hitting bigger dudes. He may not be stopping them with those lead left hooks, but he's definitely getting their attention when they're not fighting back. You get what I'm saying? So it is a weapon.
I mean, Earl Stevens
is probably the third best out of everybody on this list. It's a good lead left hook. I would say that.
I mean, I give him points for consistency too, on top of the power, because he does use, like I said, we're bringing up examples of each time he stopped people with a left hook, and there are a lot. But then again, Earl Stevens says if Canelo was fighting midgets, then he's getting KOs.
Yeah,
Charlo is a weight bully. I mean, yeah, we kind of gotta take points away from that.
That's a good point, BDA, because Canelo's clearly fighting bigger guys than himself.
And to be honest with you, after that last performance, I really don't want to give that dude credit for shit.
Oh, come on.
I'm just, come on, Jimmy. It is what it is, man.
Come on, Jimmy, man. Come on, Jimmy.
That's his last performance was like shit, bro.
Performance aside, though, even though he has a good hook, when he uses it, like he can hook off the jab. I keep saying this over and over again. It's like a broken record, but a lot of fighters tonight can do that. It's nowhere near his primary weapon. He's definitely a jab. He'll throw a body shot when there's an opening, but he's mostly a jab right hand guy. He's mostly a headhunter. He's mostly he'll throw an occasional uppercut, but not a lead uppercut. So his lead punch is mostly used for the jab. And if he throws a hook, it's either off the jab or off the right hand. He doesn't lead with it alone, even though I know it doesn't have to be how they lead with the hook in this category. But he uses it as a secondary weapon off of something else.
Yeah, that's a good point. Now, we got to move on here to the next guy, and that is the number one welterweight in the world and one of the best fighters in the world overall, and that is Terence Crawford right there on the third spot in the top row. Now, what makes him a good hooker? Now, actually, this is a little complicated or tricky because he's ambidextrous. So when we're talking about lead hooker, we're talking about when he's in the southpaw position or when he's in the righty. Let's just go overall. Fuck it. When it comes to hooks, this guy throws some wallops. That's what I like to call him. He's got long-ass arms, long-ass orangutan arms, and yet he managed to generate some wild momentum on those hooks. That's how he caught Sean Porter coming in with those hooks. Avenesian, he caught him at the mid-range, so we give him points for versatility because he can throw it mid-range or long-range. You saw how he was pushing Errol Spence around, ragdolling him with those hooks. He is what Deontay Wilder should have been with the hooks because they got a similar body build. Guys, what do you think about Terence Crawford's hooks? Does he deserve to be on the list?
Well, Crawford doesn't do anything wrong.
Well, not for you.
I'm joking, but most people call me a Crawford fanboy, so I had to leave off with that.
All right, there you go.
He knows how to use his leverage well. So for a long arm guy like he's not a heavyweight like Bo is, but Bo for a tall guy knew how to use his arms at long range to or accordion style them in sometimes and still get good leverage on his shots. Similar situation.
All right. Anybody else want to chime in? We gotta move through these ones.
Yeah,
here,
I love his hooks. I think that's one of his most deadliest weapons. And like you said, BDA, it can come from either side. It could come from the right, the left. We've seen him do it time and time again, man. He can fucking jab you, well, Kell Brook was more like Skellbrook when he did that to him.
Oh, yeah.
But still, like his jab, though, his fucking jab is, from either side is deadly. We seen him drop Spence with it, right? The first knockdown. Wasn't that a
First
lead, right?
first one was a jab, but I believe the second or third knockdown that was a hook, a double right hook.
That was a hook with the same hand. With the same hand.
Yeah, the punch
Yeah,
that hurt
the guy's
Spence in the
fucking.
second round.
That guy's.
Oh, sorry, was it right?
So yeah,
it was the right. The lead right was in the second round he dropped him, and then in the seventh round, like BDA said, I think it was the seventh round. He knocked him out. He knocked him down with a right hook. He knocked it off the ropes too. I think he was on the ropes, and
he dropped
clonked him.
I forget which round it was. I don't know if it was before, after the uppercut knockdown, or before, or after that. But whatever. The point is, he's got good hooks. So I think based on what everyone's saying here, he definitely deserves to be on that list. All right, let's move on.
Because he's ambidextrous, he might be the most. He's probably the best. Maybe I'm saying it, the more effective hooker.
Well, we shall see.
Yeah, he's probably
Especially over somebody's jab. I think he throws one of the best counters over somebody's jab. And when he punches with you, he's very, very effective with his like he did the Spence. The second, I think in minute 47 of the second round, he clipped him with that over the top right hook. And I'll tell you, that's the one that had Spence blinking. I know he's excellent. Probably one of the best counter hookers in boxing.
All right, let's get to another one here. If you keep your eye on the last spot in the top row, and that is Jose Ramirez. Jose Ramirez has a good left hook. Now, when he fought, to me, a good example is as when he fought Josh Taylor, a southpaw. He wasn't just relying on the right hand, Ramirez was. He was following it up with a left hook, and he was catching Josh Taylor with those hooks. He was shaking him up. He's also dropped other people with hooks. I believe blocker. What's his name? I gotta look up the name. I forget. I'm spacing out here, but I think he dropped that the Afro Anglo guy. He dropped him with a body shot. I mean, with a left hook, I believe, or started the downfall with that. So he's got a good left hook. Anybody agree or disagree with that?
No, he's got a good left hook. He got a good left hook.
I think good enough that it earns him a spot in the list. I think it was Amir Imam. Yeah, Amir Imam, Antonio Orozco. He had that. He didn't work at all against Jose Cepeda, that's for sure. Maurice Hooker, that was the guy I was talking about. And I think he stunned Postol too with a jab or a hook. I forget which one it was. So yeah, man, he can.
Who's about again? I'm sorry, man. I lost track. Who are we talking about?
Jose Ramirez, the junior welterweight contender.
Yeah. Yeah, he's good.
All right. Let's move on here. We got to make the quick time here. All right. Jose Ramirez. Now, I tell you, we go to the featherweight division here. We go to this featherweight division. We're staying with Mexican style for the moment. And that is in the first spot on the bottom row there, you see Mauricio Lara. Now, when he fought Lee Wood in the rematch, that left hook was completely ineffective. But in the first fight, he decked Lee Wood with a jab, just flattened him with that. Did the same thing to Josh Warrington when he took his titles away from him, or his title, I forget which ones he had. Never hook with a hooker. Josh Warrington thought he was a hooker and ended up getting his ass stopped. He's stopped a bunch of other people with that left hook. Say what you want about his lack of cutting the ring off skills, his lack of footwork and all that. That left hook, you don't want to hook with this dude. That's all I'll say about that.
Dude, that left hook is deadly. But,
Recognize, why'd you sound like a surfer? Dude, that left hook, bro. Totally right.
Deadly, dude.
What the hell was that, man? All right, I'm sorry. Go ahead, man.
Totally awesome, dude.
Totally tubular, man.
Sounds like Cheech and Chong over here. But yeah, it's a dynamite hook.
Yeah, it's a dynamite hook, but like you said, it could disappear in certain fights, but boy, when he gets you, it's over.
I like Mauricio Lara's hook. It's obviously got a lot of power in it, but I don't think he sets it up very well. So
that's
I want to put him at the top of this list,
Absolutely. Yeah. Great point. I mean, if we were talking about the hardest hooks, he'd be in the top 3. But as it stands, we're looking at the whole criteria here, which is consistency, technique, power, speed, and variety. And based off of that, Neversource brought up the point that doesn't really set it up all that well. All right, now let's go to another guy here. Virgil Ortiz comes up again. There you see him in the first slot of the top row. I mean, what can I say about this left hook? I mean, if you've seen the guy, if you haven't seen him fight, you'll know why he's up in this list.
Yeah, that left hook is deadly too, man, and he knows how to set it up. That's what's good about him.
Yeah, that's a good point. The contrast with him and Lara is that this guy knows how to set up his hook. And you know what? He reminds me of Jose Ramirez. It always reminded me of him. At some point, they were in the same stable with Robert Garcia. They actually sparred together. There's footage out there of them sparring. Ortiz is his combinations are a little less effective or not less effective, but a little less quick, a little slower, I should say, than Ramirez's. But he's heavier handed and he's faster overall, even though he doesn't really put the combos as well.
Didn't Ramirez in that sparring session? Didn't he get the best of him? But wasn't like Ortiz just really young back then, and maybe he just probably beat him on experience.
I mean, there's multiple. I think there's about 2 versions of sparring.
Yeah,
I think.
I thought I saw one of them, and it looked like Ramirez might have been getting the best of him because, like you said, Ortiz is a little bit slower. But that's been changing with experience because he's more comfortable throwing combinations, the left hook, uppercuts, all that stuff. So he's getting more experience in that. Where when he fought Ramirez, from the clip that I saw, he might have been still a little bit green.
Maybe, man, maybe. But I tell you what, man, anybody that's gonna fight this dude, they have to watch out for a whole bunch of things from him, and one of those is a left
That's
hook.
the thing about him. It's not one thing to watch out about him. You got to watch out for, because somebody said earlier, he's just a power puncher all the way through. I think it might have been you. It's like everything he just everything hurts because he's trying to knock you out. He's trying to knock your fucking. He's trying to take your. He's trying to get you to be just fucking totally bewildered for other shots. So every shot has commitment to it.
Absolutely. I mean, he shifts his weight. That's the other thing. If you want to talk about technique here, he shifts the weight perfectly when he turns that left hook over. So that's one of the main points there. Now, the next guy that we're talking about here, left hooks, the guy here in the second spot here in the top row, and that is Ryan Garcia, lightweight contender. That left hook of his, we're talking about criteria.
Yeah.
Might be a little too long. He might not close it as much as he should. But gosh darn it, does he get the job done with that left hook? Just ask Javier Fortuna. Ask Tagoe, who got hurt with a left hook. I mean, this left hook is quick, it's long, it's strong. Guys, what do you think about Ryan Garcia's hook?
It's fast, but I don't like the way he sets it up.
Yeah, same thing. Same thing.
Yeah, I was gonna say the same thing. He basically has the most speed on it. Probably could have the most power on it. He probably could do the most with it, but the way he uses it's almost like Oscar Valdez. Even worse because he doesn't have any sorts of defense behind it, as we've seen in that Davis fight, right?
Yeah, he's trying to counter for the most part with it. He's not really trying to exchange punches with the guy. I don't think he has that type of confidence. Although I do give him credit for reinventing his style and becoming more aggressive, but it's still a whipping type left hook. Has to be one of the hardest hooks in boxing, one of the deadliest, I would say. And now let's go to the last nominee in this division, and that is the monster, Naoya Inoue, right there in the third spot in the bottom row. I mean, you want to talk about this left hook? Ask Emmanuel Rodriguez about that left hook. When he decided to trade with the guy, got a little too overconfident, and got dropped with a left hook. The way he took out Donaire in the rematch with that left hook. And then I believe the last punch that took out Stephen Fulton, no, excuse me, the left foot that dropped him, that was after the right hand that wobbled him, it was a left hook. So, guys, what do you think about Naoya Inoue's left hook?
I rate it just behind Crawford's.
It's probably the best. You can go Crawford or him. You can go either guy.
Yeah, and Inoue's done more damage overall with it. I mean, he's the most devastating puncher in boxing right now. No questions asked. I mean, puts people the fuck out. You know what I mean?
I mean, yeah, I'm a little okay. So we got the list here filled up here. As honorable mention to Dylan White. I'll say that. But in terms of so for me, it's between Ryan Garcia, Virgil Ortiz, Inoue, and Crawford. So Jimmy, you said Crawford. Recognize you said Inoue. Sobers, who do you have as the best hooker in boxing?
I got that for that lead hook. I got I'd say Canelo's, bro, and I'll tell you why. It's because Canelo uses it almost as a jab. He does a lot of work off his lead hook, and he throws that shit hard as fuck. He can set up knockouts with it. So I think Canelo uses it in the most versatile way. Not to say that Crawford and Inoue don't have great hooks. I think they use a little more variety, right? So I think Canelo using it as a tool. Like I said, I feel like he almost uses it as a jab sometimes to set up other shit. So I think Canelo has the best lead hook.
Interesting choice right there. Interesting choice. Chief, I don't know if you're there. If you want to chime in, who has the best left hook out of all the guys we named here? Okay, I think Chief is busy. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to say Inoue. I think that's the best left hook there. You just don't want to trade hooks with this guy. Crawford's hooks are weird, man, because like I said, they're like Ryan Garcia's hooks a little bit. They're wallops more than anything. They're not exactly close left hooks. They're wider, but they're effective. And at the end of the day, that's what counts. I don't know. You know what? Crawford's actually been more consistent with the hooks. And that's one of the...
Talking classic hook, you're right. It's Inoue. He has more of a classic hook. Throws it across his body. Where, like you said, Crawford will throw his hooks from kind of throw an up hook. You know what I mean? It's more of a counter where it's not just like, he doesn't go out there throwing a 3-punch combination. He does do that, but it's not like such an intricate part of his. Crawford's more of just whatever. He can hit you and he hurts you with both hands and all punches. You know what I mean? But I would have to say, I think I maybe have to agree with you. I think Inoue, if you want to talk about dominant left hook, I have to say Inoue.
All right, so now Jimmy's jumping. Was that Sobers?
Oh, my bad.
Sobers, there's a lot of background noise on you.
I was going to say, oh, my bad. I'm driving, bro. I was going to say, I think Crawford's punches, they're his strengths they're more straight, and it comes out with his hooks as well. So that's why they come out looking a little more awkward. But that's why I wouldn't give him the lead hook. Yeah,
that's the thing, man. I mean, technique counts, but overall the effect is also what's important. So it's between, you know what? It's like Inoue Crawford. Some people have Crawford number 1A pound for pound. Other people have Inoue number 1B pound for pound. So I guess it's the same thing here with hooks. I'll just go with Inoue because it's if you factor in the technique, but again, it's infestimal. Really, the difference. I mean, they're both excellent hooks. The fact that Crawford trumps him, I think, because he's ambidextrous. But if we're going with technique as one of the final factors as well, I'm going to go with Inoue. And let me just check what the people in the chat are saying. Donor has a killer left hook, people are saying. List of the best hookers in the world. That's a good point. Somebody said never sobers. Okay, so we'll go with, in terms of hook, we're going with Naoya Inoue as the owner of the best lead left hook in boxing. It's quick, it's well-timed, it's hard, it drops people numerous times, he uses it often. So there you go. Hey, by the way, fellas,
it's been effective in 4 weight classes.
That's another good point right there. Excellent point. Don't forget to hit the like, fellas. Hit the like, hit the like, hit the like. We are at 84. Let's get to 100 now. We can get to 100. You can get us to 100. Help us, help you. How about that? If you enjoy the show, hit that like. It helps with the algorithm, and you'll enjoy hitting it as well. Let me tell you something. You'll get a dopamine charge based off of that. And if you don't hit the like, we're gonna go ahead and end the show because I can go to a Halloween party right now, get drunk, start harassing people, dropping the N-bomb. So,
we'll give you a left hook.
Exactly. There you go. Yeah, that's right. All right, now the next category that we got here. So we got through. Oh shit! Hold on a second. I want to take a picture of this so we don't forget. We were at lead hook. Okay, Inoue. That's the one that we're going for. The next category is gonna get a little spicier, I believe. It's only gonna get spicier from here, fellas. Just warning you right off the bat. So get ready. This is a Halloween edition of the show, by the way. Quite spooky, if you ask me. Hold on a second. I'm buying time here because I'm trying to save the category. All right, there we go. All right, let's get to the next category then. The next category will be rear hand. The rear hand, in other words, the cross. So we're talking about the southpaw, we're talking about his straight left, we're talking about an orthodox fighter, we're talking about the right hand, straight right. So let's get down to it, fellas. Like I said, don't forget to hit the like, hit the like, hit the like. You can check us out on Spotify, iTunes, Spreaker, the whole shebang. Now, when it comes to straight right hands, that is the classic power punch. The left hook is actually a more effective, heavier blow, but that right hand, if it's thrown properly, can do a lot of damage. So let's go here with the best crosses. Now, one of the guys on 140 pounds, he's got a fight coming up in about a month from now, a big fight. Everything's on the line for him, and that is Regis Prograis. Right there in the second spot there in the left, in the bottom row. His 1-2 is deadly. That left hand, he cuts the distance very quickly with it. It's heavy. It's not exactly the best technique, but it's effective, guys. Take the lead for me here for a little bit, and I'll be right back. All right, fellas? We're talking about Regis Prograis having one of the best does he have one of the best crosses in the world? Somebody take over, please. Somebody take over, please. I gotta go take a...
It's a pretty good right hand. He doesn't... He did okay to hide it against Zepeda. I like the way he was boxing against Zepeda, but I don't think his cross is anything to write home about as far as the best cross in boxing.
No, he's a pressure fighter. That's how he puts everything together. His 1-2 is very good, especially he's a southpaw. Am I correct? Last time I checked.
Yes.
Okay, so his 1-2 is good. Like many southpaws, that's mostly what they have. Very few of them have really good hooks and combinations off their front hand. And I haven't studied him enough to know to really see how he is overall, but we're only talking about the cross. But like I said, being a pressure fighter, he doesn't fight a distance much, or he doesn't want to fight just a distance. So his cross is going to be a tool, but not a stable weapon. His ability to be able to be tough, take shots, give shots, block shots, and everything else is really where he comes from. But it is a hard punch. He is effective with it. And if memory serves, he's only lost one fight so far due to the fact that his weapons overall keep his opponents at bay and keep him honest.
Anybody else want to jump in? I want to talk about Kenshiro Taraji's cross, but maybe I'll wait for B&A to pull him up.
I think he's on the list. I don't want to spoil anything, but I think he might be on the list. But since we got Prograis for the moment, his cross is going to be a weapon that he's definitely going to need against Devin Haney. Because if the cross is good,
if he can find a way to
I'm pulling up at the house. That's why I'll be able to talk in a minute.
If Regis can find a way to put his cross on Haney and hurt him with it, then I would really like to. I would shoot him up to the top of this list because people are having a hard time really catching Haney and hurting him. So if he can make the cross work,
he's also a good finisher. So if he hurts him, I have faith he'll be able to hurt him more than once in the fight if he's able to really dial that in there. A lot of people saying that Haney's killing himself to make weight. That's why his legs are weak and he doesn't take that good of a punch. We will see in this fight. We'll see in this fight. I'm not saying I'm on board with that. I'm just addressing a public issue. But we'll find this fight will show whether that's true or not. Because Prograis hits hard enough that if Haney's chin's what some of us think it is, he'll get hurt in this fight. If Prograis has enough left, because let's face it, he's on the wrong side of 30. He's fighting a guy approaching his peak, not just his prime, his peak, and he's on the downside of his. He's just slow enough to where if all of Haney's reflexes are going to be able to be on all cylinders because he's at a weight he belongs at, according to the narrative, that this could be a hard fight for Prograis. But being a southpaw, seeing how Haney performs against southpaws, that straight left or cross should be able to get in there, especially if he blinds it with his jab. Now, his jab isn't great, but it's enough to set up the avenue to be able to land the straight or cross. And if he lands it effectively, we're going to notice whether it hurts him initially or not, or whether it's going to be an attrition situation, seeing that he's, like I said, he's a pressure fighter. He doesn't get people in one shot. He can hit hard, but he puts them together and it's done over time. He's not a one-punch guy. So Just if he lands it once and it hurts him, then that's going to be a long night for Haney. But he's going to have to put them together. He's going to have to do multiple ones to really turn the fight in his favor.
All right. Well, listen, we'll talk more about that fight as it approaches. Thank you guys for taking the lead here while I was taking a whiz in the latrines. We got Gonzalo dropping by. Gonzalo, thank you for dropping by, man. We're at we're not doing too much progress here. We're going a little bit too slow, but we'll pick it up here. We're at the cross, right rear hand, as it were. Who has the best rear hand in boxing right now? So we said Prograis. That's one of the guys that we just put up here. Let's go to another guy going to the super featherweight division. Again, maybe people are tired of hearing about this guy, but hey, it is what it is. Naoya Inoue. Ask Carlos Payano about that straight right. He'll tell you how straight and hard he was. Or how about Stephen Fulton? That right hand that shook him up and led to the end. Or how about Donaire in the rematch? The way Inoue timed him with that straight. He didn't even jab or anything. Just caught him while they were throwing shot. Boom, dropped him. Guys, what do you think about Inoue's straight right hand?
I'll have to see whoever's on the list before I place him at number 1. But he's definitely going to be in the top 2, in my opinion. His straight punches are awesome. They're generational. That's the way I'm going to describe him the rest of the night. He's a generational talent. We're going to look back at this era and we're going to say who was the best, and somebody might have more successful, more commercial success and more commercial renown. But when we really look at it, it's going to be like when Ricardo Lopez was in the late 80s and most of the 90s. We're going to look and say that really was probably just as good, if not as better than most commercial fighters. He's the most well-rounded and everything else, and he can time that right hand over somebody else, over taller, bigger opponents' jabs. He can time it, and it turns a fight because then they're scared to use their own jab because he can time it with the right hand. He can lead with it. He can follow behind it. He can use it to set up his hook. He can use it off the hook. It's dynamite.
Yeah, I just hope this guy continues to get better, because I think he's been getting better. Like, it always seems that way. You know, maybe he's got all that shit down packed already. He's just looking for a fight to show all of it off. But yeah, his cross is fucking insane, man. That's basically how he got rid of this Fulton. You know, a bigger fighter than him. You know, his first fight at 122 pounds, he goes up there against a guy who's bigger than him. Let's be honest, and he just blew him away. A guy who's bigger than him and is elusive and fast. And I think it's because every punching technique is just about perfect. Maybe he does certain things better. I think the lead hook might be one of his best shots, right? It's like it's the most deadliest shot you don't want to get caught with. But his right cross, bro, is just insane, man. It's insane because it's so fast, it's so accurate, and you know that he's capable of doing it, but you just don't know when he's going to do it. And so, yeah, I think he's listen, man. I think he's the best fighter in boxing. He's the best guy. Like, he might be better than everybody in every category. He might be. I'm not saying he is.
Yeah, sometimes I think, man, I should have gotten into boxing because I would be the only guy that'd be able to dethrone him. But listen, we're not here to talk about
anyway,
what ifs.
Can we talk about something else? Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, we're not here to talk about what ifs. We got to get through this list. So anyone else have anything to say about Inoue's straight right hand?
I think Recognize nailed it because you don't know when he's going to throw it. So, in other words, he don't telegraph it at all. Just let it rip.
Yep.
And it's one of the most
And I
powerful
agree
punches
with Chief.
down.
Sorry, Gonzalo. Go, Gonzalo. Sorry about that.
No, sorry. Actually, yeah, my internet's not good right now. I had terrible night's sleep, and there's like 3 people Mateo's shouting my son. I'm over here in General Santos, so I'll just listen.
All right, Gonzalo, good. Hope you're doing all right over there. I know he was going to train, he said. So hopefully he didn't get too what's the word I'm looking for here? Yeah, you didn't work too hard. You didn't leave it all in the gym. You don't want to do that. All right, now let's go move to another guy here. In terms of rear
I just wanted to say, throw my hat in with Inoue on the backhand without a doubt, Inoue.
All right. We're not getting there yet to see who has the best one. Anthony Joshua.
Oh, wow.
He has I mean, who did he drop? I mean, Hellenius. Some people say it was a fake knockout, the way he sort of grazed him, but it's a straight punch. It's very hard. It's a nice straight scoring blow too as well. When he wants to, he can switch up the speeds with it. He can commit to it, or he can just stab guys with it. And I think he's straight right, man. Who did he knock out, guys? Help me out here. Who did he? I know early on he was scoring. Oh yeah,
He knocked out Charles Martin with two right hands, like the exact same punch.
There you go. And fuck, hey, that's Jared Anderson couldn't do it. That's a good point right there.
That's what I'm saying. People kind of shit on that win or whatever because Charles Martin kind of won the belt kind of goofy, but he's shown himself after that. Anthony Joshua lost that he's actually a decent fighter. You know, he's not the best, but he made Jared Anderson look bad. He gave Ortiz a pretty good fight. And as far as Anthony Joshua's right hand, dude, I really like his right hand. I think it looks really, you can say it looks really pretty when he throws it right because he twists his leg over with it and he snaps his fist back. You know, when he throws his right hand the right way, you can tell when it lands. It just looks really nice when Anthony Joshua throws his cross. I like it.
Yeah, it's a good cross.
Power behind him.
I mean, yeah, he was snapping Andy Luis's head around too with that right, with that straight right. Man, it's a good punch. It's a good punch. The next guy in the category, by the way, don't forget to hit the like, fellas. Hit the like, hit the like, hit the like. We're at 92 likes. We're 8 away from 100. So give us a couple of treats, a couple of Halloween treats, and get us to 100 likes. All right. So just 8 more people have to hit it. What else? Oh yeah. So the next guy in this, we're still in the heavyweight division, by the way. We go to China's Great Hope, and that is Zilei Zhang. I mean, those left hands that he was scoring on Joey's and busted his head open. I mean, busted his ballooned his head up, his eye up. That's a deadly left hand. He's got an Olympic background, so you know he's got the seasoning where he worked on that straight left. Guys, what do you think about Zilei Zhang's left hand? I'll tell you what, it's a deadly left hand. Absolutely.
So Zilei Zhang's cross. Well, go ahead, Jimmy.
Oh no, he's got an excellent backhand. He hides it well for a big man too. That's pretty much all I got for him.
I've seen Zilei Zhang knock dudes out with that left hand before, but I think there's a little recency bias because he fucked up. What's his name?
Joyce.
Joe Joyce.
Right.
So brutally with it. You know, and I think he got robbed against Hrgovic. But I think his cross is decent, but I just feel like there's a little recency bias. I don't think he's shown himself to be like one of the most devastating, left hands in boxing.
You know what I think?
I think Joshua's cross is better.
You know what you're talking about recency bias or whatever. I think you got a little bias of yourself going on. I think you sound like a China hater. Straight up China hater.
Hey.
Don't want to give him credit. That's what it sounds like.
Better dead than red.
Exactly. There you go.
All these China haters. China haters.
All right, now let's move on to
supporting China haters.
Korea #1.
There you go. Another guy from the down under in the Asian continent, and that is Kazuto Ioka. Now, Ioka gets points more than anything, not for the speed of it, although it's quick, and certainly not the power. Although he has ended guys' nights with straight rights, but it's really the technique. You want to watch a guy who's not exactly the fastest guy out there or the hardest puncher, but that straight right, I mean, just overall in terms of technique, this guy is a marvel to watch. He might be taking on, hopefully, crossing our fingers, he might be taking on Juan Francisco El Gallito Estrada later on New Year's Eve. But that straight right of his, pretty gosh darn good. I wouldn't say it's the best, but it's effective and it gets him on the list. Now, another guy, moving on here, who has a good straight left hand and who hits hard with it, and that is Gervonta Davis right there in the second spot there on the top row. Guys, what do you think about Gervonta Davis's straight left hand?
I think with Davis, he has like two really big punches, right? He has his left cross and his uppercut. I think it's kind of like I was saying with Valdez, it's a double-edged sword. it's his greatest strength and it could be his weakness because I see if someone takes away because he knocks so many dudes out with it. He's almost looking for one punch now when he fights. So when someone takes that away from him, I bet he'll look very lost and he won't know what to do because he's relying it so much on it. But it's a good cross, a lot of power.
Yeah, you're right.
It's almost a crutch.
Right off the bat, absolutely. It's one of the best. That's why it's on the list. But there's just too many things against it for me to say that it's the best cross in boxing. What does anyone else think? Because we're moving on quickly here. Otherwise, we're going to be here all night. Anybody? No? All right. But yeah, so that's I take points away, like Never Sober said, for lack of consistency with it. And he over-relies on it a little bit too much. Once he fights somebody that can take it away. I mean, listen, not for nothing real quick, but we tell you who's good and who's not that the best and who's overhyped and who's overrated and all that. And it's been proven with guys like Errol Spence, Deontay Wilder, Stephen Fulton. And it's going to happen to Tank Davis as well, man, because he's just not that active in the ring when it comes to punch output. So that's one thing I wanted to mention about that.
We should have people who aren't competing on the periphery of the sport, you know what I mean, who actually competes in boxing.
What I didn't get that. What did you say?
No, I don't even consider him like a part of boxing. He's not out on the peripheral of it all. You know what I mean? Seriously.
He's a celebrity boxer.
He has no intentions on fighting anybody, dude. I mean, they've laid out their game plan. You know what I mean? It is what it is. It's all about just name recognition and squeezing whatever they can out of him. It's not about legacy. That's for damn sure.
Jimmy's not pulling punches today, man. Like he says, Jermell Charlo doesn't deserve any credit after his last performance. He's saying Gervonta Davis is a celebrity fighter. I gotta tell you, man, I can't wait to hear what else he has to say, man. When we get to some of these other fighters, keep it up, Jimmy. Keep it up. No, we don't want you like Halloween candy here. We don't want you sweet. We want you salty, acidic, and throwing out. We want you to be honest, like always, man. I like it. Let's go to another fighter here. We've got on the first slot there in the bottom row, Alexander Usyk. Another guy that we've been seeing a lot here. Straight left, deadly in terms of its accuracy. It's quick, it's consistent. We've seen him use it all the time. Guys, what do you think about Alexander Usyk's left hand?
It's a great cross. He uses it a lot. He throws his straight punches together. He does a nice little dip. He bends his knee a little bit, dips to the left, and he'll catch you with the right cross again and again. It's I think it's one of the best it's one of the best crosses in boxing because he's so consistent with it,
Absolutely. Consistency. Plan your work your plan. That's what he does. He works on his cross and his cross works for him. That's the only way I can put it. Who else we got here? All right, we're talking about the best cross in boxing and we're going through the nominees here. Now, the next guy is a featherweight from Cuba, gold medalist. We're talking about, hey, where is he? I'm going to put him here in the first slot here on the bottom row, and that is Robeisy Ramirez. You talk about that left hand. You want to see how that left hand works? Watch the Abraham Nova fight and how he laid out Nova, something awful. Yeah, you don't win a left hand. You don't win a left hand. You don't win a gold medal if you don't have a good rear hand. And this guy has it. Guys, what do you think about Robeisy Ramirez's left hand?
I like his left hand, right? But it's almost like Davis's. It's almost his crutch. He spams the same move over and over. He bends his knees. He leans forward. And then as soon as his opponent reacts, or if they don't react, he'll come over with the overhand left. And it's not even a straight left. He really throws it in an overhand manner. And I think that when someone takes that away from him, he'll be lost in there a little bit. When he couldn't take out, was it the pygmy Dogbo? When he couldn't take him out, he looked a little lost in there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't know if it's politically correct to say that, by the
way. Bro, he's literally. Come on, he's a pygmy.
Well, I mean, I don't know about that, man, but you're right though. That's a great point. He suffers from Tank Davis's curse. Over relies a lot. I was expecting him to fuck Dogbo up. But then, like you said, he was just left hand. And even Dogbo said it. I don't know if you guys heard him. This is what he said after the fight. Nah, come on. That's not what he said. Anyway, forget it.
Correct.
I mean, I don't know who played it, by the way. But anyway, let's keep going. Anyone else here want to chime in on Robeisy Ramirez's left hand? I'm going to take that as a no. All right. Let's keep going here. Who has a good rear hand? Moving up a division now. No, excuse me, 2 divisions. I keep forgetting he's a lightweight now. We're talking about Shakur Stevenson. Where is he? Hold on a second. Give me 2 seconds. There we go. I'm going to put him in here in the bottom row. He's on the 4th spot in the bottom row. Shakur Stevenson, a lightning quick left hand. Not the hardest puncher. He's not scoring knockouts with it, but he just can't seem to miss with that left hand. Guys, what do you think about Shakur Stevenson's left hand?
Come on, man. I don't want to talk of Shakur, bro. When y'all jump
come
in.
on. Boricua, man. Boricua. Come on.
Yeah, Shakur Stevenson, his best punch is still his jab by far, but accurate, extremely accurate. He's one of the most accurate punches in boxing. Crazy hand speed. That's his game, is his hand speed and accuracy and his control of distance. But his jab is, I think, one of the top 3 jabs in boxing right now. I know that's not popular because of his nut punching.
But wait a minute, we just got through. We got through the list of. We went through the list of jabs, and again, I don't know which fights did you see.
No, I know he wasn't on the list.
But which fights did you see that jab in?
The jab.
His cross is decent. It doesn't have. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, anyway, I was asking about the jab. I don't know what, Jimmy, we got to talk about that later, man. I don't know where you're seeing Shakur Stevenson's jab in. Like I said, I saw it against Jamel Herring.
It's not a jab that he hurts people, but it's a disruptive jab. People can't get set with him because of his jab. You see what I'm saying? It's not like he's blacking people's eyes and blowing out noses, but it's quick and accurate, and he sticks it. And it's because of that, that's what he keeps people off balance, and they're unable to set up. That's why Valdez looked so horrible against him. Because every time he went to set up, he gets snapped out with a jab, and because he's good with the distance. But you watch, that will dissipate as he starts fighting bigger guys. That always was a plus for him because he was always the biggest guy in the ring. You watch, though, as he goes up in weight, that'll become less and less impressive. Yep. Anyways, that's it.
All right. Well, listen, we're talking about the left right now, just to remind people in the chat. And hold on, okay, so we're at Shakur Stevenson here. He can't seem to miss with that. What the hell was that? He can't seem to miss with that left hook. Excuse me, that left hand. Straight, it's quick, it's consistent, which we're talking about the criteria here. So I say it's got to be one of the best straight, lightning quick punches when it comes to the backhand. So that's it with Stevenson. Now we move on to another guy. We got to move up a couple of divisions here. Canelo Alvarez. I'll say straight off the bat, he doesn't have the best straight right hand in boxing. But God damn it, you ask John Ryder about that right hand, he'll tell you how straight and hard he was. He was getting it through against Billy Joe Saunders, who's a good southpaw. He dropped Austin Trout with it. I think it's a good, effective straight right. What do you guys think? Does he deserve to be on the list?
I agree.
Yeah.
It is because he's not the stereotypical Mexican fighter, and with being short and how stocky he is, some of the punches he have are kind of almost like irony. He has a good jab, but he's short. He has a good right hand. Again, short reach. He's fighting taller opponents. He's still able to reach him. Some of it has to do with the other tools and facets that he has, but he doesn't throw a lot of punches. What he does throw, he throws extremely hard. So even if it's not the most powerful punch to knock people out, it's winning him fights. And it's winning him fights because when he throws, people don't want to be, they don't even want to try and block it. They just want to be out of the way. Charlo was a good example of that. He did not want to be even blocked with the arms and gloves. He wanted to be nowhere near Canelo's shots because they were that hard, including the right hand. So even though it doesn't necessarily knock people out, Eric Morales had a great right hand. When he moved up to featherweight and junior lightweight, it wasn't really knocking people out that much, but it still hurt, and people didn't want to get hit by it. Same situation with Canelo. Very hard, very accurate, good tool. And again, he's not a volume puncher. So what he throws, he makes count, and his right hand obviously counts. It knocks out southpaws.
There you go. Well said right there. It's a straight punch. It's effective, and that's what we're looking at here. Let's keep going here with the list. I added Alvarez twice. So I think there's still a couple of spots. Okay, there's one spot. There's 2 spots left. Okay, so let's go with somebody else mentioned this. He wasn't on the list, but there was a mistake there. But Lee Wood I mean, the way he stunned Conlon with that straight right and dropped him out of the ring, or essentially kicked him out of the ring, or he was getting that through, which Zhu can too. He was getting that straight right. And then let's not forget, when he recently dropped Josh Warrington, he was converted to southpaw, so it was essentially the right that took him out as well. Fellas, do you concur that Lee Wood should be on the list in terms of having a good, strong right hand?
I think it's very sneaky because you don't notice it, but he's actually has won him fights, has won him world championships. So it's definitely a good right hand.
All right, I agree. And then we go on to the last spot here, and that is in the before last spot here in the top row, and that is we can't forget about Deontay Wilder's right hand. This guy has awful technique. What's that?
I thought you had Kenshiro on here on the cross section.
Cross. Oh yeah, because I think I updated it and I took some guys away. Honorable mention for Kenshiro Teraji, but yeah, I think maybe I should. You know what? Maybe I should take Ioka out and put Teraji in there because Teraji is faster and stronger as well.
Yes, it is.
All right, yeah. You know what? I'm gonna take. Yeah, I'm gonna take Ioka out of there. No offense to Ioka, we'll give him honorable mention. But let's put Kenshiro Teraji in there. But sticking with Deontay Wilder here. I mean, this dude does so many things wrong, but that right hand isn't one of them. I mean, it's perfectly thrown. It's straight. It's lightning quick. It's like a whip. And I think it's become a little overrated. People seem to think, yeah, I've heard some people say, well, if he hits this guy with the right hand, he takes him out. It's like, nah, he's not putting people to sleep with the right hand, but he is wobbling them and dropping them. And he's dropping some 250 plus pound dudes in there. So, guys, what do you think about Deontay Wilder's right hand?
I use the word was versus is because he hasn't fought in a year and he's approaching. Well, he's not approaching. He's in his late 30s.
Right.
37 to 38 years old. George Foreman said that power is the last thing to go, but he's the walking definition that contradicts that. But that's a show for another time. Point being, when he was on top at his peak, he was turning fights around, if not knocking people straight out with one shot. But is he going to still be able to do that? If he fights a Ruiz, is he going to be able to do that against a short guy with a thick neck who's still somewhat close to his prime when he himself, being Wilder, is not? If we're basing it off of what it was, then yeah, it deserves to be mentioned and probably ranked definitely ranked the most powerful on the list. Whether it's the best or not remains to be seen, but definitely the most powerful on the list. But again, it's been over a year and he's getting older. So I will rate it, but I can't put it at the top based on the fact I don't know what he's been able to do with it while he's aging.
All right. Now, before we continue, I got to deal with a couple of things here. Number one, shout out to Chris K for his contribution with the super chat. He says, Ruiz has more chins than China. Oh, I think he was going to go with another word there, but I think that might get him banned. Shout out to Chris K for his contribution with the super chat. Shout out to Mars for his contribution as well via the super chat. He says, word of the street is that BDA is the most feared Mexican in Canadian fight clubs and is 91-0, beating Julio Chavez undefeated record. I mean, look, I don't like to brag, Mars. It's against my spiritual beliefs and my values and my virtue. But I'll say, fuck yeah, I'm knocking people out. Well, you know, it is what it is. You know, it's just the natural order of things. I don't really work on it. I don't try to work on it. But I just, you know, people test me, they try me, and you know that's the way it goes. So shout out to Mars for reminding people about the powerful force of nature that is Mr. BDA. I gotta give
whatever.
Yeah, keep saying that, by the way, but whatever. You'll see what happens. But I'll say this, man. Honorable mention in terms of the right hand goes to William Cepeda. He's got a good one. Jalalov, he's got a good one too. You know, the heavyweight dude, Southpaw. Who else has a good right that we forgot about? The guy that's going to be fighting Shakur Stevenson, he's got a good straight right. Edwin de los Santos too. Might actually end up beating Shakur Stevenson. Well, yeah, man, but it was just too many people to mention here. What do you guys think? Let's get through this division. Who has the best cross in boxing?
Inoue.
All right, Never Sober's going with Inoue. Somebody else, guys. Let's go, man. We got to get through this. Or I'm gonna decide for you guys. Nobody jumps in.
Inoue.
Japanese.
In a way,
Inoue.
Oh, geez, Louise. Okay, so you know what? I actually, when I was compiling the list, I thought people were gonna say Deontay Wilder. I mean, punch for punch, it's. But then again,
Come
it's a hit.
on.
I mean, I'm just saying. I would have gone with Deontay Wilder, but you guys overruled it. Nothing wrong with that. I do agree that that's a good selection. So you're saying
You
the
know why I
best?
would have said Deontay Wilder, BDE?
Wilder's not the best at anything.
Ah, come on.
No, because Wilder, look, he throws that punch like shit 80% of the time, and he'll knock you out with a cuffing, palm strike.
Mm-hmm.
But sometimes he'll throw that right hand with perfect technique, and he'll go straight down the line, and he'll whip it out, and it's dynamite, bro. One that's like
Sometimes he
one out
even
of
throws it
50
after the
punches.
ref. I was gonna say sometimes he even throws it after the ref waves off the fight.
Yeah, right.
I'll put it like this: the reason why I go Inoue over Wilder is this is his fourth weight class. I've mentioned that before. And what do we think if we're going pound for pound? What do we think Inoue's right hand would be like as a heavyweight? He's even if he's just 6'3" and 215 to 220. With what it is down at 122, his fourth weight class, and that's over 10% of his body weight he's moved up over, which is huge down there. What do we think it would be like if he was pound for pound a heavyweight?
Yeah,
Just putting that out there.
but man, I don't know, man. I don't know why I wouldn't go there. But listen, for brevity's sakes, we can't spend too much time on it. But I'm just saying it's an interesting choice that you guys went with. I don't disagree. I mean, I think it's an excellent selection. But we do have to move on. So you guys said Naoya Inoue has the best straight right hand in boxing, and it certainly does fit the bill in a lot of the categories that we talked about, which are consistency. What were they again? Yeah, consistency, technique, power, speed, and variety. All right, let's move on to uppercut here. Who has the best uppercut in boxing? And the first contender that we got here is Junto Nakatani, the super flyweight, recent super flyweight. You want to see this guy's uppercuts or work, watch the Mendes fight. Archie Mendes. No, what was his name again? Archie Cortez. Sorry, Archie Cortez. Or how he dropped Maloney with those uppercuts. This guy is long for his division, and he generates some gosh darn velocity with those uppercuts. That's the guy, the first contender here for uppercut. Then we move on to Artur Beterbiev right there in the first slot in the upper row. Artur Beterbiev, I mean, I got to tell you, people keep talking about Mike Tyson's combination, or famous combination, which was a right hook to the body and then a right uppercut down through the middle. This guy is the next best guy to do that in this era. He will just smash people with that uppercut. Just watch the Anthony Yardy fight. He was brutalizing him on the inside with those right uppercuts. And that's how he finished too Joe Smith. With footwork too, because he took a little step back and then boom, cut him with that right uppercut. Just a beautiful uppercut, deadly, accurate, heavy, great technique. That's one selection, another selection right there. Artur Beterbiev. Okay, you know what we're gonna do with these ones, guys? We're gonna go through the list, and then if you guys want to comment on one of the guys, that's how we'll do it. Because otherwise, I'm waiting around to see if anybody has anything to say about specific fighters.
Well, BDA, if you want to save time, what if you just drop the names on the list, and then if we want to go over it as we're choosing, maybe.
Yeah, I'll just go through the whole thing quickly, and then if you guys want to look through the list to the screen and mention one guy. The other guy is here in the before last slot at the bottom row, and that is Anthony Joshua. Now I'll tell you what. Well, okay, I'll go back to Joshua later. Let's go through the list. Another guy that we're talking about here in terms of uppercuts, and I was really thinking about taking this guy off any type of list, but I think I don't want to be a victim at the moment. Tyson Fury. When he's on the inside, he's got a good right uppercut. It wasn't apparent against fucking a novice, amateur a couple of days ago, but it is what it is. We got Chocolatito. He says he's still coming back. He's still open to coming back. We'll consider him active. And if he is, he still has some of the gosh darn best uppercuts in boxing, especially when it comes to combinations. Now, for some reason, I can't. There we go. Roman Chocolatito is in the second spot right there. second, excuse me, not second spot, but second slot in the top row. Then we've got Emmanuel Navarrete, El Vaquero, the cowboy. He's fighting at 130 pounds. This dude is just, hey, where is he? Hold on a second. All right, Emmanuel Navarrete, right there in the third slot, top row. Then we've got Terence Crawford, similar build to Navarrete. He carries some wallop too with those uppercuts when he decides to throw them as well. There we go, Terence Crawford right there. Who else we've got? Chris Eubank Jr. I've said it before, I'll say it again, guys. He's a celebrity part-time fighter, whatever. When he starts letting those uppercuts go, when he was fighting Liam Smith in the first fight, another dude, Chris Eubank Jr., who's trying to do more with less, trying to throw 10 punches per round and trying to outbox the guys, back foot bitching it. That's not how it works. This guy's got firepower, and you saw what happened in the Liam Smith fight. Once he decided to let his hands go, he was brutalizing him with the uppercuts. And also Yildirim in the WSSB tournament, he knocked his ass out with a brutal uppercut. These guys got some good uppercuts, and I can't stop saying it enough. And then again, last guy here, super middleweight, might be overrated by a lot of boxing fans right now. But one thing that shouldn't be overrated are his uppercuts. This guy throws some mean uppercuts on the inside. David Morrell there in the last slot in the top row. Guys, what do you think about the list so far? Let's go to Navarrete, for example. Anyone want to comment on Navarrete?
Oh, yeah, I'll do it, bro, because, I'm Navarrete's biggest fan, bro.
There you go. Oh, you're kidding around? I thought you were.
Come on, bro. I've been shitting on him ever since before that Valdez fight, bro.
All right.
Yeah, no. Yeah, I'll say Navarrete because what I like about his uppercuts, you never know when he's going to throw them. He throws them in the worst possible time, but it works for him because he's been doing it so long, and people know he's going to do it, and they still can't stop it. So you would think that people would be able to counter him. And again, it's I rate punches by the opposition you're fighting. Yes, like some guys can throw great uppercuts, but who are they throwing them against? If you're throwing them against a pair, mitts, you're afraid of holding your mitts. Of course, it's going to look good. And the kid who lost his pen, Eubank there. Yeah, he's got a great uppercut until he fights somebody good. Then that uppercut goes away because you know how to throw it. You know what I mean? So you need to be able to throw it against the best. And that Navarrete showed everybody last time out. He was tattooing freaking Valdez with that uppercut that everybody knew was coming, and they still can't stop him. He throws from distance, throws from inside, and that's the punch he puts the stink on, and he ends up hurting people the most with. So for me right now, he's my favorite uppercut puncher in boxing.
Yeah, that's a thing right there. Consistency, like you mentioned, it's just every fight he's catching guys with uppercuts. And if people want to see the best examples of his uppercuts, watch the Pitufo Diaz fight or the Roman Villa fight. I don't know. No, is it Roman or Romain? Villa. Ruben Villa, excuse me. Ruben Villa, who just moved up to lightweight, I believe. This guy is good. He's going to be making some waves. And the way Navarrete dropped him with an uppercut, it's insane. By the way, people are saying we got to give an honorable mention to Subriel Matias. I'll put him on the list. Why not? Yeah, on the inside, he butchers people with uppercuts. So I'm going to put Matias in there. One thing I wanted to say about, for example, Joshua. I think his uppercut was a little overrated. I think I'm guilty of overrating his uppercut. He's still on the list because it's a great right uppercut. But when he busted Vladimir Klitschko up with that right uppercut, he was holding him behind the head. And he hasn't shown it anymore. It's been missing. It was completely worthless or unseen. It disappeared against Usyk. Okay, I can understand that. Usyk is one of the best fighters in the world. But against Jermaine Franklin, for example, he was fighting a shorter guy in there. That's when you want to pull that uppercut out, and he didn't do it. Crawford, by the way, I believe he dropped Benavides with an uppercut. And the way he stretched Gamboa's neck in that fight too, with a counter uppercut, that was something to behold as well. And let's not forget, he dropped Errol Spence with an uppercut. So I think he deserves a mention as well here on this list as one of the best uppercut guys. For me, it would be between Navarrete, Nakatani, and Beterbiev. But I'm going to go, I don't know what you guys think right off the bat. I'm going Navarrete. What do you guys think? Does he have the best uppercut in boxing?
I think Navarrete.
El Vaquero, all right. I think Jimmy said it. Jimmy said it.
Never ready.
There you go.
Maserati.
What the fuck? All right, there we go. You guys heard it first here. Navarrete is the owner of the best pair of uppercuts because he can also hit with the right one as well.
BDA, I think you sent me the list. I think Davis should have been on there because he has a pretty good uppercut. This is like if his number one punch is that left cross, his number two is that uppercut.
Yeah, we'll give him
But
honorable mention.
I don't think it's better than Navarrete's because Navarrete's use it in a lot of more variety.
Yeah,
I just don't want anyone in the chat to be like, "Oh, you're leaving so and so out to put on a Mexican." You feel me?
We're leaving the brother out. Yeah. Now listen, the way he knocked out Santa Cruz, that was a beautiful knockout. But it was against a guy coming up in weight, and he's been fighting. We take points off of him because he's been fighting lower opposition, and when he's fighting smaller guys, that's often what he's doing. And then when he's fighting bigger guys, he's dehydrating them. So we take points off for that, but it's still a good uppercut. Don't get me wrong. But the guy with the best uppercut in boxing right now, in terms of if we go by the criteria, in terms of consistency, power, speed, maybe not so much technique, but the fact that he's
I would say technique too, BDA, because you would say that I thought he was really open for left hooks when he throws that uppercut, but he's shown that he can see that as well. And when Valdez thought he was going to catch him with the uppercut with the hook counter, he was hitting the glove. So I think that does, count towards the technique now.
There you go. Hey, fucking Never Sold is becoming a fan of Vaquero. Vaquero's got a new fan.
Hey, I won't go that far yet.
I mean, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Yeah, but no, yeah, you're right about that. It's the technique too. When you're throwing an uppercut, some people are afraid of throwing uppercuts because you're gonna get you're gonna leave yourself open. But this dude was actually blocking a lot of those left hooks. He ate some left hooks against Valdez, and then he just walked through them. No skin off his back. All right, now the next category. Hey, by the way, fellas, we're about 4 likes away from 100. So hit that like. Otherwise, we end it right now. We still got a long way to go, fellas. Get yourself some coffee, some black tea, whatever. You're gonna need it.
You know what, PA?
Yes.
Give them 2 seconds. If they don't get you to 100, let's end the show.
In 2 seconds.
2 seconds. 1.
All right. 1.
2.
There we go. We're ending it. Sorry, fellas. You were too slow on the trigger.
Yeah.
I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah.
Just don't know what to tell you. Now, the next category here will be body punching. Oh, my favorite. And I know Devin Haney fans all of a sudden now become body punching fanatics too. That's why they always say when they say he beat Lomachenko, the body shots. So hopefully they show up here for this one. Body punching, fellas. Let's go to the first contender for body punching. And of course, we got to start off with a Mexican, Saul Canelo Alvarez. That's one guy right there. All right, I forgot. I'm going to go through the list. And then, we go back. You guys watch the screen. And if you want to comment on whichever guy. So we got Canelo in terms of body punching. We got El Gallito Estrada, another Mexican. Ask Tysoncito Marquez about those body shots. Or RG Cortez, who got dropped by that. I mean, just in a lot of fights, Estrada, not the biggest puncher, but he tends to hurt guys with those body punches. So that's one guy right there. Kenshiro Taraji. I'm not going to put him at number 1 straight off the bat, but he deserves to be on the list. Roman Chocolatito Gonzalez. I mean, come on. The amount of ribs he's roasted throughout his legendary career. Yeah, Roman Gonzalez right there. Hey, that's not him. There we go. Roman Gonzalez right there. Naoya Inoue. We're going to put him in the list for sure. We're going to talk about him. William Cepeda, El Camarón Cepeda. If we were talking about volume, just that who goes to the body the most, he would win the category. But of course, that's not the only criteria. So we'll get to that. The aforementioned Emmanuel Navarrete, he deserves to be on the list too, in terms of body punching. I'm going to put him right there. There we go. Who else? Let's go to this list. Body punching Navarrete. El Venado Lopez, another Mexican. Luis Alberto Lopez, he deserves to be on the list as well. Real quick. Who else? Errol Spence. Say what you want about his performance against Crawford. He got butchered. He got exposed, as some people would say. But one thing for sure is he can crack through the body. Just ask Kell Brook and Yordan Isugas about that. Virgil Ortiz, another big dude in near those divisions. Gonna go to him right now. Hold on a second. Tim Zoo. Where's Tim Zoo here? Tim Zoo, just ask Jeff Horn about that, or Terrell Gosha, how many fucking body shots he took. This guy can go to the body, something awful. And finally, Artur Beterbiev. Inconsistent with the body shots, but whenever he does go to the body, it's something brutal. You can just hear the thudding with those heavy hands. All right, so guys, what do you think about the guys here we talked about in terms of body punching? Well, let me get... Yeah.
I think it's between Beterbiev, Inui, and Canelo. Canelo, remember how he bruised up that fucking 6'4" dude? He gave him like a hematoma on his fucking arm. So I consider that body punching.
You talking about Smith?
Yeah, there you go. So I always remember that shit, you know. And he's knocked out a couple of guys to the body too, especially in his younger days. Beterbiev, man, holy shit, he might be the best out of all of them. You know, he could get a knockout wherever, but his body punches are scary. That's why a lot of people are open upstairs too. And then Inui, I mean, didn't he like? I hate to say this, but he looked like he made Emmanuel Rodriguez take a shit on himself.
Oh,
he made him
wait a minute.
definitely do the ugly face.
Nigga, what?
Yeah.
I mean, I get what you're saying, but you could have said
nobody
he looked
came
like
close to doing that to him.
Yeah, okay, recognize that's a great point, but you could have said, you know, hey, he looked like he saw a ghost, or he looked like he was in incredible pain. You didn't have to go with the taking a dump. I mean,
Yeah, I was a little graphic. I apologize.
It's supposed to be a classy
like
show.
he saw a ghost, right?
Yeah, it's supposed to be a classy show here, man. Come on.
So since I'm a little
Sorry,
late,
man.
PDA.
I thought I had it on.
So BDA, since I'm a little late when it comes to body punching, we're just talking about how they throw their body shots. Someone who works the body as their arsenal.
No.
If you can catch me up very briefly.
No. You're getting it all wrong, Chief. Let me educate you. let me educate you.
Yes, please.
Not like everything else we were talking about with all the other punches, Chief. Like, for example, consistency. How often does a guy go to the body throughout all his fights? Technique, power, speed, and variety. I don't know if variety really factors in here, but you get the gist of it.
Okay.
You know what, man? I got to give honorable mention to Jaron Ennis. Even though he hasn't faced the best. Was that?
No, I was gonna say, man, that whoever let that go in that bowl, man, that was nothing but backboard.
I didn't hear what you said. I didn't
That
hear what
sound.
you said. Uh-huh.
So there's nothing but backboard.
Oh, I said the sound effect. That was nothing but backboard.
Ah, come on, man.
Freckled up that fucking.
All right, listen, this is supposed to be a classy show. What's going on here? I'll say this,
Halloween.
Man. Yeah, you're right. We'll make an exception. Recognize put it well. He said it's between Inoue and Beterbiev and Canelo. You know, all these guys are good body punchers. Don't get me wrong. And like I said, William Cepeda, if it was just for activity, for the number of body shots a guy throws per round, it would be William Cepeda. But we're taking other things into consideration. I'll tell you this about Inoue.
Is that Roman Gonzalez right there, BDA?
That's right. Yes.
I would say he's a phenomenal body puncher, bro. He might be, but I have him as a top in a different category instead of body punching, because I think someone like Canelo just hits harder and he has more stoppages to the body. He stopped Liam Smith. That was the first time he'd been stopped. And he stopped Rocky Fielding. Like Recognize was saying, he destroyed what's his name's arm? The other Smith's arm.
Callum Smith.
I can't remember his name.
Callum.
There you go.
He gave him
like
Callus
like you said,
arm.
like he won't just punch you in the ribs. He'll punch you in your shoulders. He'll fucking punch you everywhere.
Well,
so I think body punching, you can't do more than that. You know.
May I also add, he hurt Golovkin in the third fight with a body shot. I believe it was in round 9.
I was also going to say, I didn't say, for real? What round was that?
I think it was 9 or 10. I'd have to double check.
I was going to say he's also like the only guy on the list who want to fight off of pure body punching, because Devin Haney's not here. Against Lara, he won that fight off body punches.
Oh yeah, that's true. Oh yeah, Lara. Yeah, those body shots, he had him running all night. I'll say this though about Inoue though. When he fought Omar Narvaez, the Argentinian guy, underrated. he slashed him with a left hook across the stomach and dropped. Yeah, that's the thing. When he hits guys to the body with left hooks, they drop instantaneously, as if they've been prodded with a stun gun. Also, like Recognize mentioned, the Emmanuel Rodriguez fight dropped him, just disgusting that left hook. Here's the thing. It's interesting. When I was talking about the uppercuts with Navarrete, he throws a 1-2, he throws hooks, he goes to the body, and these guys are thinking, all right, maybe I can withstand this. Then he starts whipping up the uppercuts, and it's a whole new nightmare. And it's the same thing with Naoya Inoue. He'll throw the jab, he'll throw the 1-2, left hooks upstairs, and you're thinking, okay, maybe I can go, this is rough, he's too quick and powerful, but maybe if I keep him turning, I can make... And then he starts going to the body. And things just take a whole new level of dementia or of depravity. It's just disgusting how hard he hits to the body. And what other fight am I missing where he went to the body? The Butler fight. He had him covering up and he wore him down with those body shots.
Yeah, but he beat him around the guard.
That kid Demarius, I don't know if I'm pronouncing his name right. Remember, that's the kid he just literally hunting around the ring, just whopping him with body shot after body shot.
Oh, Nieves.
He would go down and he would get back up and take him out and one shot. What's that? Nieves, and there was a guy, D.A., I think he was Thai or Filipino.
When he fought in the U.S. When he fought in the U.S.
Marion or something like that. I know what you're talking about. It was recently. He dropped him like three times or something. I know what you're talking about, bro. It was one of his fights. It was his more recent performances that kind of flew under the radar.
Yeah, it was in the U.S. That's what I'm. Yeah,
it was a year ago. It was against Demarius or Dasmar.
Well, anyway, it's not important. It's not important how to. Yeah, but you're right. I'd forgotten about that, Jimmy. You're absolutely right. Yeah, that's so. See, based on everything you're saying, yeah, you're right, guys. It's Canelo and Inoue. It's close, but I'm gonna go with Inoue because the punches are slightly faster. These guys don't see him coming. Whereas with Canelo, he's just completely loading up on them. And so they sort of see him coming a little bit. He can't catch him by surprise like he used to. So I'm going Inoue. What did you guys say then? What's the consensus?
I'm Inoue all day. I'm Inoue all day. There's not even any comparison. I think he's the most devastating body puncher. Like, he literally is taking guys out, goes in with a game plan. I'm not even going to hit him in the head. Even when this kid was like ready to be taking out the head shots, he just kept lining him up the body. I mean, literally, the dude shit blood for 3 months after that fight. No doubt.
Why are people? Is there a full moon out there today or something? Why is everybody so crass today? What's going on here? I got a good mind to shut down the show right now, man. Let me tell you.
I'm in a cemetery right now, BDA.
Oh, you're doing the Ouija thing that we talked about?
Yeah, bro. I'm waiting for the second renaissance, bro.
No, I'm not gonna do that, man. Fuck that shit. By the way, fellas, don't forget to hit the like, really helps us out. Oh, look at that. We're at 111 likes. That's great, fellas. Thank you so much. Let's try to get it to 120 likes now. Let's get to that. Why not? What else was
that guy's name was Des Marinas, Jimmy.
Das Marinas, there you go. That's why I thought he was saying Nieves. I thought he was talking about that guy, but he was calling him Demarius. I said, when did he fight a black guy named Demarius? I don't remember that.
That's why I spelled it out, because I knew I was butchering the last name.
Yeah, man, but yeah, I'd forgotten
about that. I
think
Demarius is a African name, bro.
Well, it's not an African name. It's an Afro-Anglo name. Now, I'll say this, man. We got to go. Okay, just to recap so far, we're going at a good pace now, fellas. We're going at a good pace. Get your coffee, get your tea. We still got a long way to go, but we're doing good time here. Let's just recap what we've got so far, all right? We're rating fighters by categories here. So who has the best left hook, jab, and all that. So far, here's what we've got. Let me put it up on the screen here, if I can. There we go. Hold on a second. I'm getting confused here. I'm getting tired. I got to go get some coffee or something, man. Okay, so here's what we got so far. We've got... We started with the best jab in boxing, and we said it was Alexander Usyk. Then we got to the best left hook in boxing, or lead hook as I called it, and we went with Inoue. Then we went with the best straight right. The guys surprised me. I thought we were gonna go with Deontay Wilder, but the guys went with Naoya Inoue. Then we said the best uppercut in boxing, Emmanuel Navarrete. And then we just got through with body punching. And Fucking Naoya Inoue is everywhere, man. Now that it's Halloween, he's like the Candyman. Just say Candyman.
Yeah,
15
I said
times.
it, man. This guy might be the best at everything. Like, I'm not saying he clearly is. I'm not saying that, but it's just like he's gonna show up in every category that you. Well, I saw the category yesterday. I'm like, yeah, I knew he's like in all those categories, every single one of them.
Yeah, and by the way, people saw that I'm using Firefox and they're laughing at me. I didn't know it was uncool to use Firefox, man. I'll switch to Explorer if you want me to, but yeah. So that's what we got so
That's
far.
so 2006, man.
Ah, come on.
2007.
I used to use Firefox, bro. I use Brave now.
Oh yeah, Brave's good. Yeah, Brave. If you want to keep an that with a VPN, I'm hiding behind 5 VPNs, by the way. So good luck trying to find me. But yeah, so that's what we got so far here. So body punching, that was a fun one, man. I enjoy body punching. Hold on a second. So we got body punching up. Okay. Oh, now we get to an interesting one here, fellas. Hand speed. Now I'll say this, man. We were talking about the other day about boxing. By the way, just one thing. You're seeing that there's a lot of talent in boxing right now. So we're having a hard time deciding who's the best at this, who's the best at that. There's a lot of nominees. You will not find a list with more nominees than hand speed. I'm just going to go to the names, guys, before I even put them up on the screen. Guys that did make the cut that probably should. Demetrius Andrade, despite the fact that he's 35, he's still quick as hell. Edwin De Los Santos, who's going to be fighting Shakur Stevenson. Just because most people haven't seen him, so I said, I don't know if I should put him out here, but it's got to be the top 3 fastest guys in boxing right now. Ryan Garcia, Erickson Lubin, Jay Onomatopoeia, the cruiserweight, Luis Alberto Lopez, El Venado Lopez, Joe Cordina, Caleb Plant, Sonny Edwards, Teofimo Lopez, Jaron Ennis, Terrence Crawford, Gervonta Davis, Shakur Stevenson, Devin Haney, Vasil Lomachenko, Naoya Inoue, Kenshiro Taraji, and I probably missed somebody, knowing myself. So, geez Louise, this one's going to be a little tricky, man. So let's start off. Let's take it one step at a time here and put as many people as we can on the screen. Kenshiro Taraji he's a flyweight. Excuse me, junior flyweight, fast as hell. So he makes it to the list. Naoya Inoue, are you surprised to see him again? Should we just leave him off the list? I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, I mean, because I know people are tired of seeing his name prop up.
Maybe we can go back.
Yeah, you gotta leave him off the list.
Maybe we can go back and choose another name. On the ones if he dominates too much.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like like some judges, that's what they do. If a guy wins too many rounds in a row, they start looking to give a round to the other guy just to even things up a bit. Yeah. All right, so we got Lomachenko still fast as hell. Devin Haney, one of the quickest guys out there. Oh, I forgot Prograis, I think. Yeah, I didn't. Okay, honorable mention for Prograis. He's not on the list. Okay, so Haney, Shakur Stevenson. Where is he? Hold on. Shakur Stevenson, one of the fastest guys too. Add lightweight as well. Overall, just one of the quickest guys. Gervonta Davis, quick on the trigger with that left hand. Where's Gervonta Davis? Hold on. There we go. Oh, hold on. He's over Lomachenko. There we go. Terrence Crawford. He's still quick as hell. Very, very quick. Underrated hand speed despite his age, by the way. Deadly mix of speed and power. Terrence Crawford. All right. Who else? Terrence Crawford. Jaron Ennis. Very, very quick as well. You guys think he's quicker than Terrence Crawford just based on the youth, or how would you guys categorize it while I'm putting guys up here on the screen?
He's not more. He's probably quicker, but he's not more effective than Terrence Crawford.
Right,
So
but we're talking sheer
quicker.
speed. Yeah, just sheer speed.
Yeah, he might be throwaway punches, everything together. Yeah, I think he might be a little bit faster because of the age.
You know who's not fast, lightning fast, but he's very quick is Virgil Ortiz. He's not on the list, but I think he deserves some mention of how quickly he gets his ordnance.
Virgil Ortiz combination punching is very fucking fast.
Absolutely. Who else do I got here?
I'm on a cursing storm today.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm telling you, full moon. By the way, if you can't crack an egg like Sonny Edwards, you better be fast. And he certainly is fast. One of the fastest guys out there. So he makes the cut here. Caleb Plant if it wasn't for his hand speed, he probably doesn't make it past David Benavidez or doesn't make it to the distance. And that hand speed allowed him to compete with Canelo as well. So he's a very fast guy, especially for super middleweights. Usually, it used to be back in the day that bigger guys weren't really that fast. Muhammad Ali, those type of guys, those were the exception. But now you're seeing guys lightning quick, even at the like Roy Jones, for example, at light heavyweight. That was unseen at the time, a guy that fast. Joe Cordina is another guy. Oh, geez, I'm running it. No, you know what? I'm not going to put Cordina in there. He's fast, but so who else? I said Luis Alberto Lopez, Erickson Lubin, Ryan Garcia. Guys, who do I leave out? Because we got Joe Cordina, Luis Alberto Lopez, Ana Marapia, Erickson Lubin, and Ryan Garcia. Who do I put there as the last contender for hand speed?
I think Ryan.
Recognized Chief Jimmy.
I would say, oh, my bad. You heard me, right?
Yeah.
My bad.
No, I heard you. These other guys are ignoring me. All right, listen, I'll make an executive decision, and I'm gonna go with Ryan Garcia. We're gonna put him there in the last spot.
It's a funny picture, bro.
But you know what's interesting about
Well, he was
this?
on your list. He was on your original list anyway. I was looking to see who you had that list you sent me. So Ryan was on your list to begin with, and he does have fast hands. So
I was going to say, I was going to go with Ryan anyway. I'm sorry about that.
That's all right. That's
a
all
full
right.
house here.
I'll tell you what, guys.
Yeah, me too.
20 years ago, if you would have asked me to name the fastest guys out there weren't that many. Zab Judah, Mayweather, Pacquiao, Roy Jones was still fast, Shane Mosley, De La Hoya, maybe Eric Morrell. Those were the guys I would come up with. And other than that, the fact that we got so many fast guys right now, I don't know what it is. Is it the supplements, if you know what I mean by supplements? Is it the strength and conditioning training? Is it the genetics? I mean, what's going on here?
Better athletes. These guys are better. They're better. Doesn't mean that they're doesn't mean that they're better at their sport. It's just that you're getting better athletes. You're getting more of everything because the examples have been made. The Roy Jones, who was fighting at 175 pounds, and he was like as fast as a welterweight. So people want to mimic those things, and so you're going to get a lot of people that now they have to. Now you got to fight like that. You get what I'm saying? Oh, you got to have that kind of size and speed.
True, but don't forget that Roy was on supplements also.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, no, I'm not even talking about that. Like, listen, to me, it's all good as long as you're not stopping anybody else. That's not why you're winning fights. The only way I'll diminish you guys, you're stopping him from taking, and I'm taking. I won't consider that a win.
And right, the one time he did test positive, they were both taking something. It was him and Richard Hall. They both.
Yeah, no, I don't think Roy Jones ever gave a damn what you were taking. As long as he was comfortable the way he was coming in the ring, right? He was fine with it. That's called being a warrior.
But that aside, there may be more people that are between quick and fast today. But like I was talking about, that blazing speed of 4 or 5 punch combinations and stuff like that of yesteryear, to me, from the eye test, and maybe it's just because everybody's faster these days, but it looked like yesteryear they were faster, probably because they were fighting. One guy had elite speed and one guy didn't. That's maybe why they look so fast. But when you talk Mayweather and Zab and even Whitaker and Roy Jones, I can't think of anybody today that reminds me of having that kind of hand speed. They're similar. I think Loma at times, especially at featherweight, yeah, but lately it's been mostly, like I said, footwork. Davis is quick. Haney's got speed, but it's not like those guys. So it just almost appears to me like either everyone's so much more even now, or the guys from yesterday were faster. I don't know which one it really is, but none of them are really like or by the eye test they're going, wow, I haven't seen speed like that since all the aforementioned fighters.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, let me tell you just the amount of speedy fighters we've got here that I left out, because some people are mentioning that in the chat. Some people, first of all, I left out Keyshawn Davis as well. Robesi Ramirez is pretty gosh darn fast. Regis Prograis, I mentioned earlier. Andy Ruiz, possibly was fast for a heavyweight too. O'Shaquie Foster, who just won this past Saturday. I mean, and then like I said, I left out Demetrius Andrade, Edwin De Los Santos, who for me is got to be the top 3 fastest guy, but most people don't know about him, so couldn't really put him up there. And I ran out of time, so I couldn't create a picture for him. But yeah, man, this is insane. So guys, bottom line, who is the fastest fighter in boxing right now? I tell you,
Man, I'm having a hard time deciding, bro.
Man, with a Dewey.
Me too, because at the same time, these guys mostly sleep. Hang on, it's too loud over here.
I'm going with a Nui BDA.
yeah, I'm gonna go
I
ahead.
might have to say Nui, bro.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to concur, man.
That dude fought over the weekend is pretty fucking fast, man. That Oshaki, whatever his name is, he did have pretty damn quick hands. You're right. There's so many guys. It's one of those things, and you see it a lot. Because look, people who usually have fast hands don't punch hard. There's a reason why they develop this hand speed because they're not putting their weight over their front foot, and it's a lot more arm punching involved. We're
Yeah, but
opposed guys like Triple G who load up and put a lot of oomph on his punches. That's why his hand speed, although his hands weren't slow, but you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but that's the thing, though. Ryan Garcia, Teofimo Lopez, Jaron Ennis, Terence Crawford, Lomachenko, Davis,
Yeah,
Inoue. Those guys hit hard, man.
Garcia, that little fruitcake. Yeah, that little fruitcake can he can swing pretty fast.
All right, so guys, Jimmy, would you concur with Sober's chief and recognize that Inoue is the fastest guy right now in boxing?
Again, for the competition and the level of competition he's fighting and the way he's taking people out, yeah, that into his hand speed. Yeah, he's got really fast hands. I wouldn't say no. So you can add me to that.
We got Gonzalo dropping by just in the
Yeah, I would say also because he doesn't draw the arm back, keeps them like furtherly in the front, not totally extended, but if the arms are like more up to the front, they travel less of a distance. So he doesn't cock the shoulder, he doesn't telegraph, he just lets it rip, and it's explosive speed, which generates power.
Yeah, listen, I'm gonna have to concur, and it's getting tiresome to have Inoue winning so many categories. I mean, this dude is just dominating all over the place. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, he deserves it if he deserves it. But I can't recall any other era when we saw these many fast, lightning fast guys. I do wonder if it's gonna remain that way, and this is just a trend that we're seeing, or if it's like you guys said, all of the above, the supplements, if you know what we mean, the training, the genetics. I don't know. Maybe people are getting healthier.
Pound for pound wise, Nui looks like. I know he looks like people say he looks like a pop star and all that. So I'm talking about his physical appearance, his body. Pause. He's the total package, bro. He's like Bruce Lee. You know, that's what he is. He's like what Bruce Lee was supposed to be.
I got you, man. Yeah, you're right, huh? It's he moves like water.
Dude, Mike Tyson, one of the greatest fighters ever. I'm not saying that his word is gospel. I love you guys.
What the fuck?
Fuck out of here, man. No, not you guys. I don't love you.
I mean, talk about pause.
I love you too, bro. I love you too, bro.
Yeah, just
I
recognize.
love you too.
Recognize. You gotta go, man.
I love I lost my train of thought. I'm sorry, man. I'm gonna pause. I'm gonna mute until I get my thought back.
She got gay. It's like, wait a minute.
I love you guys. Fuck out of here.
You're making me come in.
All right, what's going on here? All right, listen. All right, recognize lost his train of thought with all the gay talk. Where were we at here? Ring generalship, yes, of course. Ring generalship. Now, what do I mean by ring generalship? Because now we're veering away from punches for the most part. By ring generalship, we're not just talking about the scoring criteria, because that's one of the criteria for scoring fights. But by ring generalship, what I'm talking about here is essentially a fighter's intelligence, the versatility that they show in the ring, ring awareness. Do they know where they are at all times within that ring? And of course, talking about technique as well. So let me just recap here. Intelligence, versatility, ring awareness, and technique. All right. So let's get started here. I'm going to put everybody up on the list. And hold on a second. Where is it? All right. All right. Do we even have to mention this guy again? Let's just leave him in there for every category. Naoya Inoue, in terms of ring generalship. Then we go to Vasyl Lomachenko. You don't win 2 gold medals and multiple titles in boxing in professional ranks if you're an idiot. And that's what he's shown to be the utmost ring general right there. Devin Haney, I know some people are going to disagree with this, but more often than not, he knows where he's at all times in the ring. Alexander Usyk also makes the cut here. Where is he? Oh. I'm going through alphabets here. To the alphabet. Alexander Usyk, there we go. Alexander Usyk. Dimitri Bivol is another guy that makes the cut for ring generalship. Then we move on to Canelo Alvarez, making the cut there as well. Terence Crawford, who some people consider to be the number 1 pound-for-pound fighter in the world, so he definitely makes the cut. Artur Beterbiev makes the cut as well in terms of ring generalship. Shakur Stevenson makes the list as well here. Where is he? Hold on. Give me 2 seconds. Shakur Stevenson, there we go. Or some people call him now Kerr. It's bad enough they refer to him by his first name. Now everyone's talking Kerr. Hey, Kerr. Emmanuel Navarrete makes a cut. He finally proved it against Valdez. He finally convinced people that he does know what he's doing there in the ring. Who else? Navarrete. Juan Francisco Estrada, El Gallito, makes a cut.
I got to be DD real quick. And my vote's for either Inoue or Loma. And I'll try and be back before the show's over.
All right. Shout out to you.
Let me ask you something, BDA. Is Shakur still Puerto Rican?
Yes, he is. He said it. He brought it up, so we'll go by what he says.
Yeah.
Boricua.
I'm gonna put him in that. I'm gonna put him in that list too. I'm not saying he's the best, but he gets
Boricua.
he gets his PR pass from me.
Hey, by the way, I left Tim Zhu out of the honorable mention because he really does control the ring in there. The way he corners people, gets them on the ropes. He knows what he's doing. He's an underrated ring general. But I still want to see him fight Jermell Charlo before I can make that determination. The guys on this screen are more proven than him. Or maybe you could make the argument that he's like Shakur Stevenson's level.
Man. Yeah, you got a good list here, man.
I know I got a good list. You don't have to tell me that.
You see, okay, Shakur, he gets a pass. You know, he's my Boricua brother right there. We drafted him. I think we traded for him, right? Didn't we trade for him?
I believe so. Yes.
Yeah. I might have traded for him. Yeah. I don't know who for it, but whatever. Damn. I know everybody's gonna be like, "Yo, recognize as a fanboy." But Anui's the best ring general too, bro.
Oh, man.
That's all I want to say, man. Bye. I gotta go.
Well, before we get to it, let me just go through the list here a little bit. Lomachenko, some people, I know people love, he's got to be the most hated fighter in terms of, from a specific demographic. But the way this guy, even when he's lost, he's got 3 losses. None of them have been convincing. I mean, the most convincing one, I guess you could say, was the Teofimo Lopez one. That's because he gave up too many rounds because of the injury. And even then, the rounds he won more convincing than Lopez did. Then he got robbed against Devin Haney. I mean, listen, if you're fighting a guy who's faster than you, bigger than you, younger than you, and you're still getting the best of him, I guess that means you're a good ring general. With Navarrete, for example, why he's on the list. Okay, yeah, his technique is completely unorthodox, but look at how he makes guys work when he's not even throwing shots. He's making guys work, as Gonzalo once said, with his feet, and as I once said, with his feints. He makes guys react and waste movement and become jittery just with the feints because he punches from all angles on top of that. I mean, this dude knows what he's doing, and then he can get on the back foot if he wants to regain energy. And he makes guys work, like I said, with the feints. That's another way he recoups energy. And then he just comes at you with fucking combinations. Roman Gonzalez, honorable mention for him too. I don't know why I left him off the list. Maybe I should have taken out Ioka, but it's just because he's been inactive, so I had to take him off the list. Dimitri
I know. I can understand that.
Jimmy, I can't hear you very
But
well,
at
man.
one point, Oh, he's an older guy now, but at one point he was definitely the best ring general. So ring general is who's forcing the guy to fight at his pace.
Mm.
You know what I mean? That's how I consider ring general. And Chocolatito is definitely one of those guys, man, that you always fought at his pace, and you never let people get comfortable in there.
Jimmy, before
Yeah,
you
we saw
mute,
it.
I want to
Yes.
ask you this because when I was making a list, Beterbiev, most people don't think of him as a ring general, but if people rewatch the Gvozdyk fight, Gvozdyk was a quicker guy, and Beterbiev was the one dictating. He wasn't just muscling his way in, or he was outboxing the guy. Would you say Beterbiev is an underrated ring general?
Yes, because of his, you know what I mean? Yeah, because he forces people because of his power to. When you have power like that, people bite at your feints, and they're tending to watch what you're doing, especially once you taste his power. He had some of the best walkout before he got injured back in the day. Remember some of the walk-off knockouts he had? Like he would just punch and he'd turn and walk towards his corner before the guy even hit the canvas because he knew he was going down. He had a couple of knockouts like that were pretty impressive.
Yeah, man. I mean, this dude is a problem. I mean, he was a top-rated amateur. He was above Kovalev in the Russian amateurs. So I mean, and he if he wouldn't have ran into Usyk in the Olympics, he might have made it to the final and then probably fought Usyk there. But he encountered him in the first round, I believe, and he couldn't progress afterwards. But he gave him hell in that Olympic fight. The other thing I wanted to ask you guys is Saul Canelo Alvarez. A lot of the way he's fighting now, which is just walking forward, throwing sledgehammers. But I'm thinking, if it was so easy for anybody to do, if all you need to do what Canelo does is strength and power, I mean, I think you'd see most guys doing it, but nobody's really doing it quite like him, and he's making it work, and he barely loses rounds. So, guys, what do you think? Does Canelo deserve to be on this list?
Oh yeah, when it comes to that, because he has unbelievable um, self-respect for his chin. He knows he's got a great chin, and when it comes to movement from the waist up, he's so hard to hit clean. So yeah, he pushes, makes people uncomfortable, and yeah, he's another one of those guys. That's one of his attributes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would also say that you could say okay that his punches are probably in the beginning more predictable, but if there was a need to change like the levels, if you start blocking upstairs, he would then flip the script and go downstairs. So it's all dependent upon what he's observing in the fight, and he's gonna adjust accordingly. So we can't just say okay, he's landing and people are seeing them. All the time they're still seeing them and he's still landing them. But it's almost like a sure shot because he's collapsed. He's fucking like getting inside and like basically I made an analogy one time. Like if he was a basketball player, he's not throwing from the outside, seeing if I score the 3-pointer. No, he's driving to the rim and getting the slam dunk on you. Even though you know he's coming, he's still getting the slam dunk. But once again, if you block it, he's gonna change the levels, and he's real good at that. Whether you don't know if it's going up or down.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's a great way of putting
Like
it.
Kyle Malone, even if you knew he was going to slam dunk, he just run right over you.
Well, you know what, man? Canelo, the reason why he's here in Ring Generalship too is because he used to be a boxer puncher, and he had a difficult time fighting guys that didn't overcommit against him, like against Austin Trout, for example. After the first Golovkin fight, when he tried to back foot bitch it, I mean, he showed, by the way, that he could move too, by the way, in that fight. We're going to get to that. But then he said, you know what, why the hell am I fighting this way? I'm not going to be able to outbox him. He stood his ground and said, let's party, baby. And ever since then, he's become a more refined pressure fighter. He's not quite, to me, the epitome of cutting the ring off was Gennady Golovkin. But Canelo has improved a lot since 2013 in cutting that ring off. So that's part of ring generalship too, is the versatility that you can show. If you can outbox a guy from the outside and be aware of where you are at all times in that ring, if you're nearing the corner, oh, I'm nearing the ropes, let me slip away. Or if you know that how to pressure a guy and how to corner him and stuff like that, that's what ring generalship is. So Canelo definitely deserves to be top 5 when it comes to that. I don't know about putting him number 1.
He has something. Sorry, BD. He has something that I noticed that other people had said, but you can really tell that Canelo, he keeps his eyes open. Sometimes it's hard to do. So he's got the ability amid like infighting, as Jim Lamley used to say about Julio Cesar Chavez. he can keep his eyes open. And a lot of the times he's focusing probably, I'm thinking on your chest, right? That's like
Mhm.
where he's pointing the punches. And whether he goes up or down, he'll adjust. But yeah, he's keeping his eyes open.
Well, I'll say this then, because we got to get through this category here. Who is the best ring general? Who has the best ring generalship in boxing? To me, guys, to simplify it, it's between Inoue and Alexander Usyk. And because Usyk, think about it, Usyk, he's fucking back. He was backing Dubois up, and that's a bigger dude. And Usyk doesn't really hit that hard, and just through technique and footwork was backing him up. And then when he wants to, like when he fights a big puncher like Gassiev, he can dart around the ring. Or when he fights a guy that he can't quite outbox from the outside, like Michael Hunter, he puts the earmuffs up and starts walking guys down. To me, that is he can do it all in there, except punch. And that's the thing with Inoue. He can box off the back foot too, but then when a guy starts running, he can actually get the stoppage. So you guys help me out. What do? Do we give it to Inoue because he gets the stoppages, whereas Usyk doesn't really tend to do that, or what do we do here?
Man, that's close. You know, I
I would
was
say
too quick to pull the trigger when it came to Inoue, but then Usyk comes to mind. Who controls the ring better than him? Right? That's a fucking tough one because you just brought up the fact that Inouye's getting knockouts. But okay, so Usyk is fighting bigger guys, but Usyk wasn't scoring knockouts as much when fighting guys his size as well. It's tough because I would say the cruiserweight division when he was fighting was full of winners, guys that were all undefeated champions, and they all got one thing in common: they all lost to him. But he didn't blow these guys away. You get what I'm saying? I'm gonna say Inouye by a slight bit, but Usyk might be better, and maybe I'm overlooking something. He might be better than Inouye, but right now I'm thinking about, like you say, he could fight off the back foot going forward. He could get the knockout when you're still back foot bitching it as you call it. So yeah, Inouye.
I say Usyk, bro. And I'll say Usyk because in a way, because you compare them, right? How you guys are comparing them, but I would say what Usyk has over in a way is the fact that he doesn't have that knockout punch at these. You know, he has to be on point. He has to be the ring general for 12 rounds, and in a way, just he has to be the ring general until he gets a knockout. If that makes sense. Like Usyk has to work harder in a way because he has. You know what I mean? He has to be consistent.
Yeah, that's an interesting way of putting. I mean, like, we're gonna need Jimmy and Gonzalo to break the decide
No,
here.
it's down to those two because I started thinking Bivol. Bivol hardly loses rounds, but he's very like how you said it one time, BD. I forgot exactly. He's only got like one way of doing it, and he becomes redundant. But it works. Hey, that's what matters. No, but as far as Usyk, like what you said too, kind of what Sober said as well. Like, he's got to be always on point, and when he's facing that power puncher, he basically like he won't stay at the mid distance. He knows that the safe space is to dash forward and stay on you because that's probably the safest for him. But at the same time, it doesn't allow the opponent, like a power puncher like Dubois, punch back because he can't get the leverage himself. That's Dubois. So he knows that when he needs to like circle around, when he did against the other opponent, okay, that's probably the best strategy too. The other opponent he faced. This is Usyk. So yeah, he's got many ways of doing it. Where there's pivoting, circling away and whatnot, and or collapsing the pocket and staying on your chest to smother your opponent's body of work and stuff like that. Yeah, he's pretty well rounded in that regard. So I'll probably say Usyk, but I was thinking Babel too. But since the option is between him and the other guy you mentioned, Usyk
In a way.
and he knew I'll just pick Usyk.
All right, so let's make this quick then. Yeah.
If we're going, like I said, in a way or Loma. So I mean, obviously, in a way is the one we're going to lead towards because I put him in both. The reason I'm putting Loma, and I'll sum it up quickly. He's a smaller guy. He's a featherweight that's cutting the ring off and dictating the pace against lightweights. Some of them that are, well, two of which are going to junior welterweight, and he's dictating the pace against these guys. He's cutting the ring off. They may have their moments also, but his footwork's dictating the pace. When he engages, that's when they engage. When he disengages, that's when neither fighter is engaging. And so the fact that he doesn't even belong at that weight class, and these guys are junior welterweights or welterweights, and he's a natural featherweight, and he's taking the fight to them and controlling the pace, that's why I was leaning towards him. But based off of the two, everyone's bringing it down to two, and the consensus is one person or Inoue. I'm going to lean towards Inoue.
All right, so let's just, okay, Recognize said Inoue, I think. Sober said Usyk. Jimmy, who did you say? Inoue too, I think he said.
Well, no, I didn't. I just said for like, I haven't picked, but between Usyk again, the Inoue stopping people. He just not even just stopping them, dude. Like we're talking guys who've never been off their feet in their pro career with 40 some odd fights, and he obliterates them in 2 rounds. Over and over, he has done this. So yeah, but then again, it's like, but ring generalship. Who's making who fight what fight? You think that Usyk is doing it against guys who are substantially bigger than him, and you know, what do we got right now? I think it's 2 Usyk.
Jimmy, you're cutting off, man. You're cutting off. Just jump out and jump back in, man, because you've been cutting off for a while.
All right.
Yeah,
I'll.
Yeah, Gonzalo, did you go? I don't think you did. Who was the best ring general?
No, I just said Usyk.
You're gonna say Usyk? Well, listen, yeah, because Inoue is knocking people out, but then that's true though. He's knocking out a lot of guys in under 2 rounds, so it doesn't really show as, I mean, he's shown us that he's versatile. Don't get me wrong. So to me, it's between Usyk, Inoue, and Canelo. Canelo's right up there because of what you guys made some great points about how he makes people fight his fight and engage, disengage. Usyk, on the other hand, he's fighting bigger guys, but they're also bigger lummoxes. They're not exactly the most skilled, but then again, he cleared out the cruiserweight division. So without further ado, and to not overcomplicate things, I'm gonna go with Alexander Usyk. But it's not like he's he's schooling these guys, Canelo and Inoue. It's not like he's leaving them behind by a lot, but it's just that's what we're gonna go with, because he's been consistent throughout his ability to make guys fight his fight and his versatility, which we're taking into account for being a good ring general. It's just overall intelligence. So, hold on a second. That's what we were doing there.
Yeah, man, Usyk's a bad motherfucker, dude.
He looks like a nut job too, by the way. Now, let's go to the next category here. One of my favorites next to body punching, and that is combination punching. Combination punching. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, okay. Yeah, combination punching, fellas. We're talking about stringing combos together, not necessarily the fastest combos or who is the most active guy, because William Cepeda would probably win the contest of who throws more punches in a fight, or maybe Castaño or Fernando Martinez. But we're talking about the quality of the combos too, the power, the technique, the precision. How often does this guy throw combos? Is he just throwing combos against overmatched opposition, and then against the best he's back foot bitching and then throwing one shot at a time and clinching and whistling at the crowd? We got to take all of that into consideration. So with combinations, let me just put up all these guys in the up here, and then we'll talk about them. We got to definitely include Roman Chocolatito Gonzalez, one of the last great combination punchers in boxing. Not that many around, as you're going to see. Next is his arch nemesis, Juan Francisco Estrada. Just a tad less brilliant with those combos, but nevertheless, beautiful combinations, especially up and down, body, all that type of stuff. Emmanuel Navarrete is another dude. Beautiful combinations. Artur Beterbiev, sometimes I'll get to that. The inconsistency sometimes he has with his combos. Dimitri Bivol, who else? Jose Ramirez, one of the best combination punchers out there. A lost art combination punching, but he certainly studied it well. Put him up here real quick. Kenshiro Toraji, the junior flyweight. I mean, you watch this guy fight. He's got shades of Pacquiao in him. Pacquiao-esque, as I like to call him. In and out, bouncing. And yeah, just nonstop punching there a lot from him. So we got to put him there. David Benavides, for the first time, appears here. David Benavides has some good combos, man. When he backs people up against the ropes and he goes to town and he whips those shots up and down. I like him. I like how he fights. Very entertaining. Kazuto Ioka, again, not the best fighter at any one thing, but just a solid all-around pro. Kazuto Ioka at Superfly. And we got to put him... If him and Estrada end up fighting on the 31st of December, hooey, you're going to watch some good combos there, fellas, let me tell you. David Morrell, like I said, a little overrated by some boxing fans, especially since he hasn't fought the best opposition. But the guys he's fought so far, he opens up with some combos. He's aggressive. He's part of the new... Everyone talked about Cuban school. This guy is new Cuban school. They're aggressive. They're going for it. And I like it. The other dude that can throw some good combos is Terence Crawford. He sort of become too much of a counterpuncher a little bit, but whenever he does hurt guys, he opens up with the combos, and you better be able to get the hell out of the way from those combos because he will. I mean, just look at how he was shaking up Errol Spence before stopping him in that last round. I mean, he was just ragdolling him with those wallops of his.
The way he beat up Spence, it was so unexpected for me that it makes me look. I think I'm caught up in the moment when it comes to him. I'm be like, yo, this dude is fucking that awesome, or Spence is that bad. It can't be Spence is that bad. Somebody would expose him a long time ago.
Well, listen, here we got the list here.
Got to be a little bit in between. A little bit in between.
Right. Well, I mean, it's a lot of alcohol had to do with it too. But look.
Oh yeah, no, sure. He's an alcoholic. I know that. He is. And Bud takes himself serious. But if you look at, if you just look at street fights, period, right? That's always the thing. You'll see a drunk who'll wipe out everybody, but when he faces a man that lives a clean life and can fight, that's the key thing. He could do both. Yeah, then he's gonna be in some shit.
And by the way, recognize LOI in the chat says Inoue didn't make the cut. Yeah, he didn't. Finally, for one, we found one thing he's not the greatest at, or that makes a combination. I mean, don't get me wrong, he can string together some good combos, and they're flashy because of the
That's
history.
The one thing he's not the best at. I agree. Yep.
I mean, because when he finished Emmanuel Rodriguez, he was hook. You know what I mean? It wasn't exactly the most refined approach. Although it's same thing when he stopped down there. It wasn't like 1-2 left hook, 1-2 left. It wasn't Juan Marquez exactly. Is what I'm trying to get at.
And it's mostly because he doesn't have to. This isn't his area of specialty because he's so dynamically powerful with his reflexes and his shots that he's not going to throw combinations. He doesn't need to. He's just too powerful. And if he tries to throw them, most of them are going to miss because someone's going to drop before he even gets the combination done. So this is definitely not his area of expert. Well, let me say, not the area he stands out with the most.
Absolutely. Can I say one thing about Bivol? I want to start with him too here. Bivol has, if by combination punching where we're just running it based off of speed, I would say Bivol. But we're talking about variety of punches here. Anybody can really just throw 1-2, 1-2, 1-2, 1-2 like Liu Kang. I'm talking about mixing it up here. A couple of big shots. And for the most part, Bivol is really just 1-2-1, 1-2-1-2-1. Triple jab, right hand. What do you guys think? Am I crazy here in saying that, yeah, he's a very good combination puncher based on the speed and the way those combos flow, but that he wouldn't be the number one guy?
Well, first of all, you are crazy. Just to answer that one.
All right. But putting that aside.
Putting that aside.
I think that's what they call that pendular energy Russian school of fighting style.
Mm-hmm.
You create a lot of inertia, like going back and forth, the momentum. That's a good combination to throw. Straight punches are more difficult to see coming than the hooks, and they arrive quicker. And especially that 1-2-1 is deadly. We've seen Lomachenko with that too. It's 1-2, then you get a lot of extension and power on your jab again, and it pops your head back to where sometimes you can't get out of the way of that third punch. So it's really effective, but at the same time, what is the category based on? like not just effectiveness, but like nice
Versatility.
punching or what? What's
Yeah,
for the lack of a
versatility.
better word?
Versatility. For example, for me,
Versatility. Yes, there you go.
for example, the epitome of combination punching in the last 20 years, one of them, Juan Marquez, he would throw 1, 2, and instead of the left hook, he would go left uppercut, and then instead of throwing the right hand, he would go 1, 2, left uppercut, left hook, right uppercut, and then a left hook to the body, and then a left hook upstairs. So he's punching with the same hand usually to throw guys off, but he's throwing different types of shots, hooks, uppercuts, straights, just the whole gamut. And that's what I'm looking for here. So with Bivol,
Yeah.
it's a little bit too much of the same thing. By the way, honorable mention for Vasyl Lomachenko, but lately it's just been 1-1, which sort of limits him here, just like Bivol a little bit. It's just that Bivol is more active, or appears to be more active. I'll say this about okay, we talk about Terence Crawford. Usyk has good combos too, but when he throws his hooks, they tend to be way too wide. So I'm not gonna give him too much. I mean, the credit. I'll just break it off here. It's between Roman Chocolatito Gonzalez and Navarrete for me. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I was gonna say that too. Probably David Benavidez. He's got nice combos, but at the elite level, it's more like pity pats nowadays. Maybe I'm not sure because the way he caught Porky Medina with the 19 push combination and the Canadian dude, what's his name?
Lemieux.
David Lemieux.
David Lemieux. Yeah, that was old David Lemieux. But basically, yeah, the way he knocked him back on the ropes with that combo, that was cool to watch. But against he says the American Caleb Plant, he landed some good combos, couldn't get him out of there, and that 54-pounder as far as with Canelo couldn't get him out of there either. I'd say between Chocolatito and Navarrete.
For me, it's Chocolatito, bro. Gonzalez.
Yeah, because the technique is just tighter, right?
Yeah, no, he'll just keep throwing. His combinations are just bop, 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 bop. He'll just keep throwing with you, and like he got good defense, and he'll just keep pressing you. His combinations just don't stop, bro. Like his combinations are pretty nasty.
Yeah, it's like he creates like they're well balanced. Like when he throws a shot with one hand, and he turns his body weight to the opposite side of the body, he'll turn into that punch with he generates power off another punch, off of every punch. He'll put his body in position, right, to anchor off of that punch.
Yeah, that's a great way of putting it. Benavidez does the same thing. That's what you got to do when you throw a body combination punching. You got to shift the weight. You don't just keep the weight in the middle because then your shots lose power. So you're right, but the thing is, though, for me, Navarrete is doing more damage now. And so we're talking about who has the best combination punching now. So I'm just thinking, in terms of technique, Chocolatito is very good. It's the state of the art. But fucking Navarrete, he's busting people up, man, with those combinations. And even though they're a little wider, they're still coming in fast and breaking through the guards. I mean, just look at what he did to poor Joed Gonzalez. So, guys, what do you think? Yeah.
The Navarrete, he's got good legs, so like he's got good straights, and that hook. It might not be like literally like he wants to shoot it fast, but since he shoots it from like so far away, because he gives you that false sense of distance, kind of like Crawford. Their arms are so long where you think, okay, he's only 5'7". I'm way outside. He's not gonna be able to reach out and touch me. But when he does, because he gives you that false sense of distance, where in relation to where he's at to you, bam, then he pops you. Is like he has the luxury of throwing like a jab in the straight, then get put in maybe not so like right after immediately after the jab in the straight, but he can loop it under and catch you with a little bit of delayed reaction as you're moving back, and he can still catch you out balance right when your feet are kind of squared up.
So fuck, man. So what do we do, man? Chief, are you still there? Chief is gone.
So is so Chocolatito, so Gonzalez isn't on the list?
Yeah, he is.
What's up?
No, it's too late.
Yeah. It's over. I like Gonzalez, but to tell you the truth, man, for me, they're kind of like at the cusp of like it's over for them, you know.
It seems like this year was a boring one.
No, my vote was for Gonzalez.
All right, so we
Take
got
his ass off the list.
so we got Sobers and Chiefs saying Gonzalez. Reckoners, what did you say? I think he went with another dude. I think he chose another guy.
He didn't pick anyway. I could have sworn I heard him say that.
No, no, he's not even on the list, man. But again, Chocolatito, the personification, the embodiment of combination punching from a technique standpoint. But again, he's been inactive. He hasn't been causing as much damage now at that Superfly. So I'm going to go ahead and say
maybe,
Navarrete.
but he's had to rely on his combinations more at that weight instead of one punch power like he did the lower weights. So it only emphasizes the fact that he's been proficient in his entire career, but he's had to actually throw more of them in volume at the higher weight. That only solidifies my reasoning on picking him.
So, man, so what are people? Okay, hold on. Let me see what people are saying in the chat. Canelo.
Do we take him out the list?
No. People are saying Chocolatito. Some people are saying Navarrete is a better version of Maidana. Some King Chaos says butt for combos. I'm your leader. Chocolatito is number one. Evan Deere says Choco is number one for combination punching. All right, so we'll go. The people are concurring with you guys. Chocolatito it is. When it comes to combination punching, Chocolatito is still the top of the game when it comes to combination punching. Right there, look at that. Yeah, but I mean, just this dude could punch with 1, 2. Same thing with. In fact, I'll tell you this: if you got the time and you understand Spanish, check out right on YouTube Chocolatito Gonzalez and Juan Manuel Marquez. They were on a show together in 2013. I want to say 2014. I think it was, and they're showing you how to throw combos. And I'm thinking, these guys are cut from the same cloth when it comes to combos. 1, 2, left uppercut, left hook, right uppercut, left hook to the body. It's just, God damn it, those combos were insane. But, so yeah, that's where we got there, man. Now, before we move on to the next category here, again, we're ranking the best category, fighters per category in boxing. So we've gone through the gamut here. Let me just recap where we're at so far. So anybody that's tuning in, hold on a second. Where are we at? Okay, so what we have so far is what I believe to be a comprehensive list of some of the best, fighters in boxing. And upon seeing it, you will conclude that our list is the best out there. No, I'm kidding. Hold on a second. Where is it? We've been on for 3 hours, and I'm starting to lose my shit. I got to go get some coffee or something. Real quick. Okay, here we go. So this is the list we got so far. When we talked about, we started off with jab. So we said Alexander Usyk has the best jab in boxing. Lead hook, in terms of our left hook rather, Naoya Inoue. Fucking straight right, we went with Inoue. Uppercuts, we went with Navarrete. Body punching, gosh darn Inoue again. And we just got done with combination punching, and we said Roman Chocolatito Gonzalez. So that's where we're at right now.
You know who's got a killer combo too, BD? Mauricio Lara. The straight right and the left hook. He can put those two together. That's just 2 punches, though. Still,
Yeah, he's a mean one.
honorable mention.
Honorable mention, yeah. Well, I mean, the problem is, like Never Sober said earlier, which is that this dude just doesn't know how to set up his shots. So that's what happened. The Wood kept moving, and the guy and Lara never had the time to set his feet, and it was a disgusting performance. And I know the weight issues. I know that there was the whole hijinks with the weighing, but I mean, come on. Okay, so the next category is gonna be chin. Who has the best chin in boxing? Now, guys, I gotta go take another latrine break. So you guys take the lead, and you want me to put everybody up on the list first, and then I can go, or
If you can, please.
All right, I'll do
Because
that.
that'll give us conversation topics.
Yes, a good point. Let's go. Okay, the first, in terms of top chins in the world of boxing, we got Joey Joyce at heavyweight. We got Canelo Alvarez, who's gone up to as far as light heavyweight. Never hit the canvas. Emmanuel Navarrete, who walked through Valdez's left hooks whenever he did catch him. Alexander Usyk, who I believe hasn't been dropped ever as well in the professional ranks, and that's considering he's fought heavyweights. Where is Usyk right there? Naoya. No, wait a minute. Naoya Inoue. Yeah, Naoya Inoue. Although I'll tell you why I don't have him as the best chin in boxing later if I have the time. Brandon Figueroa makes the list here for the first time, first appearance. Brandon Figueroa, if you're going to pressure as much as he does, you got to have a good chin. I tell you who else has a good chin, and that's why a lot of people are scared of him. Subriel Matias. This dude has taken on some hard-hitting Eastern European guys, and he just shakes them up. He shakes off the shots and keeps on coming. And finally, I've got Jermel Charlo. Yeah, he never really fought that many punchers, but I mean, he took some wallps from Canelo Alvarez, despite going down that one time, and he survived. Even though I know he backfoot bitched, but still. So, guys, here's the list. If I forget anybody, you guys can do the honorable mention, and I'll be right back. You guys take over, please.
Lomachenko's got a good chin too.
Yes, he does, and so does Triple G, even though he's been inactive. Obviously, we got to talk about Alvarez's chin due to the fact that, I mean, even though he was a kid when he turned pro at 139, he turned pro at 139. He's gone up to 175. He's been hurt, wobbled that we know of one time by Cotto's brother. We've never really seen him hurt much since then. He's fighting light heavyweights. None of them are huge punchers, but they're still naturally bigger men. And let's face it, Triple G can crack. And Triple G didn't even put him down. I don't even think Triple G really staggered him. And he hit him with some really good shots in the second fight. Clean, hard shots. And it may have stunned him, but his legs didn't turn to jello. His body, he didn't pull the Zab Judah. He didn't go down. And I'm not a huge Canelo fan, but I got to put credit where credit's due. We do have to recognize, and I do have to talk about Inoue because we've talked about everything else. What he took from Donaire, I don't care how old Donaire was, he went on to win a title. And Donaire's a special fighter. A flyweight that can hurt featherweights can punch. And with a broken eye socket, he was able to take that stuff and still win. So that validates those two right there. And I'm going to let somebody else talk about, and of course, Usyk being a cruiserweight and taking heavyweight punches when he takes them and takes them well. So outside of those three, does anybody else want to comment on it, on the rest?
No, for me, I feel like this would be pretty easy. I think Canelo's taking the biggest shots from the biggest dudes and never really been shook. So
Yeah, I agree.
I think this one's kind of hands down. This was the easiest one for me to choose. I think Usyk's been dropped to the body. So I don't, he does have a good chin, but he's been dropped. I think Beterbiev almost stopped him in the amateurs, bro.
True. And
Joyce, man.
Yeah.
Come on.
Amateurs to pros, though, I don't know. I mean, people have been knocked down. That could have been. I haven't seen it, but what I'm getting at is that when you're an amateur, you're still perfecting your pro craft. And if I have to see it to understand, but it could have been a balance shot of, not having his fundamentals down as a pro yet. Whereas in the pros, we know it can be numerous things from balance to, where you really caught with a professional shot.
I could have sworn it happened in the pros as well.
You think he's been dropped once in the pros from a headshot?
I could have sworn I've seen not from a headshot, from a body shot.
Who's that?
I can't remember.
Sorry. No, who's that? Which fighter?
We're talking about Usyk.
Yeah, he got dropped by Daniel Dubois.
No, before the Super 6 tournament, I think.
Okay.
He got dropped one time too. He has. I don't remember who, but he has.
Okay, so he's been down
he's
twice.
been dropped by another in the pros too. One time.
Okay.
I'm almost 100%, but I can't recall a name.
And then we're gonna have to go
Super Series as well. So he's been dropped like 3 times.
But we're gonna have to. Well, we can't count the Dubois. It was waved off. The controversy that surrounds it, I get it, but it wasn't ruled a knockdown. So he's been dropped legitimately twice, and then a questionable third. And I've never seen Canelo down. I'm never sober. This is an easy one. Canelo, in my opinion, in a way, being a close second.
Yeah, but the Usyk things to the body is not to the chin anyhow. So Uriel Matias, he got dropped by Petros Anayan, and he got hurt. I get it. He's a pressure fighter. He eats punches, and then he lets go of his volume. He's a volume puncher. Canelo Alvarez, yeah, I pick him. Not only does he have a good chin, he has the high guard and he knows how to roll with the shots. So that kind of helps stave some of the power off. When you can slightly turn your neck and take the brunt of a shot, and you can roll with that, it allows you to take a lesser of a shot. But still, even if he gets caught clean, he's got a good chin. Like where he doesn't need to resort to moving. Why move against Jermel Charlo if it's gonna have it to like it's gonna have to have you reset? There's no need for that. I mean, if you got a good chin, okay, that's good for you, and that's what Canelo has. He's got a good chin. So in my opinion, yeah, probably the best right now. I think Golovkin had a better chin, but he's retired.
Who else is on this list? Baturbiev has a good chin, dude.
Yeah, that's
He's got
true,
a good chin, but he can drop like 3 times.
Yeah, that's one of the main reasons why I didn't keep him on. He seems shaky to me. But, you know, Gonzalo brought up Lomachenko. And you guys tell me what you think about this. But I was thinking about Lomachenko. I was thinking, well, he has a good guard and a good chin. He tucks his chin in very well. So it's kind of hard to catch him clean. So I give him credit because he's got the guts of a burglar. He just walks. I mean, he was walking Teofimo Lopez down, and Lopez never really caught him with anything clean upstairs. Everything was downstairs, so it's hard to get a clean shot on the guy. So I don't know how good his chin is. He must have a good chin. If he's never taken I don't care how good a guy's guard is. The fact that he's never tasted the canvas. I mean, excuse me. I guess Linares he did, but that's about it. So I don't know if he should be on the list too. Joey Joyce used to be the number one guy, but then he got flattened by Zhang in the last bout. I'm gonna go with Canelo, man. I think he's got the best chin in boxing. I mean, Subriel Matias got... Yeah.
Then another BD, he stays dedicated to the neck training, the neck regimen.
Right.
That gives him a good chin.
And you know what? Honorable mention goes to Chocolatito, too, because the only guy that took him out was Sorong Visay, and that was in the rematch when Chocolatito wasn't at his best. And then in the first fight, he took everything Sorong Visay had to throw. Yeah, he got dropped, but that's really only been it. So, but I'm gonna go ahead and say Canelo. You guys concur?
I agree with you.
Yeah, Canelo.
Yeah, man. Because I mean, this dude has been fighting. I mean, Subriel Matias hasn't been fighting the best, and he got in his first loss, his one and only loss, he did get shaken up. And the Jalalov, or what's the guy's name? Jambalaya? I forget what his name is. Some guy from Kazakhstan hurt him as well. So, and those guys aren't even the best. So, what's that?
Oh, no, I said, okay, I think Jukambayev or something.
Yeah, Jukambayev. Yeah, thank you. Jambalaya. But, yeah, meanwhile, Canelo's been fighting Kovalev, Golovkin, Charlo, who's a big puncher, 154. This guy he doesn't go down. So that's the one we're going to go with. And by the way, I left combinations there. It was supposed to be chin. Anyway, you guys get the gist. So we've gone through chin, combination. Now we get to
one more thing, BD, about the Canelo chin. It's kind of an art too, I would say, to stiffen up when it needs, not only to like take a punch, but to parry and all that stuff. But for the most part, Canelo needs to stay relaxed because we know he don't have the greatest gas tank. But when he does see a punch coming, because he keeps his eyes open, he does stiffen up. All right, he clenches the jaw, he tightens up his muscles to be able to take that punch.
Mm-hmm.
Not that he's staying tense all the time, because that would drain you. So he stays relaxed for the most part, but he's got the ability when he needs to tighten up, to tense up. He does.
Absolutely, man. Excuse me. Great point right there. Now we get to defense. Yes, defense. Some people love it. Some people think it wins you fights. Just defense alone. That's not what it is. But it's very important if you want to have longevity in the sport. You gotta have good defense. And let's start off with the best defensive fighters. God damn it, Naoya Inoue is here again. What do you think about that, fellas? Vasyl Lomachenko, for the reasons I mentioned earlier, he just tucks that chin in. And then on top of that, he uses his footwork. And he puts his hands up, and it's very difficult to get a clean shot on the guy. I mean, just what proves it is the fact that even the Haney fans, when they try to stretch and say that Haney won, well, it was the body shots because they know he didn't really land anything upstairs of significance throughout the fight. So that right there is a testament to Vasyl Lomachenko's defensive skills. A guy in the same weight division, who a lot of people are saying is unbeatable, is Shakur Stevenson. He's one of the best defensive fighters out there. Gervonta Davis. Now, I'm going to tell you why he's not number one, though. It's because he can't put two things together at the same time. Either he's on defense all the time, or he stops and throws one shot and goes right back to defense. He can't really do the both things. And when he tries to walk a guy down like he did with Leo Santa Cruz, he was eating shots and getting his head snapped back. So that's why I wouldn't have him. Best defensive fighter, another guy, Dimitri Bivol. Then we go to Alexander Usyk, who, as we've mentioned earlier, I don't think he's ever hit the canvas as a professional. If somebody can correct us, I'd appreciate that. There's Alexander Usyk right there. Saul Alvarez, Canelo Alvarez. I mean, that guy makes the list again. Who else? Emmanuel Navarrete, believe it or not. I mean, he's got some sneaky defense. The way he tucks his chin in and the counter hooks hit his shoulder, or sometimes he'll block uppercuts out of nowhere when you least expect him to. Weird, man. He's a drunken master, absolutely. Roman Chocolatito Gonzalez. If you want to see, because, defense, usually people rely on speed to evade shots, and they do the shoulder roll, and they drop the hands, and they shake the ass. Roman Chocolatito Gonzalez shows you how to do it with technique. Chin tucked in, parrying shots, blocking, and he can even take little steps back to deflect shots as well. So the whole package right there in terms of technique. Demetrius Andrade. Hey, where is he? The fuck? He's not on the list. Okay, let me add him later. I thought I had him here. I don't have his picture. Oh, anyway, Artur Beterbiev, I'll say why later, why he's an underrated defensive fighter. And Sonny Edwards. Again, if you can't crack, you better make the other guys miss as much as possible, and that's what he does. So, guys, what do you think about this contender so far for best defensive fighters in boxing?
My personal preference, I like Canelo's defense because he comes forward, and not only, like I said, it's the chin and the high guard and the ability to keep his eyes open. It's the waist movement and the ability to roll with the neck to take the power off the shots, the rolling.
Mm-hmm.
It's a whole bunch of things when it comes to Canelo as far as defense, and he does it coming forward. To me, he's one of the greatest defensive fighters of all time, for certainly this era. Inoue, he's a good defensive fighter, but he's too willing to get into firefights. That's why he got his orbital broken. That's not a bad thing. I like it, but when it comes to getting in the firefight because you got the dog and okay, you got the fight in you, that shit can happen to you. Like he got his orbital broken.
That's right.
Yeah. And the other guys, I would just say Canelo. Give an opportunity to the other guys to speak.
Sobers, what do you think? Who's the best defensive fighter out there in boxing right now?
Let me see. Who did I have? Oh, I'd say I would just go off of the percentages, the CompuBox or whatever. I guess it's Bivol. So I'd say Bivol.
You know what? It's between Bivol and Canelo. Usyk too. Usyk, Canelo, Bivol, Lomachenko, and Shakur Stevenson. Those are the top guys out there that are very, very hard to hit. But I'm going to go with Bivol, man, because he doesn't rely on speed that much. I mean, yeah, don't get me wrong. He's very quick with the feet and all that. He's got good reflexes. But he's essentially just putting his hands up, picking shots through with his guard and his parries. And then the footwork, too. This guy's going to be able to do this till he's at least late 30s. And so and then on top of it, if you go to the percentages, like Never Sober said, the statistics, I mean, it's not the most pleasing style of defense. Like I said, if you want to watch a guy make a guy miss and go ooh and ah, that's Canelo. But I'm going to go with Dimitri Bivol, man. I think that's the best defensive fighter in boxing right now. And let's go with that here. Defense, Bivol.
He's a fencer. He's good.
Yeah, man, it looks easy to do, right? It's like, I'm just going to fence and I'm going to in and out. Yeah, if it was easy, everyone would do it. But instead, you guys got running around the ring, clinching. See, that's the thing with Oshaki Foster. People, I was reading some tweets and some people were saying, "Oh, the referee was out of line." I'm thinking, so okay, so you want the guy just clinching as soon as things get too hard. All right, that's why boxing is hurting, by the way, because these people let this cheating get out of hand, or actually they just allow cheating, which is no good, no good. Next category, we go to stamina. Yes, stamina. The fuel that keeps these fighters going. You can be the fastest. We've seen the categories that we've seen so far. Let's just go through them here real quick. We went with jab, the cross, the hook. We talked about speed. We've talked about I think footwork. I don't think we've gotten through it yet. But all those things will disappear if you don't have stamina. And that's what we're going to get here today. Who are the best conditioned fighters in boxing? And this is saying something because most of these guys are already very well conditioned. Yeah, they have to be able to compete at this sport and go 12 rounds. I would invite people to just shadow box 3 rounds right now. Throw punches nonstop. You will see how, if you're not in shape, I mean, if you're in boxing shape, you'll be able to do it. But if you're not, this will take its toll on you. So who are the best defense? Hey, what the fuck? Why is defense still there? We already went through defense, right? Am I nuts here? Okay. Stamina. There we go. We're going to go to stamina here. All right. So who are the best conditioned fighters in boxing right now? Okay. So in terms of stamina, we've got William Cepeda. You look at his last fight, didn't go past a 6, I don't think, against Mercito Gesta. This guy looked like he can go 12 rounds, throwing 100 shots per round. It's insane the conditioning this guy has. So that's number one. I mean, not number one, but that's the first guy we've got here. Emmanuel Navarrete makes the list again. This guy is, at the end of the fights, he's throwing shot after shot, combo after combo, and you look at him in between rounds and it looks like he's taking a stroll through the park. It's insane. Another guy that's very well conditioned is Alexander Usyk. I mean, you have to be to do what he's been able to do. Dimitri Bivol, that's another guy that I don't think I've seen him appreciably out of breath. This guy is insane with his stamina to be able to do what he does. Who else? Well, guess who? Naoya Inoue. That's another guy. He usually doesn't go past the 8, but when he does, it seems like he's not breathing that hard. I think that the most tired I've seen him was in the Donaire fight. Other than that, when he went 12 rounds against Carmona, he dropped him in the 12 rounds, so he still had enough energy to go for it. Another dude that has insane stamina is Brandon Figueroa. This guy's a pit bull in there. He just doesn't stop. Another guy making the list is Terence Crawford. I don't think I've ever seen him out of breath. Even when he went to war against Gamboa, he looked like he was ready to do another 9 rounds or however long that fight went. A guy that makes the list for the first time here or makes the first appearance, Fernando Martinez, a flyweight from Argentina. If you watch his fights against Jerwin and Cajas, God damn it, this guy's got an engine. He can't, not the biggest puncher, but in terms of stamina, holy, you better be prepared to go 12 rounds against this guy, or if you don't get him out of there in 1 round. David Benavides, that's another dude. He doesn't really go 12 rounds that much, but I mean, he went 12 rounds against Caleb Plant and Ronald Gavril. The first Gavril fight, you could tell he hadn't trained properly. That's on him. But then the second one, you could tell he trained properly, and there was just no stopping him. Josh Warrington, okay, he got his ass knocked out against Wood. That has nothing to do with his stamina. That's for sure. This guy, if you can't crack and he can't crack really, you better have a good engine. And he does it. He does have one. Jesse Bam Rodriguez returns here. I mean, this dude, he fought a speed demon and stamina demon in Chicharito Gonzalez, and he was able to go 12 rounds, no problem, despite the fractured jaw. And the last guy that I bring up here is Jermel Charlo. He had the gas tank to go 12, run around the ring against Canelo. He ends the fight strongly. He kept up with Castaño in the second fight. So, guys, what do you think? Stamina.
I got Usyk, bro.
That's a good pick.
I'm going to take a bite out of my taco to be stereotypical. So, you guys keep going.
I'd say Navarrete. Navarrete reminds me of those Indians that come out in the documentaries that climb the mountains in Mexico. The Rarahumaris that walk barefoot. They got the conditioning. And his power carries late. So not only is he not getting tired, he's breaking his opponents down around the 10th, 11th, 12th, getting the stoppages. Corner throws the towel in, they quit in the stool, and whatnot. So not only is his conditioning um carrying, but his power also. So I said in shape Navarrete. Of course, the way he looked against the Australian, he looks subpar. But when his head's in the game and he's well conditioned, he's got good stamina.
Um,
You know, it's over. The thing with Usyk, I saw the fights with what's his name, Anthony Joshua. He did look a little tired. I get it because he's fighting a bigger man. Um, and the whole thing is that he can't take a punch to the stomach very well. If you go to the body on him, he's gonna get a little bit drained, like he did in the Joshua fights. I saw that. You know, he was wilting a little bit. No, but credit to him, he didn't wilt. He actually beat Joshua at his own game because they were both shooting to the body, and he was obviously fighting the bigger man. But yeah,
I would say Usyk, if you see him at cruiserweight, he can go 12 rounds without stopping throwing punches. You know, he can stay in the pocket the whole time in a firefight. Him going up to heavyweight, he's like stuffing himself to, to make weight with some of these dudes. And so you will see him like against AJ. He took like a round off where AJ actually did some work on him. But what you see what Usyk does with his stamina, like the rest of the fight after that, he exploded on AJ. He came at him like 3 times harder in the next 2 rounds until the end of the. And what Usyk will always do, what Usyk will never do is take the 12th round off. You know what I mean? He'll make sure he's winning. He's winning the 12th round. He won't
that's a
even
good
if he's
point.
ahead. Even if he's ahead, bro.
Yeah, because you know what's interesting about that is Bivol usually controls the pace. And again, I've never seen him tired. But with Uzi, we've seen him where he has to turn it on. Like he did against Michael Hunter, like he did against Breedy's, and against Joshua, like you said, in the last round, the first fight, where he had him on the ropes, teeing off on him. I mean, yeah, this dude can turn it on. And I don't know, guys. For me, it's between Cepeda and Usyk. But I think based on the fact that Usyk's fought more world-class opposition, I think we got to give it to him, right? Yeah, okay, we'll give it
I'm
to
just gonna say with Usyk, if you go to the body, you could compromise his gas tank, but that's not a for certain. That's just my opinion. That's subjective. That's not a fact. With William Cepeda, like you said, at the world level, I mean, he hasn't proven himself. Navarrete, 4-time world champion. Yeah, but with Cepeda also, he got a good gas tank because he's white complected, and he's not even getting red because of the lactic acid that builds upon his um what do you call it? The lack of oxygen. He
in the
doesn't get
muscles.
red or
Yeah,
flustered like Canelo.
interesting.
He looks
Interesting.
fresh.
Well, I'll tell you what, man. I'm going to make an executive decision here, and we're going to go with Alexander Usyk as the most well-conditioned fighter in boxing. And, like I said, that's saying something because all of these guys have to be well-conditioned to be able to go 12 rounds. But the way he does it,
I think in the last decade, it would say for me, of all, like if you would say who was the best over the last decade, it would have been Chocolatito. When he was in his prime, he would just come at you like if it was the 12th round, like if it was the second round. Maybe sometimes even threw more punches in the later rounds. He was a buzzsaw.
Yeah, he was insane.
But I agree, Usyk now.
All right, now let's.
The reason. So one more last thing: Cepeda and Navarrete got good gas tanks too because they're from Mexico. The elevation over there, 5,000 plus feet. That gives them a good gas tank.
Yeah. Oh, that's gonna be it too, right? Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. All right, now we go on to Hart, and this one was kind of tricky to do because I had to remember. Okay, well, is it just guys that are getting into tough fights, or what are we talking about here? So first, I'm gonna go with Canelo because those 30 that specifically that second fight against Golovkin, God damn it, you have to stand in there against a guy that hits that hard. And he was getting his head snapped back with hard jabs too. I also put Errol Spence here, Gallito Estrada, Alexander Usyk. Hold on a second. Deontay Wilder, I put him in there as well. George Kambosos. I'm trying to do this quickly here because I got to look through the guys. Naoya Inoue. Yes, I know you guys are tired of hearing him, but guess what? It is what it is, man. It won't be the last time you see him here. Romain Gonzalez, Chocolatito, the legend, and Lee Wood. Now, let me tell you why I put Canelo in there. Well, I already said that the Triple G fight. Naoya Inoue fought with a broken orbital bone against a bona fide puncher in Donaire. And by the way, that fight should have been a stoppage win for no Donaire because he dropped him with a body shot and the referee got in between them. Like he got into Inoue's face. Like, what the fuck you doing, man? Kambosos, based on the Lopez fight and the fact that, there's a thin line between stupidity and courage. The fact that he got beat up so badly, well, not beat up, but he got outboxed so badly by Devin Haney, and he said, fuck it, I want him again. And like I said, the Teofimo Lopez fight, he was running out of gas. He got dropped. And then not only did he get up, he found his second win and beat Lopez the rest of the round. So that's why I say hard for him. Chocolatito, I mean, the way he just grinds and grinds and grinds, especially against Sorong Visay, the first fight, which a lot of people felt he got robbed in that fight. He was up against a bona fide puncher. He kept walking him down, and he just kept, even when he was tired, he just kept throwing combo after combo after combo. That fight took a lot out of him, I believe, physically. And but he showed hard in that one. Errol Spence and Deontay Wilder, well, it's because the beatings they took, and they never surrendered. So I give him props for that. And Lee Wood, the master of the comeback. We saw it against Conlon. He was behind on the cards, but he kept plugging away, got the knockout. And then against Josh Warrington, too, was getting beat up. And out of nowhere, pulls out this guy just will not give up. Partially it's because he knows he's got power, and he believes in the power. So, guys, what do you think? Who's the best? Who has the most heart in boxing right now?
I think, I don't know if anybody want to go first, but I'm going now, I guess. Inoue, I haven't seen anybody fight through a broken orbital bone. Everybody's quit. Dubois, Joyce. I don't know if you call it quitting, but whatever you want to call it. He's the one that continued fighting with the broken orbital bone. He's straight kamikaze.
That's an excellent analogy, Gonzalo. That's an excellent one, right? That's such a good point to put out. Who we ever seen? Yeah, come in with a broken oracle bone. I mean, minute Canelo knew he broke Saunders, he went right to the corner and goes, "No, fight's over. He ain't coming back," because he saw the way he reacted. Like, oh my God, he wanted nothing to do with getting hit again. Remember, he was the one. You'd have to break both my eyes before I'd quit. Yeah, dick.
Yeah, he was acting like a douchebag, man. But that's the thing, though, that the broken orbital, it's not just that it hurts, it itches. You want to just itch that shit when it starts swelling. And it's uncomfortable. It blurs your vision. What's that? And it can sever. And if it depends if you have a fracture, if you have a break, you could actually cut. I've seen it happen, man. It's nasty. A dude get his just cut the ligaments or whatever controls the eyeball, and like a shade, it just folds up in the back of their head. It cuts
so like
the
they're
retina?
looking at you, right? Both eyeballs looking at you, and one eyeball goes to the ceiling.
Are you saying it cuts the retina?
No, the actual, like if you can move your eyeballs around, like look to the left, look to the right. There's muscles that control that.
Wow.
I saw a dude get fucking bang. So they could say both eyeballs are looking at you. One just suddenly goes up. It just folds up like the pupil rolls up. And so you're looking at the top of your head. It's gross.
That's dangerous, man.
And not only the reason he's what is it? He's got heart, but not the reason that he also he continues fighting, not only because he has heart, because the Japanese have a lot of pride, but the real reason I think also is because he has punching power, and I mentioned it before, BDA, with Canelo also. They believe in his power, so basically, if he didn't hit hard and he got his orbital orbital bone broken, he knew he wouldn't stand the chance to get the other guy out of there. But since he knows he's got power, okay, you broke my orbital bone. I could get you any minute. After that, any second after what you did to me, I can get you back. And since he understands and he believes that, he's willing to fucking like stay in the fight. Because if he didn't have punching power, he probably see it as futile, right? Why keep on going? My orbital bone is broken. I cannot knock you out. Why keep going? Even your corner would throw the towel.
That's
But
a
since
good
he's
point.
got the power, he will keep going.
That's-
That gives him that incentive to in his mind.
That's a great point, because when you suffer an injury like that you're feeling it round after round, it's very easy to start having that conversation with your inner self and like, why don't you just, maybe it'd be better if you, hey, what happens if you fuck up your eye? And, you start having those thoughts, hey, maybe you better stop, man. You start finding ways to justify stopping the pain. And he didn't do that, to his credit. And like you said, that has to do because he's got confidence in his power. But it also, you don't make it to this level of boxing because you lack resolve or heart or hunger. And that's what he refuses to lose so far. And so, to me, it's between him and Lee Wood. I'm going to go with Inoue, just based on the fact that injury. It's one thing to fall behind on the cards and then come back with a one-punch knockout. It's another to have a broken orbital against a bona fide puncher and still be trading with the guy. Yeah, I'm going to go Inoue.
I got Canelo just because the guys he fights, it takes a lot of heart. I just feel like, people are so used to Canelo doing that kind of stuff that they just brush it aside.
That's
It
a
takes
good
a lot
point.
of courage. I mean,
that's a good point. When's the next time we're going to see a 5 feet 7-inch tall midget fighting a bunch of light heavyweights?
I don't know, man.
I'm telling you, man, it's these people that they don't want to give him his credit. It is what it is. All right, so that was hard.
Yeah,
Yes.
the Canelo thing's interesting because they say, oh, he's the bigger guy, but actually he lifted weights just like everybody else can lift weights, and that naturally wouldn't be your weight class for Canelo 168 / 75. He added the mass lifting weights. Jermel Charlo, if he would have spent 1 or 2 years lifting weights, he would have naturally looked like a 68 or 75 pounder as well. That's the thing. He wasn't born like that.
It's a good point there. Yeah, too. Yeah, it's artificial. He's been putting muscle mass on that big frame of his, on that short frame rather. And yeah, man, it's skills and power is what's getting the job done. All right, now we get to the final category here. Footwork. That's right, footwork. Hey, it's boxing. You punch with the hands, but the feet are all that much more important if you want to have power and you want to get the hell out of the way and all that. So let's start with the first guy here, and I'm going to put them all up on the screen. Jesse Bam Rodriguez. He's got very good footwork. Canelo Alvarez, and I'm going to explain why later on, or we're going to explain rather. Vasyl Lomachenko, of course, has to be in this list in terms of the best feet in boxing. Alexander Usyk makes the cut again. Wouldn't you know it? Where is he? Alexander Usyk, there we go. Dimitri Bivol, of course. Kenshiro Toraji reappears once again. I don't think we've seen him in a couple of categories, but he resurfaces here. Who else? Fellow Japanese, Kazuto Ioka, knows exactly what he's doing with his feet at all times. Terence Crawford makes the list as well. Sonny Edwards. Remember, guys, if you can't crack an egg, you better be able to get the hell out of the way, and he's got good feet to do that. There's Sonny Edwards right there. Artur Beterbiev, believe it or not. I know some people are going to say, what? Yeah, well, we're going to tell you why. Hey, wait a minute. That's not Beterbiev. That's Anthony Joshua. All right, there we go. Beterbiev. Shakur Stevenson. Where the fuck is he? Come on. I got to go back down here to the list. Shakur Stevenson. There we go. Oh, hold on. Where is he? There we go. It's Shakur Stevenson. And then, last but not least, who do you guys think is next? The last spot. Well, you guessed it.
Lomachenko.
Now we are fucking Inoue. All right, so we've got in terms of footwear, we got Teraji, Lomachenko, Usyk, Shakur Stevenson, Dimitri Bivol, Naoya Inoue, Sonny Edwards, Kazuto Ioka, Artur Beterbiev, Jesse Bam Rodriguez, Terence Crawford, and Saul Canelo Alvarez. Let me just explain why Alvarez is here. De La Hoya Canelo's former promoter and now his arch nemesis, keeps saying, "Oh, Canelo doesn't have good footwork. He's got cement feet." You've heard other people say it too, certain casual fans. Watch the first Golovkin fight and tell me he's got cement feet. That's number one. This is a guy that doesn't want to back foot bitch it because he knows he can have it. And it's more fun to actually go out there and whack a guy to the body and launch left hooks than to run around the ring, throw one shot at a time, and clinch and make faces. Sorry, that's the way it is. Also, when we talk about footwork, we're not talking about the fastest feet because guess what? Sergio Martinez a couple of years ago had faster feet than Canelo, and he was getting dropped all the time because he was crossing his feet. He didn't know what to do. He started boxing late. He never learned the fundamentals, not really. And so what we're talking about footwork is, are you on balance? Are you well in equilibrium? When you punch and you miss a shot, are you flopping all over the floor like Rolly Romero? Or are you still in position to come back with another shot? Can you cut the ring off with your feet? Do you know how to corner a guy with your feet? Do you know how to back up when you have to? Can you take little steps back and not exaggerate the movement and just take a step back just enough to make a guy miss and then make him pay? That's footwork. And guess what? Canelo does all of those things. Guys, am I wrong here? You tell me. In the panel, man. All right. The guys are...
No, you're
No,
right on the
not
money.
wrong.
BDA.
Yeah. BDA, know what's going on now, dude? It takes me for like, I don't know why, but I have to hit the unmute button like 9 times for it to unmute. So sorry about that. I'm sitting there
That's
whacking
all
my phone like a whack-a-mole.
That's all right,
It's
man. That's all right.
crazy.
Yeah, I'm in a room and there's like my son screaming and my wife talking to me, but I'm listening because
No,
I'm
my
over here in General Santos. No, BDA, yeah, the Canelo's got excellent feet. Excellent feet.
Now, when it comes to Jesse Bam Rodriguez, you know what's interesting about that dude? He's from the new school of new generation. We got past now the generation of guys like Mickey Bay, Adrian Broner, Caleb Plant, who wanted to be like Mayweather. They grew up watching Mayweather. They wanted to be that dude. And it's surprise, surprise, just fighting off the back foot, throwing one shot at a time isn't the most effective way of punching. Now you got guys that are saying, well, let me look at the Eastern European style of boxing. That seems to have worked out very well. And that's Jesse Bama Rodriguez. He's got a little Lomachenko in him, but he also cuts the ring off very well. And he can get in and out, strike back. So he's got to get very good footwork. Same goes for Sonny Edwards, the guy that he's going to be fighting this December. He's more of a, he borders on the back foot bitch style, by the way, sometimes. He moves when he doesn't have to, but it's because he can't crack, so I don't fault him too much. Kazuto Ioka, again, not the fastest feet, not the strongest puncher either, but his feet are well placed at all times. He can run around the ring and buy time if he wants to. So that's why he's here. Artur Beterbiev, rewatched the Gvozdyk fight. He outboxed Gvozdyk. And just when you think you can catch him, he takes a little step back and then he counters them. I mean, this guy's got underrated footwork. It's amazing that more people don't talk about his footwork. Naoya Inoue, well, we saw him dart around the Nonito Donaire in the first fight. So he knows exactly what he's doing too. And the fact that he can plant his feet and gain maximum power says it all. Dimitri Bivol, nothing fancy about him, just that classic pendulum style, in and out, in and out, in and out. Very difficult to catch. And he's not doing the shuffling either. You know, the shuffling is when you put your lead leg, you place it back and you start shuffling like how my lead backward or to the side. He doesn't do that. He's like, man, I mean, just pivot normally and move side to side. So that's what he does. Shakur Stevenson has some weird footwork because he leans back, and then as he's leaning straight back, then he'll pivot, which is weird because usually what you want to do is turn your back to the side, lean back, and then you pivot away at the same time. This guy does it a completely different way. You would not teach that style to a newbie, and yet he makes it work, and it's very hard to hit. Usyk, I mean, a little bit like Bivol.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I say with Shakur BD most of the time because he's a left-hander and he's fighting righties with the feet. And since he's a taller dude, he's controlling you where you're not able to step in. And so it's basically like he's gauging his distance. I think something to do with him being left-handed, that it works for him most of the time.
Maybe. Yeah, no, you're right.
Yeah, staggered. They're coming kind of close together in the front, the righty and the lefty. Right. If you try to, like, if you were two lefties against each other, yeah, you'd be able to step in, but you can't really step in on the lefty like that when he makes a concerted effort to keep you on the outside, and that's why he leans back in a weird way. Maybe I'm not sure.
I think so. I think you're right, man. I think that the southpaw style has something to do with it. Absolutely. Uh, I'm trying to think here. Okay, first of all, Evola in the chat is asking who's the third picture from the right bottom. I can't see. Right bottom. So he means starting from Canelo, right? I think that's what he means. So I think so. He's talking about Bam Rodriguez. I think that's who you're referring to, Evola. By the way, honorable mention for Teofimo Lopez because he's got good footwork too when he's backing up. But when he's coming forward, he can't cut the ring off for shit. He punches from too far away when he's chasing a guy. So because of that flawed dynamic, I don't give him. I don't put him on the list. But he's got very good footwork. Don't get me wrong. The guy that I was going to talk about too, Lomachenko. See, he's got good footwork, but it's also dependent on speed. It takes a lot of energy to be pivoting around a guy in front of him, and that takes a lot of athleticism too. But it's still, I mean, we're not just talking about technique here, we're talking about effectiveness, and so it's still a very effective style. And Kenshiro Taraji, I mean, a little bit like Bivol, in and out, non-stop punching, just very difficult to catch this dude. But I don't know who has the best footwork, guys. Who would you say has the best footwork based on this list?
For me, I would say Lomachenko because he's a ballerina. You know what I mean? He's an old ballerina now, but he's still a ballerina. An honorable mention, bro, I would have is that Alpatai dude. I like his footwork, you know, because he's bouncy. He stays bouncy on his feet while he's fighting. And he has the ability to be a back foot bitch, but he doesn't. You know, he kind of uses he'll bounce back. I mean, to dodge a punch, of course. But he advances, you know what I mean? He doesn't really dance around the ring like that. I've seen him clinch a little bit, but clinching is a part of boxing, bro. So, yeah, I'd say the Lomachenko. And I just wanted to put Alpatai on there, too, as an honorable mention.
Good point there. Good point about. I like it when a guy fights aggressively when he could very easily just back foot bitch it and fight in the ass style, but choose not to.
That shows real skill.
Absolutely, yeah, that's real. That's a sweet science right there.
Yeah, Lomachenko is good because we know he can pivot and take the angles, even like hard angles when he's getting ready to go to the kill. He flanks you basically. That's why Haney said in the 10th round or 11th, he kind of knows what I'm doing, but like they were getting nervous because he was like starting to pick them apart. Now, I don't know what happened in the 12th round, but no, I'm just gonna give it to Bivol. I'm gonna stop being a little biased for once when it comes to him because he is starting to rack up the title defenses like 10 or 11. He's kind of one-dimensional, and in that regard, is like just back and forth, creates momentum as he punches in. But with the different distances, it's kind of like it's like a bracket. You leap in with a big bound, then you step back and you leave your opponent at a distance. Now you could you could kind of creep in a little and take a shorter step in, and a longer step. You could. There's many variations to that back and forth. Like little moves and big moves to where when you're one step behind, it's always gonna leave you out of the play. And that's the thing with Bill. He's a master at that. Right, at the back and forth with the different degrees of distance within that one-dimensional approach. So I'm just gonna say that's great footwork.
Well,
because he hardly ever loses a round.
Right. I mean, okay, we got Jimmy. No, excuse me. We got Solver said Lomachenko. We got Gonzalo saying Bivol. Jimmy, who do you think has the best footwork in boxing? Bivol?
Oh, yeah. Bivol and Lomachenko, but probably Bivol because he's only lost 3 rounds, I think, his whole pro career. And it's because of his footwork. He's a fencer. That's his best thing. That's what gave Canelo fits. So it's not so much for even but for cutting off ring, though, Inoue is pretty damn good, too, though. When it comes to, like, cutting off rims and being predatorial, he ain't got much better than that. Canelo's actually gotten much better at it. He was more of when he was the defensive fight, more of a counterpuncher back in the day, but now that he's more of a hunter-seeker, he's gotten better cutting off the ring. Although you could see him even with Charlo. I give him a demerit. Listen, I understand that he did not want to fight him, and I understand how hard it is to knock somebody out when they're doing everything they can not to fight you, but still a knock. You still should have got him out of there. You got a kid who was looking for an excuse to get the fuck out of that fight. Couple of good tallies to the head. Then again, I thought Canelo, I don't know, maybe he didn't have the anger towards him and just like, fuck it, I'll just get the rounds. I would have liked to see him step on the gas and try to get him out of there, is what I'm saying. So I can't give him 100% credit for that.
Yeah, I was gonna say Lomachenko too, man, but most of the time, Bivol usually just fights retreating, and Lomachenko usually fights coming forward.
Well, with Bivol, it's dotting, it's in and out. He dots in, but his feet never change position. It's about an inch away from the outside of his shoulders. Whether he's turning, pivoting, he never changes foot positions, and he jumps in and out with it, and he just he dots in same width, so he's never off balance. Have you ever seen Bivol swing a punch and look off balance? Ever?
No. Well,
never, because his balance is so great because he keeps his feet at the right positioning.
I'm gonna be
That's
picky
like
about it.
school.
I'm gonna be picky, but the only time I remember him when he fought Canelo, there was one instance where he missed a shot and then tried to run away because he was afraid of counter and he sort of fell violence. But no, you're right. Generally, he's on the money. And you know what? I'm gonna go with Bivol because his style is slightly more economical than Lomachenko. Like I said earlier, Lomachenko's style, it takes a lot of energy, pivoting side, constantly pivoting, keeping his guy turning. I mean, it's one thing to do it on the back foot, but to do it while being aggressive, yeah, that takes a lot of explosive energy. Whereas the Bivol can just.
Into Loma's defense, though, he's doing it because he's fighting in a weight class he shouldn't even be in. He's fighting in bigger guys. If he was fighting guys smaller than him or his height, we see what he did. He took them apart.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Rigondeaux is a phenomenal boxer. Don't get it twisted. Just because he runs around and but then again, he's 57 years old. It's fucking surprising. Let's be honest. Come on. But he's still an unbelievable talented dude who hits hard. And he was nothing to do with size, too. The whole size suspension, nothing to do with that. There was no, mauling him with size. He just footwork and angles. My hand, I'm done. He just basically quit. I think, didn't he point to the wrong hand when he said, yeah, my hand is hurt? And he pointed to the wrong hand at one point. And they go, oh, yeah, no, this one.
The interesting thing about that fight is Rigondeaux didn't even try running around the ring. Usually, like when he fought Casemiro, he tasted that power. He said, oh, all right, let me get on my bike. He never did it.
Well, he couldn't do it against Loma. He knew he couldn't. He knew who he was up against. He knew he would just been. When you fight someone like Lomachenko, and actually when an MMA guy he sparred mentioned it, he goes, he just one step every place I thought. I'm like, okay, I was, in your head, I'm going to do this and I'm going to step out here. Before I'm even done with what I'm doing to step out, Loma counters it and then steps to that position because he knew the way I was leaning, that's the way I was going to go. So Loma would cut you off. He's not going to give you those outs. So he's constantly spinning you and tagging you. So, yeah, I knew he was a hard guy to do that to, especially with somebody a little bit smaller than him, like Rigondeaux. Mm-hmm. Rigondeaux had a longer arm reach. It was because of that. He knew he couldn't. Lomachenko wouldn't allow it. He was cut off the ring and then walked him into something.
All right, so listen, we're going to go with...
I can do that.
Yeah, I should, of course, recognize, yeah.
What recognize BDA? Inui? What's that?
Nah, this is one category.
Wait. He could be in that category, but I'm not going to say him. I'm going to say Lomachenko.
Well, he was nominated.
Inoue is awesome at it.
Yeah, he was nominated, but we're going to go... I mean, it's 3-2, so we're going to go with Bivol by a little bit, not by much, but we're going to go with him. He's got the best set of feet in boxing right now. And
can't argue it.
Yeah, I mean, this dude is something else, man.
I can argue it, but I'm saying, it's not a...
But even Paul Butler against Inoue, remember, he didn't want nothing to do with that fight. He was just trying to survive. He was trying to go the distance. That was his moral victory.
That was
Inoue wasn't allowed. He's eventually going to get you.
After the fight, he tweeted, and you said he wasn't gonna go past 6 rounds. It's like, so he was bragging about having ran for 11 rounds and making it to the 12. I'm thinking, man, I kind of felt bad, man, because I mean, people, if not anybody that's never lost a boxing fight, and I certainly never have, because I'm just special that way. But most people that have lost a fight, the problem most people have, it's gotta feel bad, man. It's like, fuck, you put everything you have, especially if you did train hard, and all of a sudden for a guy to outclass you that much, I mean, the ego is gonna get involved no matter which way you cut it.
I've never lost a fight. I never lost a fight either, but I heard it could be discerning.
That's completely disheartening. I mean, you're an elite level guy. Butler was at one time a world champion, wasn't he? So you're an elite level boxer. You consider an elite level boxer, and you're in there and you look like a fucking amateur. I mean, Stephen Fulton, don't get it twisted, is a fabulous boxer. He's a great boxer. Good feet, excellent quick hands, good on the inside. And Inoue was playing with his food. You know what I mean? It was crazy. Like, that was the type of beating, like, you expect him to be walking around the arena later with Fulton holding on to his belt loop. You know what I mean? Go clean my cell. I'll be back in 10 minutes.
Come on, man. What the fuck?
You know what I mean? He could turn him out, for Christ's sakes, man. That was a fucking...
Jimmy has a way with words, man. But, hey, man, listen, we spent 4 hours, guys. We've been at this. My goodness, it took long, but I mean, I knew it was gonna take a while, but it was worth it. I gotta tell you, this is one of the best shows I think we've ever done. It was fun. I mean, how many times? What were we gonna talk about? Fucking Fury and Gano again? Who's avoiding who? Nah, fuck that. We need to get back to the basics here. So let's just recap the BDA boxing.
Do you believe there's still people arguing on Twitter that Fury's the greatest of all time, not the best of this era. The greatest of all time. Just hilarious. It's just demented.
Well, listen, let's just recap what we went through here briefly. We went to the category rankings, ranking the best per category. So when it comes to the jab, we said that we concluded that out of all the guys we brought up, Usyk had the best jab. In terms of left hook, it was Inoue. In terms of straight right, it was Inoue. In terms of uppercut, it was Emmanuel Navarrete, El Vaquero. Body punching, Inoue. Combination punching, we said Roman Chocolatito Gonzalez. In terms of the best chin in boxing, it's got to go to Canelo. In terms of the best defense, it went to Bivol. In terms of the best stamina, it went to Alexander Usyk. Heart, we gave it to Inoue. God, I mean, this guy just, it's like when Titanic was at the Oscars, they just swept everything. And footwork, we ended up giving it to Dimitri Bivol.
All the guys we mentioned that won, these are pound for pound the best fighters in the game.
Yeah, exactly.
They all are.
Anyway, and it's weird. Crawford didn't really win anything. Like, I voted for a few times, and these guys who didn't win, like Crawford's right up there. Like, he could have been right up there. He's right on the cusp.
But
and again, it's because Inoue's just obliterating people. Like, it's just crazy to see him take out the people, and the way he hurts him to the body. Like Manuel and Rodriguez, remember his face? Nope, I got it. The second time with the body shop, nope, I'm done.
But here's the thing we got to clarify. Because, we say, how come Crawford didn't win any category? But this ain't pound for pound rankings. I mean, what we talked about, it factors into pound for pound, but what factors into pound for pound that didn't really come into play here was necessarily that the accomplishments. So Crawford, if somebody wants to have a number one pound for pound, they certainly can because of the people he's beaten. And the thing is, you don't have to be the best at any one thing to be the best fighter in the world. You just, like I said, you have to beat the best. And B, you just have to be above average at a lot of things and maybe be the best at one category, and that's enough. For example, Canelo, I think we only gave him chin here. But at one point, he was the best fighter in the world because he hits hard. He's got good body punch. You know what I mean? So I just wanted to clarify that for the people out there that might be thinking, hey, how come Crawford didn't win a single category? He was nominated in pretty much almost every one. So just to be nominated, that means you're the best at what you do. He's got quick hands. He's got power.
I got one for you. I got one for Crawford. He wins. That's a close one, but I'll give this one to him. He's got the longest arms in boxing. Now, Andrete comes in at number 2.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, I don't think anyone has longer arms than he does in terms of proportions.
I think he's the best counterpuncher. We should have that category.
I would agree with that. I think he's even better than Inoue when it comes to.
He is. He's the best counterpuncher.
He's more effective.
Yeah, he'll make you. He's excellent at counter punching. He'll stay right in your grill when he does it too. I know we don't have
It
counter
helps
punching a
being
lot.
it helps being double fisted too.
Ambidextrous, yeah, being ambidextrous like he is, because you never
Pain
know
in
when
the
it's going to
neck.
come. You don't see him. You know, see that way. This whole, you know, what's so funny too. Like somebody, so all those guys on Twitter who are saying, well, fucking Spence clearly has got neurological damage to his brain. But it's funny, the hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars in research to figure out how to, because it's about getting stems back going, like, nerve endings, which is impossible. Doctors haven't been able to regenerate nerve endings. But yet, boxing, the fucking bottom feeders of boxing Twitter have figured it out. Just gained 7 pounds. Because all the same motherfuckers on Twitter who are blaming the loss on neurological problems and now all on the band with he's going to eat him up at 154. Oh, so that 7 pounds is going to cure the neurological issues. Nice.
Yeah, that's why I was saying.
Clowns.
That's why I was saying that it would have been a night as bad as some Crawford fans were after Crawford beat Spence. It would have been worse, man, with Spence fans, because look at how they're acting. Their guy lost, and they're still being delusional. So in other words, what I'm saying is there's no helping them. This is who they are, and so yeah, that makes no sense, man. But yeah, man, listen,
Yeah.
we got through a lot of things here. Again, it took us 4 hours, but we got through it. This is one for the ages, let me tell you. So I want to give a big shout out to everybody that stayed here, man. Jimmy, Gonzalo, Recognize, Sobers, Chief. Thank you guys. Thank you guys for being here. I hope you had fun. I certainly enjoyed it. Yeah, super chats. Excuse me. I missed some super chats. Chris K. Shout out to Chris K for his contribution with the super chat. He says Tank got a mean backhand for his baby mamas. Oh yeah. When it comes to
Oh, Jesus.
and when it comes to smearing shit on a toothbrush and on a mirror, Tank Davis really, I think he fits the bill right there. He would have won that category.
Well, there is evidence that he didn't do the mirror writing because everything was spelt right.
Come on, wait a minute. See that? What's the matter with you, Jimmy? What's going on here? Earl Stevens.
He didn't do it.
Yeah, shout out to Earl Stevens for his contribution super chat. He says nobody controls the ring like Nava, the ring general. I'm telling you, he's underrated when it comes to being a ring general. That's for sure. Shout out to Earl Stevens and shout out to JA005 for his contribution with the super chat. He says Wilder fought somebody 40 pounds heavier than him, was gassed after the second round, got dropped multiple times, and they never gave up until he was out. Yeah, listen, there's a lot of things that Wilder does badly, technique-wise and all that, but he's got heart. That's for sure. He had heart, and but then again, the fact that he lost to a guy like Fury is like, man, maybe it's not that bad. It's not that difficult to have heart against a guy like that because he doesn't really hit that hard. All he has is a 1-2 clinch. So, but he does have heart. That's for sure.
Yeah, no, you got to give him his props for going out on his shield. Like, you know what I mean? He could have bailed it in.
Yeah.
And he really did want to go out in the shield, so you can never have not but respect for that.
Exactly, absolutely. Shout out to MAW who says 5 for the great live. Smash that like button, folks. That's right. If you haven't smashed it yet, go ahead and smash it. Somebody says that we missed the dog category. No, we did get to the dog. Heart.
The heart, right?
Yeah, heart. I mean, some people call it in Spanish we call it huevos, cojones. Other people
machismo.
Machismo. There you go. Yeah, that too. Some people could call it resolve, determination. We just went with heart. We didn't want to go with the dog thing. Not quite yet.
Un caballo.
Okay, that's
dogged determination.
Wait a minute, caballo. Is that a thing? Is that a Puerto Rican thing, or are you just making that up?
Yeah. We say that. This guy's a fucking horse.
And Dominicans, they call each other los tigres, right?
Yeah. Tigre.
Yeah, when someone goes hard, it's un tigre.
Un tigre.
Oh, that's good, man. That's good. I'm gonna start using that one. I got the tiger. Oh, well, that's what in English. That's what they said. Are you the tiger? Or he's got the tiger. Or
wow, I was gonna say, Mr. BDA, did you know that this, according to my YouTube thing, because I just went and smashed a like. I can do it too. But 6 hours, it says the stream has been going.
What?
70? Yeah, 6 hours
that's
ago.
Impossible.
It says it started.
That's impossible because we started at 5.
I know, it's just weird. It says 6 hours ago, 6H ago on YouTube. Strange.
It's lying to you. Your phone's lying to you. Don't trust
Fucking
technology, man.
YouTube.
Well, anyway, listen, man. Quentin says, BD, have you ever had to show heart, or have you just destroyed everybody you fought since you are built and move different? I mean, look, it takes a certain amount of heart. I'll say this: heart, not in the sense of resolve, but heart in the sense that I pity my opponents, and before I can really hurt them, I just back off and say, "You had enough, dog. You had enough, dog." And they go, "Yeah, yeah." You know, they look away too. They never look at me in the eyes. They just they mumble and they move away. So yeah, I do have heart. Absolutely, I have a heart of gold.
What's another one that say the Dominicans? They say like Edison Danger, right? Be the Edison Danger way.
Is that what they say? What they say in English when they're speaking Spanish?
Yeah, I've had a Dominican dude say something like that to me. Edison Danger.
Este man is
Danger. Muy listo, you know what I mean?
Yeah, what's that? The Dominican accent. One time, Recognize and I were watching a video. This comedian was explaining the different type of Spanish accents, and he said that the difference between the Puerto Rican accent and the Dominican is the Puerto Ricans always sound like they're tired. Oye, mami, ven pa' acá, te quiero hablar. And Dominicans, it's the opposite. It's like they're hyped up. Es que yo te digo una cosa, chico, yo te digo acá, yo te vine por aquí.
Coño, ¿por qué me estás molestando? ¿Por qué me estás molestando?
Yeah, that's the thing, yeah. Yo te digo una cosa, chico, yo está hablando aquí, yo está tomando el Bacardí. And I was like, whoa, what? Yeah, they do talk 500 miles an hour. That's for sure.
Oye, Tito, te estaba llamando. ¿Por qué no me contestas? Porque yo estaba haciendo esto.
Hey, but do the Puerto Rican accent, because I can't really do it that well.
Oye, brother, este está cabrón.
And they don't.
Este hombre está cabrón.
But the Dominicans and the Puerto Ricans, they don't say the L. Like, for example, they go Puerto Rico instead of Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico. Yo estaba aquí en Puerto Rico.
No, yo estaba en Puerto Rico. Yo estaba en Puerto Rico.
Oh, man. Well, listen. We covered a lot of things here. I was actually, usually by the 2-hour mark, that's when we end the show, and that's where I say, okay, guys, gotta eat. I actually, for the first time in years, I started eating during the show. That's why you didn't hear me talk for a while, because I was munching away on a taco.
You're getting smarter. That's what that's called.
Yeah.
Chief didn't try to hide it. Chief was just taking fucking big old bites and talking. It was hilarious.
Yeah, Chief, what were you eating, man? Were you eating some Halloween candy or something?
Pussy.
Yeah, he's still probably eating. Yeah, no, yeah. Like Chief, what's his name? Joe would say, me eating during the show, BDA, you're an absolute disgrace. How dare you?
You're a disgrace.
Yeah, he calls everybody a disgrace.
Animal, BDA, you're a fucking animal.
I don't know if you guys, we talked about the second Renaissance. I don't know if he's told the story here. I mean, I'm talking to the people in the chat. Joe is a New Yorker. Well, he's from Boston, but he lives in New York now. He was walking down a plaza or something, and he saw Anthony Weiner, the disgraced politician. And he claims that Weiner was standing there, like in his jogging outfit, like wanting people to come up to him. It's like, oh, hey, are you Anthony Weiner? And Joe says that he maintained eye contact with Anthony Weiner. The guy looked at him, they maintained eye contact, and then Joe just flipped him off, gave him the finger. And I'm thinking, Joe, are you fucking insane, man? Why are you looking for trouble flipping off fucking Anthony Weiner, man? And by the way,
remember when Joe was giving everybody a shout out, and you telling them how much he loved them on the show. I told him, don't forget to shout out God. Curse me out, so don't forget to give God a shout out. He's like, hey, you know what? Fuck you, Recognize.
Recognize, fuck you. Fucking disgrace. Hey, listen. Before we go.
Fuck, bro. I just took 2 shots, bro.
Shots of what?
Crown Apple Royal.
Oh, okay, good.
That's weird. I just fucking sniffed 2 big gaggers.
Nah, okay, don't say that.
Que tigre.
Hey, before we go, because every time, que tigre. Yeah, fucking Jimmy's got the tigre. He's danger. Tiene danger. Ese man tiene danger.
There's some danger.
Before we go.
Peruvian fucking fisheye.
Oh, come on. He's kidding. Before we go, guys, we brought up Anthony Weiner, and legally we have to play an Anthony Weiner clip every time we mention him. So here we go. This is Anthony Weiner at the West Indian Parade in New York. That's him in the white there, the white shirt in the upper right corner with the mic.
Anybody here from Jamaica? Anybody here from Barbados? Anybody here from Guyana? Anybody here from Staten Island?
Anybody here from Jamaica? Anybody here from
What
Barbados?
a fucking disgrace.
Yeah.
I would have booed that cracker.
Oh, come on. Well, he's not exactly a cracker, if you know what I mean. He's from the tribe. He's from the tribe that we can't talk about now because shit's heating up over there in the Middle East. But, okay, by the way, before we go, Never Sobers, you don't have to watch this again if you don't want to, man. You know where I'm going with this. You guys know we had the big fight on in Saudi Arabia. It was a big event. So they had a lot of boxing royalty. They had Mike Tyson. They had Amir Khan was there. Did you guys see this video? This is Amir Khan is Amir Khan is filming this, by the way. Amir Khan is filming this, by the way. Okay, he's the one that's holding Mike Tyson's hand. Okay, so check this out, and you tell me what's going on after.
Hands, the main man, Mike. Mike, how many people you knock out with this?
Oh no.
With these hands.
48, but like 200 in the street.
Check that out, guys. Oh, look at the open.
They're having a game
yes,
moment. I mean, that's something I can come with.
Hands.
What's going on here, guys? You tell me.
Seemed like he was feeling he's probably feeling the back of his rubbing his thumb on the back of his hand. He's probably feeling all the lumps and broken bones or something. He's rubbing that. He's basically feeling, a lot of boxers will have indentations in their knuckles if they've been broken. You can run your fingers and feel it.
Is that
My
what
grandfather
it is,
was
Jimmy?
great at that. He would grab a kid's hand, he would feel him, and you could tell if a dude had weak hands just by feeling the back of his hands.
Is that what it
His
is,
thumb.
Jimmy? While he's giggling.
I don't know if with Khan could have been just, I don't know, hoping it was his fucking pecker. And just going the next best route, but it's just hoping it was his dingling. But yeah, no, holding Mike Tyson. I mean, think about that hand right there. How many people have gone to sleep with that? Never mind the dudes on the street, like you said, probably another 200 dudes.
I don't care if I ever listen to me. Listen to me.
Tyson's hand, Jimmy?
What's that? If he was planning on hitting me, if he was planning on hitting me with it, I'd probably hold on, not let go.
Listen to me, and you listen to me well. I don't care if I would have met Maradona while he's still alive, and the hand of God, the one that scored that infamous goal against England in the 1986 World Cup. I don't care if he's in front. I am not gonna hold another man's hand for that long. The only excuse you have if a person is injured and you gotta tend to it. You're a doctor. Other than that, you should not be holding on to another man's hands that long and rubbing it. And guess what? Like Gonzalo brought up the good point in the last show. He's rubbing he's tickling the underside of the hand too, like caressing it.
His palm with his index finger.
He's giving him a little finger roll in the inside of his palm.
Yeah, look at that. He's not
Carmen
touching.
Basilio
Look.
did it to my wife's hand at the Hall of Fame.
Who?
The great Carmen Basilio.
Uh-huh. Yeah, but he's an old man.
When he met her, they went to shake hands, and he did the whole middle finger on the palm of her hand.
Oh,
your wife?
Fuck.
Fucking disgusting guineas, disrespectful Italians, fucking dogs.
That's something you only do when you're an old man. We're talking 80s. We're well into your 80s.
And he was an old man from the 50s, so you know.
Exactly. What's
That's so stupid, bro.
I didn't know whether to be jealous, offended, or proud at the time because it was, the whole thing was.
If that situation, old man, he'd be proud to fucking. I mean, you probably couldn't even get it up, but just, hey, thank you, appreciate you. You like my wife.
There you go.
Well, Vargas did too. So.
Oh, wait a minute. All right, well, listen, fellas.
That's why we don't like each other.
Yeah, we gotta go. I gotta
What
go.
if you're holding hands in prayer at your church, BDA, and the priest starts rubbing your hand like that while you're holding hands in prayer?
I mean, listen, then I'm going to have to make a lot of confessions to another priest. I want to confess. I just beat the shit out of a priest, man. What do I do? But listen, the point is this. We got to go. We've been on here for 4.5 hours now. Jeez Louise. We got to go. Shout out to you, fellas. Thank you for joining. Again, can't thank you enough, guys. Chief, Gonzalo, Jimmy, Recognize, Never Sobers. You guys are the best. Shout out to you, fellas. Shout out to everybody that donated the super chat. And shout out to everybody that stayed here for all the categories, for all 4 hours. You guys are the best as well. I'm talking about Hard Recoil, Night Nerf.
Troopers.
That's right. Absolutely right. No kidding about that. Shout out to Earl Stevens, Straight G Turo, Hard Recoil, Night Murph, Gypsy Boxing Style, Shazar in the house as well, Night Murph, Eparokua, Hawker Mustang in the house, Mars MDMAW, shout out to him, LOI, shout out to him, Quentin Lassiter, Happy Halloween. He said, there you go, Happy Halloween. Right back at you, fellas. We'll be back.
Hawker Mustang, we haven't seen him in a while. I haven't heard from him in a while.
All right, so what's up? We're going to do a seance B or what?
No, we're not going to do a seance up, man. But shout out to you, fellas.
Come on, man.
Yeah, shout out to you, fellas. Really appreciate it. And we'll catch you on the next one, fellas. Take it easy. Thanks for watching.
Good night, guys. Peace.